We got 3 to approve the agenda. Need a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Aye. We have all ayes. Any opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. Is that okay with the city clerk? Okay, great. All right, the motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Moving on to agenda item number 1. Let's receive a presentation on the draft Milpitas Metro specific plan and draft subsequent environmental impact report. Receive public comment and provide direction to staff regarding the draft documents and timeline for adoption. And we'll go to our planning director, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the council. We are very pleased to be with you again tonight for this special meeting. I will make a few brief introductions and then we'll get on with the presentation as our time is short. We are very pleased to have this opportunity to provide a status update on the plan. The draft plan has been completed, and as you saw in the staff report, that the environmental impact report has also been completed, and it is now out for the required 45-day public review period. And we have our wonderful consultants, Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studio and Christina Paul from M Group, who you've met with before on a number of occasions. We also have tonight Leo Mena from ICF, who is has been our preparing the CEQA document. And of course, we have Kevin Riley, the Metro Plan manager, also here tonight. So I'll turn the time over to Jane, Christina, and Leo for the presentation, and then we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just before Jane kicks us off, is it possible for me to share my screen? It'll just be a little bit faster that way, and we want to respect everyone's time. I think Suzanne, you're sharing. Is it possible for me to share? Okay, it seems like Suzanne's going to keep sharing. So Jane, why don't you take it? Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you, Ned, for the introduction. We're really excited today. Today is a big milestone for the Milpitas Metro specific plan, and it's SEIR. We'll be bringing you the final specific plan that is now out for the public review. So on to the next cover slide. This is just saying that we're here today. So we will be talking with you about some of these really big key milestones and giving you a little update on where we are in the process. And Christina will be giving a project summary, and then Leo will be talking about the subsequent EIR and the public review. I also want to acknowledge our greater team of consultants out there, and especially Aaron too from M Group, for putting so much work into this plan and what you see today. So let's get rolling. So the planning process and schedule to date on the next slide shows that we started quite a while ago at the beginning of the pandemic, and we are so excited that we are here now with our public draft review period. So with our final Milpitas Metro specific plan. And along the way, we've met with you many times, and we have really loved your comments, and we have tried very hard to build in a lot of responses to those comments and also public comments. So a lot of really great input has been given all along the way. And we're not quite done yet, but we're pretty close. So on the next slide, we want to just encourage everyone who's interested to comment on the plan to take a look at it. And that is on our website, and both the final draft and the SEIR are on the city website. And it's really simple to remember. Is the city website /metro, and you can download the plan and have a good look at all of the details and get really deep into it. We also have milpitasmetro.org website too. That's the project website. You'll see both at that city website. So you can see where we were as well in all our past information. But yeah, go check it out. That will be really where you find all details. Today we're going to give you a summary. So on to our project summary. I'm just going to kick us off with the next slide, which is about the vision. And we've built this vision on your feedback, and really there's a lot to say here, but it is to create a complete and unique urban neighborhood. That's the biggest part of the vision, and really taking into all the assets of that district, and that includes neighborhood retail and transit, and providing affordable and market rate housing, providing safer, more attractive connections, multimodal connections for walking and biking, providing a variety of shared public spaces, and enhancing the sense of place in the metro area. And that is really what we're trying to do with our specific plan. And just to give you a preview of what it looks like, here on the next slide is all the chapter headers, and it's a really well illustrated plan, lots of beautiful photos, and we have our renderings as well. But we've been working really hard over this time to coordinate with the SEIR, and we've really enjoyed working with all of you to in the departments. In the city of Milpitas, we've really tried to coordinate as much as we can to bring you this final draft. So, and of course, this builds on the transit area specific plan, the TASP, and you'll hear a little bit more about that as we go along. And now I'm going to, on the next slide, we're going to pass this over to Christina, who will give us some plan updates.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's so great to be with you in this hybrid meeting, and so excited that we're moving into this format. For folks who haven't seen this before, who might be tuning in, and just for folks who are reloading this in our own brains, I'm going to go through a little bit of context for the plan. So this plan builds off of the TASP plan that was adopted in 2008, Transit Area Specific Plan. And what's really different about this plan is that we address the Great Mall. So we give the Great Mall an opportunity to evolve. We've been working really closely with Simon, who own the Great Mall, to make sure that what we're proposing is a possibility for them. So that they could continue to have their retail and then have some other opportunities to make sure that that's really vibrant. We've also expanded the planning area so that we can support the work that's going on to foster the new innovation district over to the eastern side of the plan. We are supporting the development of a great deal more commercial use near the transit center. We're working to complete the connections to the Tango district, the McCandless district, and we've also added to the planning boundaries some adjacent properties on Main Street, because they're a little bit more closely tied in to the Metro Plan area than to the Main Street area. So this plan gives the city a lot of opportunity areas to accommodate RENA, to identify for this housing element that you guys are working on right now, as well as for future rounds of housing elements. We've worked to make sure that there's room for dense development, commercial development near transit, and to make sure that complementary uses go together, so that you have a vibrant neighborhood. And we are working to establish land use, transportation, public realm, and design framework to really support the development of the innovation district that we'll be hearing about later on in this meeting. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to walk through what has changed in each of the districts since the last time that we came before you. And again, we've really been working with staff, and particularly thinking about the innovation district and so on, to make sure that these land uses are as targeted as possible. In the Great Mall, we increased the theoretical allowable density towards the southern part of the site, adjacent to transit and adjacent to those mixed uses and commercial uses that you'll see there in green near the BART station. We changed the park locations on this site and elsewhere in the plan to proposed, so that there's more flexibility there when siting parks. And we made sure that major parks would get developed in the Great Mall District as the evolution of that site goes on. For example, a park development will be triggered after 1,000 units are built on that site. So we make sure that those really do happen as development goes forward. Next slide, please. In the Innovation District, we have developed 2 land uses. There is one that really supports office and R&D with a fairly high density level. That's that darker turquoise off to the right. And then we've allowed a limited amount of office and R&D with some residential, but we've required that there's always commercial in this district. And again, we've moved the park to a proposed location, and we have suggested a bridge over Berryessa Creek to connect really directly to that BART station. But we've made that a ped bike bridge so that folks can walk into BART, which is just more feasible from an engineering perspective. Next slide, please. For the, I just want to highlight that in the Innovation District, we have a geographic boundary in the plan that we have written, but innovation knows no bounds, and innovation program can extend beyond the boundaries of that geographic district. And in fact, that's what you're going to hear a little bit more about later on. We're saying that these kinds of innovative uses with office buildings and so on can actually happen in the southern part of the Great Mall. So we're gonna hear more about that as we go as well. Next slide, please. In the Tango District, we talked with staff and we looked at adjacent land uses, and we actually reduced some housing densities along Sango Court for this plan, for this round of the plan. Next slide, please. Similarly, in McCandless, we reduced housing density on South Main Street, as well as on Montague near Trade Zone. And then you can see that park off to the left on Main. We also suggested that that would be a proposed location rather than identifying a parcel. Next slide, please. In the Piper District, we tweaked the boundary here just a little bit to highlight the Innovation District uses on that Milpitas Boulevard and Montague Expressway corner. Next slide, please. And I want to highlight that throughout this process, we have been working with newly developed plans, with standing plans, and with plans in development to make sure that we're really syncing up with all of the many efforts that are going forward so we can support them in this area. All right, so now I'm going to pass it over to Leo, and he is going to talk about the SEIR for the project. Next slide, please. Oh, I missed one. Lastly, we are looking at infrastructure implementation. One of the things that we are suggesting in the plan is that fiber optic cable be added throughout the metro and through the Innovation District to support businesses there. And then we've detailed other infrastructure improvements like water and sewer upgrades that are going to happen. Next slide, please. All right, Leo, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, and hi, everyone. I'm really excited today to give you an overview of the subsequent environmental impact report that was prepared for the Metro Plan. Next slide, please. So to begin our conversation, our discussion, I just wanted to provide an overview of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, which is the law under which the subsequent environmental impact report for this project has been prepared. So the purpose of CEQA is to inform the community and decision makers about the potential environmental impacts of a project, which are all disclosed in the draft SEIR that has been prepared, to engage the community in the environmental review process. We're in a public review period right now, and to disclose the potential project impacts on the environment, as well as avoiding or reducing potential project impacts with alternatives and mitigation measures. And I'll speak about those in my presentation. And I just wanted to mention that environmental impacts are just one of the factors that would be considered by the decision makers in the project review and approval. Next slide, please. So a little bit more information about what a subsequent environmental impact report is. And I'll be using the term SEIR. An SEIR is an informational document describing the anticipated environmental effects of implementing a project, and this is required by CEQA. It provides a forum for public participation in the environmental review process. It includes mitigation measures to reduce potential adverse environmental impacts. It does not advocate or promote the project, and certification of the SEIR does not determine whether or not the project will be approved. Next slide. So the CEQA document prepared for the Metro Plan is a subsequent environmental impact report. As the name implies, this is a document that has been prepared subsequent to another EIR. In this case, the EIR for the Transit Area Specific Plan, or the TASP, which was completed and certified in 2008. A subsequent EIR considers the conclusions in a previous EIR, in this case, again, the 2008 task EIR, and identifies whether there are any new or more severe impacts than what was already identified in that EIR. The city considered different kinds of CEQA documents to be prepared, but ultimately landed on a subsequent environmental impact report. And that was due to the potential for new impacts not previously identified in the task BIR, as well as some changes that have been made in the way environmental impacts are analyzed since 2008, since the certification of the task BIR. For example, for the transportation analysis, there's been a shift from analyzing impacts to level of service, or LOS, which was what was done previously, to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which is what is done now. There's also been some updates to the CEQA statutes. So an SCIR is required to evaluate only the changes in the previously approved project. So I'll go over what those changes are, as well as changes in circumstances and new information. So an SCIR does not open the previous analysis in the task BIR, and the task, the approved project, is the baseline for our subsequent environmental analysis. Next slide, please. So this is the focus of our SCIR. Our SCIR focused on 4 changes, 4 updates to the task. So the first update is the geographic expansion. As shown in the hatched black cells, these are the areas in which the Metro Plan has been expanded relative to the task: the Eastern expansion area and the Western expansion area. So we analyzed those, the potential impacts from that expansion. And in red, I just wanted to note that is a potential annexation area that currently belongs to the city of San Jose. It wasn't analyzed in the draft SCIR, but we just wanted to make a point that that's a potential annexation area. We also looked at the updates to land use classifications and policies in the Metro Plan, which leads to bullet point number 3, the additional build out and population growth and employment associated with that additional density from those changes in the land use designations. And then I'll go through that in my next slide. And the last update was we updated the horizon year from full build out of the task in 2030 to full build out of the Metro Plan by 2040. So next slide, please. So this table shows the additional development that is assumed in the SEIR associated with the Metro Plan. So in bold and underlined on the second to last column, you'll see the additional build out associated with the Metro Plan. So that's 7,000 additional dwelling units, 3 million square feet of office space, 500,000 of which would be for industrial uses, 300,000 square feet of retail, and 700 additional hotel rooms. So that's really, that change is what we analyzed in our SEIR. And if you look at the very far right column, that shows the total of the task and the Metro Plan. I also just wanted to mention that for the residential uses identified in the Metro Plan, these units will help meet in part the city's regional housing needs allocation requirement, or RHNA. And much of this development is expected to happen in the Great Mall site and the Innovation District. And in addition, these are maximum capacities, and not all of it would necessarily be built, but we looked at the maximum capacity. Next slide, please. So these show the topics that were analyzed in the SEIR. So it had an initial study, which was included as Appendix B, and a total of 11 environmental resources were screened out and included in the initial study because they were found to be less than significant. And then we had a total of 8 environmental resource topics that were analyzed in the SEIR. Next slide, please. So before I go over some of the conclusions that were made in the SEIR, I wanted to just go over some terms that I'll be using. First, a significant impact is a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in the environment. And the SEIR uses terms like no impact, less than significant impact, less than significant impact with mitigation, and significant and unavoidable impacts. These are terms that are commonly used in CEQA documents. And I wanted to mention this SEIR does conclude that certain impacts would be significant and avoidable, but this is in part because this is a program EIR, which I'll discuss, and certain activities have unknown characteristics. For example, the distance of a future project to a residential receptor cannot be currently known. So this SEIR also includes a mitigation, and what mitigation does is it avoids impacts, minimizes impacts, repairs, rehabilitates, restores, preserves, and compensates for impacts. Finally, this SEIR is a program EIR, which is meant to streamline future development. A program EIR is an EIR which may be prepared on a series of actions that can be characterized as one large project. And in the future, the city will be able to use the program EIR for any projects found to be consistent with the program EIR. So next slide. So I just wanted to go over some of the conclusions that were made in the SEIR. So for transportation, the SEIR identified that there would be a reduction in VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, due to the implementation of the project. And this is in part because we anticipate that individuals using the mixed uses in the area would be able to take advantage of public transit nearby. For land use, the SEIR identified that the Metro Plan would be consistent with the goals identified in the Plan Bay area and the general plan to locate dense mixed-use development near transit. For air quality, we did identify some mitigation measures for construction. These included use of Tier 4 engines, diesel trucks with 2010-year engines, use of renewable diesel, use of low VOC coding, best management practices to reduce fugitive dust, and purchase of mitigation credits. And I just wanted to mention that one of our conclusions for construction, we did conclude a significant unavoidable impact, but again, this was in part because of a certain uncertainty of what projects will look like in the future. But there are these mitigation measures that can be implemented by future developments. Similarly, for operational air pollutants, we included mitigations, including mitigation credits, but again, we concluded a significant unavoidable impact. We also include mitigation for conducting of health risk assessments for projects to minimize the impacts from the toxic air contaminants. For noise, we concluded that even with implementation of policies in the general plan requiring best management practices, construction noise could be significant and unavoidable. And again, this is because the distance from a receptor to a construction site cannot be currently known. For operational noise, we concluded a less than significant impact with mitigation through the implementation of a mitigation requiring a mechanical equipment noise reduction plan. And for vibration, we included mitigation to protect structures and people from vibration impacts and annoyance. But again, because of a certain uncertainty, we concluded a significant and unavoidable impact. But in the future, development projects will consider what their impacts are based on what we have in the program EIR. For greenhouse gas emissions, the SEIR identifies the various ways in which the Metro Plan would contribute to GHG emission reductions, including electrical outlets for landscaping equipment, on-site solar panels, compliance with Cal Green Code, electrification of buildings, reductions in VMT, BMPs for construction, things like that. However, the threshold that is required for this analysis by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is carbon net neutrality by 2045. And because we can't conclude that that would occur within the Metro Plan, total carbon net neutrality, we did conclude a significant and unavoidable impact. So next slide, please. So in addition, CEQA requires the analysis of alternatives. And this slide shows the alternatives that were analyzed in the SEIR. And additional information of the alternatives can be found in Chapter 5 of the SEIR for anybody interested in taking a look at that. Next slide. And I think the next up, we're going to discuss the public review process and next step, and I think that's going to be Jane.
Yes, thanks, Leo. So we're just about to conclude our presentation, but we wanted to tell you what's up next. And currently, it started on April 15th. There's a 45-day public review period, which is available on the website. And it's It will complete on May 30th at 5 p.m. And after we receive the public comments, then we will revise based on that and bring it to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission will be another public hearing where they will come up with a recommendation. This is anticipated for June or August 2022, pending the extent of how many comments we get. Then the recommendation will be brought to you, the City Council, at another public hearing for the adoption of the final Milpitas Metro specific plan and subsequent EIR. And that could be sometime in August or September of 2022. So we're excited that we are in the final stretch here. And then on the next slide, this is just information about how you can send in your comments. So written comments can be emailed or mailed. And the point of contact here is Kevin Riley at the City of Milpitas, and he's the Metro Plan Project Manager. So on this slide, you have his email, and you also have the City Hall address as well. So we encourage anyone who wants to comment on the SEIR to provide the comments by May 30th at 5 o'clock. And I think the next slide, this I'll turn over to Christina.
All right, so we wanted to just let you know that while the Milpitas plan is an incredibly exciting document, there will be other fun things coming up after this. After the presumed adoption of the plan, the city will update the zoning code to reflect what's in the plan, as well as small areas of the general plan to make sure that the borders of the plan area are correct. The city will have the opportunity to update the fee structure that is in use in the plan area. That's the TADF. The city is also going to shortly be looking at citywide objective design standards. I believe those are nearly complete. And we know that you guys are working on the housing element, which could make use of this plan, as well as the Gateway Main Street specific plan. And then future projects could be coming before you in the plan area. And that is it for us. Next slide, please. All right. Does anybody have any questions or comments, or Ned, do you want to add anything? Okay. All right. Council members, please let us know if you have any questions or comments. We are very happy to respond.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Another step in the process, and it's been really a pleasure every step of the way. And we're not at our final destination yet, but thank you very much, Jane, Christina, Leo, and Kevin. Let's go to public comment here. Public comment for the item. If you're here, 60 seconds. 60 seconds for public comment. Come on up. I see Mr. Montemayor.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and city staff, city manager and staff. Yeah, very solid panel. Of course, very solid administration. I commend you. You guys are doing great. Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 development criteria, and then it went down to 4 of the subsequent, and then 5 on the conclusion. They're all great. In other words, people will come to Milpitas to stay. People will have to retain to stay. It's a great place to live, and good job, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, public comment here in the chamber. Come on up, Mr. Means.
Rob Means, 1421 Yellowstone, and I'm here on behalf of Loopworks. Just wanted to point out that the information we had provided back in December still stands today, that we expect that our project, which complements your vision for this area, is very complementary, and that the PRT transit system we intend on building there will not only provide that sense of space, sense of place and identity that this plan looks for, but it'll also improve the transportation equity, mobility for handicapped, and safety for elders. Simply put, it will improve the lives of people in that area and anybody coming to visit that area. As you will notice in the sheet that we handed you, or emailed to you that PRT is both supported by this program and it actually supports this program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominguez. Did you ride your bike here?
My 1 minute is up. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, all right. All right, moving on here. We're going to the virtual public comment here. Virtual public comment on the Zoom. Any virtual raised hands for this agenda item? I'm looking, going once, going twice. That's it for public comment. We'll bring the discussion back up here to the dais. I just want to check in here and kick off the discussion with the additional housing units. I believe 7,000. Can we go back to the slide with the, I think the options or the alternatives? I think it says sequel on this slide, but you know, this is the biggest item that has come along this city since the TASP in the late 2000s. And we're seeing the TASP become reality before our eyes over the past, I would say, 10 years, and it's really transformed the city. So as I sit here tonight, I understand this item will do the same thing. Whatever decision I make, along with my colleagues individually and respectfully, you know, it's going to really have the biggest impact, really the biggest impact going forward here. And so the decision making here is very important for our residents and for us and for the city. Thank you very much. Yeah, so 7,000 dwelling units. I really appreciate the part of the presentation where I think this team sort of decreased the density on South Main Street. I really appreciate that, as we do know that the Pines is single family zoning, very low density residential R1, I think it is. So it's just, I think, better planning not to put the lowest density with the highest density. So I appreciate the zoning there. Medium density, is it R2, 3, 4? What are we looking at on South Main Street?
It's a little bit different than R2. Let me just work on finding that particular slide.
In the meantime, yeah, we're looking at 7,000 dwelling units. So it's pretty much multiplying our current TASP, which isn't fully built out into double. So there's a balance that needs to be thought of. So I just won't take too long here, actually. Maybe 2 questions or so.
Yes,
okay.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Here's the slide that I think that you were looking for. So we have this sort of medium brown color for multifamily, very high density residential on Main Street. That would be 40 to 85 units per acre. So that would be sort of lower scale multifamily.
Okay, I'm trying to think. And what's the height limit there, if I may?
Jane, do you have the height limits memorized for that one?
I don't, but I just want to also emphasize that this was a reduced, what we're showing here is reduced from what we had shown previously to you as a response to some of the comments that we heard. So what we had before was a lot bigger than this, and we have taken it down a notch. And now it is, even though it's called very high density, it is still something that we expect to be about 50 feet in height.
Okay, great. Yeah, we have over there on Cedar in South Main, we have the senior assisted living housing, which is Westmont Living. I would like to see all density there, not any higher than that particular Westmont, for example. Anything higher, I just cannot support it tonight for the residents of the Pines. And examples like the Apex, you know, I know it's on Great Mall Parkway, but putting in something like an Apex over there on Cedar, I find it hard for our residents and community members who live there in the Pines, many I know. But can someone provide some sort of height limit? I know the answer is among us based on the current slide.
And
Yeah, sorry, Ned, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, if you've looked that up, we can provide the height. I just wanted to interject that to remember that these are the maximum limits. And so the height, I believe we have a range as well. But to your point, Mayor Tran, the density that's provided here would accommodate the type of development that we see in the Senior Lifestyles project. That was sort of our template, if you will, is that type of development. Let me find, unless Kevin, if you have found that there is a height limit in the draft. I just don't have it in front of me.
Now, this is great. You know, I think, pardon me, I think this is great. You know, this conversation right here on South Main, whether it be the permit pilot parking program or just development in general, this is a huge moment here to make decisions on South Main. So folks in the Pines and all across Milpitas have been anticipating development of South Main, and we're here tonight right now. So I appreciate the accommodation of my inquiry. If a development like structurally like the senior assisted living Westmont can go under multifamily high density residential 30 to 40 units an acre, I'm willing to tip that way.
Mayor Chown, I found that for you. So within that multifamily, very high density residential, again, the allowed density is 40 to 85 units. If past history is any indication of what's going to happen, most of what has been developed in the transit area has been developed at the lower end of those densities. So we're probably looking at a 40, even though it goes all the way up to 80, the potential for 85 units per acre, it's likely that it would develop around 40 to 50 units per acre. The height that goes along with that is 35 feet to 85 feet. So 35 feet is about 3 stories. But again, you'll likely, because you have to provide parking and open space and those sorts of things, it's likely that the development would happen again at that, let's say right at the median range, probably around 50 units to acre. You're probably looking at about a 4 to 5 story building. Is that correct, Jane, or someone with an architectural background more than
Yes,
I do?
you're
I think,
totally right, Ned.
So even though in a plan like this, and you saw with the EIR, we always provide a maximum that it could go up to, but very rarely does development ever go to that maximum. So we're looking at more of the median range.
Yeah.
And I believe I
Mhm.
believe the Senior Lifestyles is a 4-story building. It may be 5, but it wouldn't. I doubt that anything along there would go higher. And
Okay,
of course,
great.
everything is discretionary to the Planning Commission and to the council as to what types of projects you approve.
Right on. No, you're right. But yeah, just it's real estate. Folks are going to maximize their development. So when we set these limits, I don't anticipate them not maximizing their real estate even vertically. So I appreciate that. Can we go back to the slide, please? This is such good work, by the way. This is so exciting for our residents and for our city. So thank you. The one I requested previously, if I may.
Sorry, my computer. Okay, the one with
The color, the map, yeah, the zoning map.
Okay, let's see. All right, sorry. That should do it.
Okay, there it is right there.
One? Great.
Yeah, so I think we're the, I guess I'll use this brown, light brown.
Yes.
I want to recommend to the council and to our city that we do a zoning or color density change, I should say, to the 34 units an acre. That just based on a variety of reasons, traffic, those sorts of things. That's my recommendation on South Main Street. I'll move on to my next question, which is for the 7,000 proposed new housing stock. Can you show me on the Milpitas Metro map that's being proposed where those units would be located? Again?
So we don't have a map that shows sort of where each unit would be, but this map is our overall land use map. And you can see that the darker colors like this darker purple have more capacity, this darker brown have more capacity than the lighter colors. And the capacity of the sites as zoned would actually be more than is covered in the EIR. So it's really the EIR that limits the capacity in this case. So we've identified a fair amount of space where housing could occur and then put a limit on that using CEQA, which is in fact what triggered the update of the plan, is that all of the units that were covered under the EIR for the task were built. And so this gives the city some flexibility, for example, to identify areas of the Great Mall, like you could identify different parts of the Great Mall and say, these are the sites where we would like to prioritize housing, and then leave some for later.
Yeah, I would also like to add that where we anticipate the housing to occur and where we've zoned for it is as close to transit as possible and as close to other existing taller buildings as possible, and really thinking about the Great Mall as being one of the locations for where new housing can go. So they're really in transit-oriented sites.
No, I get it. Awesome. Yeah, I think for the Great Mall, I'm open to the pink residential retail high density mixed use. I just want to ensure that we're maintaining our commercial square footage over there. Santana Row in San Jose is an example. Something like that at the Great Mall would be beautiful. I know we talked about it previously, but is that guaranteed for all the, what I call it pink? No, it's sort of a pink, yeah. Is that guaranteed in the pink areas being mixed use?
So in the pink area in mixed use, retail is absolutely an allowed use. It's expected use. We do not expect the retail to go away in this area. And in fact, there is retail that is expected here, but so that is just part of the zoning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you. And there are certain streets where we've required that retail on the ground floor. And we've suggested in the plan that really what needs to happen is one of the next steps that we actually didn't list on that last slide is to do a development agreement with the Great Mall so that there would be more detailed planning for that area.
Okay, wonderful. I just want to guarantee that that'll be mixed use, all commercial, restaurants, shops at the ground floor. You go to Santana Row, you don't see standalone residential. I don't think so. So that's good. Is there any way, looking at the Great Mall, we can add permanent open space somewhere? I think that's a really important area that lacks some green. What do you think?
Yes, I completely agree. And it is in the plan. The two green circle Ps are sort of proposed. Those are proposed parks, but the location's hard to know right now because it's somewhat flexible, but there is a requirement, and Christina, you can back me up on how big it is for the park to be there. So there is a requirement in the Great Mall subdistrict or district to have a park. So
yes, there's a requirement for a 2-acre park and a 1-acre park. And again, some of the park that, development of significant park acreage would be required at least after the 1,000th unit, so that the whole thing doesn't develop and you're not left without a park. So that would be a requirement.
Okay, wonderful. And my last question is, looking at the entire Milpitas Metro specific plan, what's the building height limits across the whole plan? How high does it go and where does it go the highest?
Yeah, so I think the the table that Christina had up earlier is really helpful to know this. And we have to realize that the transit area specific plan had previously also stated tall buildings in this area. So there is quite a big range, and it goes from on the lower end, it is more like what you see in the townhomes out there right now. And at the upper end, they're more like the newer apartment buildings that are up there. But there was in the TASP, and there will be again, because we can't down zone, that there will be the potential for even taller buildings. There's currently there's a tower that is proposed in the area already. So those are also anticipated for in this plan. And as you can see here, the very tallest it could be, which is actually quite a challenge economically, is 18 stories or 275 feet tall. So that it's in thinking about the entire Bay Area next to BART stations, there are only a handful. So it is just making that possibility, and it's only reserved for those areas that are as close to transit as possible. So, so that it is a big range where it's neighborhood now. It stays quite consistent with that neighborhood, and where it's taller, it's really to take advantage of the transit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think when it comes to residential or mixed use residential over there at the Milpitas Metro, I'm not in support of any residential or mixed use residential over 4 stories. When it comes to the business park, there's 18 stories there for one of the line items. For that area, what is it currently zoned for maximum building height?
I believe it's, well, I think we need to go look at the TASP again. So, but I believe it is over 100 feet already. It is quite tall that you can get with a CUP. So I don't know if, I just don't have the numbers right in front of me from the TASP, but if you do, Christina or Ned, that it has already been in the plan before.
Copy. Let's go back to the slide real quick, if we may. With the one with the table.
Sure. And I'm actually looking at the layout of this because that's what was at my fingertips. If you guys have the plans, it should be on page 40 of your plan.
Okay, great. Oh, and that's what for the public's information, folks may not have this at their fingertips. So I appreciate that. So I'm in a huge support of the business park areas with the business park land use. I know that whoever comes in to develop business parks, they'll certainly partner with the city and keep things in mind. So tonight I'm a little flexible with the maximum height. Whatever is built is really going to be iconic for our city. The tallest building. Hopefully there's a clock tower, but that's just an idea I keep trying to push for. But for the 2 business parks, those are really up against the BART station, correct?
Yes, they're absolutely between the BART station and 680. So they're not near residential, really. They're facing Montague Expressway.
Okay, great. Let's go over to the Boulevard, very high density mixed use. 275 feet. Is that along Great Mall Parkway?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, great. No, I really appreciate that. That's going to be a corridor. If you drive down to Los Angeles, you get off Wilshire, off the 405, you can see the Wilshire Corridor. And it's pretty neat driving through there. I just don't support such a maximum height, even along the boulevard. So, that's my recommendation to the council. Those are my comments. And we'll go to my colleagues, whoever would like to request a microphone. And next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. Thank you for the presentation, Christina and Kevin and Leo. You mentioned about 1,000 units. You need to have 1,000 units built before you can put in a park? It was kind of confusing. Can you reiterate that?
The requirement is that they cannot build more than 1,000 units without building the park. So what we worked to do was to ensure that the park gets built, essentially. So that the folks who are developing on the Great Mall can't just build housing without park space.
Correct, and that's what was one of my concerns on, if you can put the slide back up that had the one that we just looked at with the colors, the color code. Yes, thank you, that one. Yeah, I don't see on the pink area, I don't see any parks. And I know you said it's not, you mentioned that we already have some parkland, but I need to see some park in that area because that's where the housing is. And
Yep.
And I was adamant about that last time. You got to have the park, and I'm wondering why you're not showing that in there.
Well, partially why we're not showing it in a fixed location is because we're not sure exactly which part of the Great Mall will develop. And so they're shown there with just symbols, but they really are 2-acre and 1-acre parks. So they're you have to kind of imagine the symbol means that that's the requirement, even though it doesn't show it fixed, because if it's really hard to know which part of the Great Mall site will actually change.
Okay, but the ones on the bottom to the south, you're not including, you said has to be so much square footage of parkland. You're not including those. There still will be some park up in the pink area, right?
Yes, there will be park up there.
Okay, that's what that's really important. Okay, and then the other question I had, what type of housing units will there be? Will it be apartments, or are they going to be condos or townhouses? If you can state what type of housing units there will be.
Yeah, these are usually correlated to the densities that are allowed by the zoning. And we expect to see a range. We expect to see all kinds of, from townhouse to apartments, and the private development that will come in, they may either make them for sale or rental. And so we expect a big range to occur within the plan area, and it allows for flexibility for that as well, so that developers can bring in a nice variety of different kinds of housing.
So you have a variety. What I have found, and even social scientists have found, that when someone owns a home, they tend to have more, ownership is really important. So I would like to see a high percentage of homes for sale in those condos, because that's why most people want to raise their family in a condominium, or preferably really a single detached home, but that's impossible nowadays. So second best is condominiums or townhomes. And to buy, I would like to see a high percentage for sale, not to, we have a huge amount of apartments already, and to be balanced, it makes sense to have those homes, those condos, or those units for sale. And it does make a big difference when there's home ownership. It changes people's worldview, and they take pride in their community. So more pride. So that's what I would like to see. And I don't know what would be the steps. Is that something that will come up in the future, or that's my opinion. I would like to see that. So how would you make sure that there's more homes for sale?
Ned, do you want to talk a little bit about that? We've allowed for either condos which are owned or apartments which are rented. Do you want to talk about how that works when a proposal comes in front of the city?
Sure. At this level of planning, so for the specific plan, we wouldn't designate either ownership or rental, but at a general level, we provide for both, as Jane and Christina have indicated, just, a variety of housing types, sizes, locations, and also ownership types. So based on this plan and then the zoning changes that we will make, different developers will bring forward their plans. And really a lot of it is based on market conditions. They will either propose to the city council and the planning commission an ownership project or a rental apartment project. So very similar to the development that you've seen over the past 10 years already in the task area, where we have a mix of both apartments and condos. I would expect that we can fully expect that we will see that same range of residential products here in these other areas. So it's, as you mentioned, Vice Mayor, it would be something to be determined in the future.
Yeah,
as projects come forward.
In the future. But and I'm stating it right now that that's what I would prefer, more home ownership. I think young families are looking for that, so they can't find that. So most of them are moving out of the area. The other question I had: how many square miles is this area that the new metro plan?
Well, we've been measuring it in acres, but we can make the conversion. And the task originally was 437 acres, and it's increased a little bit so that we can include the innovation district and some of the sites that were really adjacent to it on Main Street.
Okay, great. And on the innovation center, I mentioned this before in the past that I would like to see a convention center, and I think that would really draw in more folks, give more businesses an opportunity to have conventions there. I would really like to see that, if they can be included in there when the plan comes before us. What else? So overall, it looks like a good plan, and we will have more housing, and I'm hoping that we'll have more housing for sale. But thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and we'll continue the discussion. Looking for any further requests from my colleagues. Please be mindful of the time, as we do have 2 more items here for this special meeting. Yeah, we'll go back to the Vice Mayor 1 second. Get your microphone. Yes.
Thank you. And I'm really glad that it will be mixed use. Most of it will be mixed use, but I really am concerned about the FAR, that I think we need to make the area much bigger than what's on Main Street right now. As you know, these buildings have been there for almost 2 years, and there's no businesses in there because I've already heard complaints it's too small. So I'm hoping that you can make that increase the FAR in the bottom portion. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of comments. I too would also like to see the FAR increased. I think that we can really maximize that opportunity there, or we should aim to do that. There's a number of vacant businesses as well, and I'd like to see us try to incentivize the owners to do something about that. So I know a couple of cities have considered a vacancy tax. I don't know if that would be appropriate. Would love to hear staff potentially address those issues. And then the other thing I'd like for us to consider is, oftentimes when builders build these projects, they use out-of-state contractors. They're paid different wages. They use different building and safety standards, or rather lack of. And if there's an opportunity for us to reinvest in our local community using local builders, local contractors, I'd like to see that opportunity explored as a way of bringing equity to our community. If that makes sense, because we shouldn't be simply just expanding for the purposes of expanding. We should also be creating opportunities that come with it. So those are my comments. I'm supportive of staff recommendations, though.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. All right, we still need to hear from a couple more electeds. Now is a great time, or you may not comment at your desire. Okay, great. We're still one step of the process, so not all will be tonight. We still, as shown by our professionals here, the experts in the field, and if you're looking for a convention center or just whatever it's in your heart for the community, feel free to reach out to Jane, Christina, Leo, or Kevin, or Ned, or the city manager. There's plenty of opportunity to provide your feedback, if not tonight. So I do want to make a major push for a equivalent of 4 stories maximum height limit for residential and mixed use residential tonight. That is my recommendation or a proposal to the council. And if there's any objections to that piece of the Milpitas Metro, let me know. I am still open to higher maximum heights for our business park, which can be a boon for Milpitas. Just historically, I just want to state for the chamber here and folks at home, the task really decimated 50% of our industrial zones. And I believe that our city lost a lot of different taxes from the loss of those commercial industrial zones, parcels that paid property tax, that paid sales tax, business to business tax. And the TASP really took away, I think, 50% or a little bit more of those revenue streams. The new homes over in the TASP are there, and there's property taxes there. And so I do appreciate those property taxes. But I think any good elected official across our nation understands that there has to be industry for all cities that are, I think, performing the best. So that's what's going to draw people into town as it has for decades. So next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I know that in conversations I think that took place maybe 2 years ago or not, there was a deep conversation about height limits. I believe Planning Commissioner Deepwa wanted to do heights that were over 3 stories. And there was a huge discussion. I personally do want to make it known for the record that I am very cautious of when we go up, and I do not support moving upwards. I think that that's a great opportunity for other cities, but I just don't feel it's a good match for Milpitas. And that's something that our residents have expressed really loud and clear. So for the record, I do want to express that conversation has happened in the commission. I know that conversation was one that got brought up to my attention when I was in attendance. And so I will not be supporting the height going up. Regardless, I just don't think it's a good fit for Milpitas. And I think sometimes we may see that there's a business impact, but I feel that we are in the right direction. And personally, I am going to be listening to the voters, which have shared that as we move through the planning of the task area, in particular, we just need to be careful of what we do because it's going to change the demographic of our entire city. And so I just wanted to state that for the record. Again, I respect staff's work, and it's nothing I definitely think that they have done an amazing job putting this plan together. And I think that personally, again, I just feel that if we keep moving over 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm a little hesitant to support it. So personally, I do feel that the Innovation District has a huge potential. And I think that's a conversation that we will be taking place. So I just wanted to express that feedback for the council to consider and for it to be stated on the record. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out there to the council. Equivalent 4-story building height limits for the Milpitas Metro Plan for all residential or mixed-use residential. If there's any objection to my proposal, let it be heard tonight so that our professionals can chime in. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
I'd have to respectfully dissent to that. Fundamentally, I believe we have a role to play in alleviating this crisis that we're in. Unless cities actually take action and increase capacity, we're not going to be able to get through this crisis. We can't keep passing that burden, quote unquote, if you will, to other cities. And this is the exact reason why we are here today, because generations after generations have passed on that that burden and that inability to actually take action. So I, for one, support increasing the capacity there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's also mindful, or it's important to be mindful also having the transit-oriented development there and the state laws that are recent that drive high-density development near transit. And so I think for me, kind of separate from Councilmember Fan, I'm not following up on what he's saying, but a new idea I have here is, I am concerned having BART and the light rail there. I want to ensure that we are ensuring, responsible growth there in those areas. And I know there's a lot of voices out there in the community that feel this way. Okay, so we have one objection to my proposal for a 4-story equivalent building height limit for a residential and mixed-use residential in the Milpitas Metro specific plan. And next up, we'll go to Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So my only concern about building heights is if it's going to block the view, the hillside view of the residents or the folks that live in that area or in the Pines in the vicinity. As far as the building heights, it all depends. So for me, I can't vote against it because it all depends where that building is going to be. If it's going to block the view of the hillside, then I'm against it. But so right now, I cannot vote on it because it just depends where it's going to be at. So I think it's kind of premature right now to bring it up, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Vice Mayor. And, based on our staff presentation tonight, those heights are pretty darn high. So it's definitely going to block, the sky view. So I just keep that in mind. That's what's presented tonight. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Some of the things that come to mind when I talked to community members and we had this discussion within the commission, it had most residents that I spoke to, they were okay with the height being taller if it was for affordable housing, especially in the task where we're trying to build a walkability plan. So for me, that I don't want, we have to meet these RENA numbers. And there is areas that are in this particular place that we just don't have a choice as a council to block that, because we will face heavy fines and up to litigation. There's other cities that are already facing that. So when I speak of business development, I think in real estate, that's different in my perspective. So I just want to clarify that. When I talk about not being in support of height limits, I'm not supportive of businesses or real estate moving up because that's what the community has stated. Community has also stated is that they're really upset that we started with at market rate on Montague. So what they have told me is they want to make sure that affordable housing, and I'm talking about affordable housing, where it's putting working class members in homes, they're okay with over 4 stories in this particular area because it's already going to be developed as a multi-dimensional area. It's moving in that direction. So I want to be very clear that I guess my question to your proposal, Mayor, when you talk about over 4 stories, just help me understand what that means to you. Does this mean across for all projects? Or are you in your perspective talking about particular projects only?
Thank you for the question. My proposal is for the whole Milpitas Metro specific plan.
So again, point of clarification, this includes affordable housing projects that would block our opportunities to reach arena numbers. So if we had somebody that said we're going to do 100% affordable housing and it's 5 stories, would that then be blocked by the proposal that you're proposing? I'm just trying to clarify and understand it. So if you could just help me bring some light, I would appreciate it.
Yes, for any residential or residential related residential mixed use, market rate or affordable, building height limit equivalent to 4 stories.
Again, I'm just trying to clarify. That includes developments that would help reach arena numbers. And if we don't get that, we would get sued or we could risk litigation.
Well, I think you're speaking on a broader statewide policy. Our arena numbers are citywide. The Milpitas Metro specific plan is just one portion of the city. Growth and housing development will continue to happen over the years. We can't put our whole arena goals in one Milpitas Metro specific plan.
Right, I understand that, Mayor, but I'm frankly a little confused, and so I'm just asking for some clarification. And I am understanding. I want to share that my knowledge is understanding that we're not going to put all of the housing in one area. But my question would be then, if we passed your proposal, if we had a developer that said we will go in there, or the state said, hey, you have this plot, 100% affordable housing, those units will go through to your arena numbers. The policy that you're proposing, would that block that opportunity?
Let's go to point of information. Ned Thomas from the Planning Department. Welcome, Ned.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and very interesting questions from Councilmember Dominguez. If it might help, I wanted to, and in the interest of time, I wanted to suggest, we hear the concerns of various concerns from the council regarding density as well as specifically building height. We anticipated that. If you wouldn't mind, we could take a look at that, and we could bring, even before we go back to the Planning Commission, if we need to, we could come back to the council for a quick discussion about those 2 items. Once we've analyzed a little bit there, we would also need to speak with the attorneys. I do believe that there are some restrictions on changes that might reduce or require down zoning for property, and there's some restrictions around that. So we'd like to take a little bit closer look at it and then come back to you with some suggestions or recommendations to resolve some of these issues. Clearly, it needs a little bit more time, and thankfully we have a little more time to look at this more closely.
Perfect, thank you. And I only asked for that clarification because the mayor is asking me to vote on something that is not quite complete. So for the sake of that vote, I think I would just kindly ask then, Mayor, if you could bring that after when staff is able to look at it and see the litigation side, because that's extremely concerning. I want to protect the city. I don't want to put the city in a litigation, and the state is going after other cities already. So that's why I asked, because the mayor is asking me to vote on something, and Mayor, with all due respect, I'm just not, I don't feel like we have the information to vote on the item that you're proposing, because we don't know the legal side of it yet. And so I would ask you kindly, we could just bring that conversation back after the report is done by the city staff.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're doing a great job. Feel free to contact the city attorney for any legal expertise you may be requesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, I noted that in the survey, community survey that we did a few weeks back, that a good number of residents found to be true the statement that it is getting more unaffordable to live and work in Milpitas, in the Bay Area. And to that end, I asked the notion, who are we advocating for? Are we advocating for folks who have views of the hillside? Is that do we want to perpetuate that inequality, that this dream of living in America in Milpitas is only for those who has an established view of the hills already? Or do we want to expand opportunities to those who have no views at all, who would like a view of anything in the city? And so that's why I think that we shouldn't be discriminatory in that end. No municipality in the state of California, I believe, except with the rare exception of the city of Palos Verdes, are you actually entitled to the view in front of your home? We need to get our housing priorities straight, and quite frankly, a place to live should be prioritized over a view of anything at all. So that's my comments on that.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back to the agenda here. We're just providing feedback and direction to our city staff. They're the ones receiving your input. So I want to thank all my colleagues for their input. As the agenda says, just providing feedback and direction to city staff. So all feedback and direction, please write towards city staff. And so they're writing everything down. And it's really great to gather a diverse array of opinions. Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua. You press it one time. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Regarding the request for tonight's item 1, the staff is asking for direction. That being said, I would like for piggybacking on what the Director Thomas said, it's come back to the council with the analysis and evaluation of density, building heights, mitigation issues, and RENA compliance. I would like to see that.
1 second here. I'll have to call upon your microphone. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Yeah, there's no motion tonight. We're just providing a feedback and direction to city staff. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano. Okay, did you need your microphone? Okay. Wait, you hit it like 3 times. Okay. Well, we want to hear it. You folks at home can't hear it. So let's go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. No, that was a question for Councilmember Chu, if that was a motion, but you've already explained that. It's just more suggestions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, I've provided all my feedback. Everybody good? Okay, great. We'll go to city manager here. Is that good, Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. That's good. I just think I would add that staff will also come back. We'll look at the no net loss of units.
Great.
And that's tied into the comments that we had. So I think that will be helpful as well, and tied to the any legal ramifications with downzoning existing properties that are zoned for certain heights and densities.
Great. I'll go on to the community and see what people think. All right, let's take the last public comments here. Attendees on the Zoom folks on the hybrid meeting. If you'd like to add a public comment as item number 1, if not, we'll move to item number 2. No virtual raise hand seen, opportunity given. Moving on here, number 2, adopt the Innovation District Action Plan. And we'll go to our Director of Economic Development, Alex Andrade. And I do see our Economic Development Coordinator, Daniel DeGoo Sr. on here too. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Give me a sec here. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and members of the City Council. It's my absolute pleasure to speak tonight on behalf of the Innovation District. Mayor, as you just indicated, I'm joined by Daniel DeGoo, our Economic Development Coordinator. He's also the project manager of the Fiscal Benefits of Employment Land Study. So we have been working closely with our consultant, Economic and Planning Systems, also known as EPS. And just as a reminder, I think it's important to say that the Innovation District is part of the adopted 2040 General Plan, of course, the Economic Development Strategy, and you just heard about the Great Metro Specific Plan, of which the Innovation District is a part of. So next slide, please. So just briefly here, we want to give you a little bit of background on the importance of the Fiscal Benefits of Employment Land Study. We're going to talk about the Innovation District, of course, and it's been about 6 months since we were last in front of you. So we'll give you a short recap of what happened on phase 1. And then Daniel will speak to you and give you a presentation on the 4 case studies for the Innovation District. And the purpose of tonight's conversation is the Innovation District Action Plan. And then we'll talk about next steps and the recommendation. Next slide, please. So on phase 1, it included various analyses that are listed on the screen, and I'm not going to go into every bullet point here for brevity's sake, but I will mention why we're here today. So during phase 1, there was significant data and research conducted while we looked at the benefits of the employment lands, and we learned that while there were some significant long-term opportunities for the city, the current development economics for new office and research and development space is not economically feasible without supportive development policies. So the reason we're here today is to discuss the Innovation District Action Plan and to have the City Council consider various policy actions that may result in new investment within that area. Next slide, please. So the area in and around the Milpitas Transit Center is experiencing a significant transformation. Today, the employment landscape contains tired industrial buildings that are not the most effective and efficient land uses. Mayor Tran earlier talked about the transformation of moving from an industrial area to more residential, and there are impacts. However, as you see on the screen, we envision an innovation district that will serve as a dynamic employment center for the 5th industrial revolution with modern office, research and development buildings, flexible space for people to interact through placemaking and entrepreneurial opportunities. We aim to have a well-connected innovation district with proximity to public transit and infrastructure that supports bike paths, pedestrian scale sidewalks, social gathering places, public art, and the latest technology. We expect to attract new businesses as well as ensure that local businesses have an opportunity to expand locally. The vision includes an anchor tenant or 2, along with an academic institution, perhaps an incubator or an accelerator. And so overall, the goal is to have high quality jobs near residents and public transit. Next slide, please. So this is a slide regarding the overall benefits. We know that the city of Milpitas has experienced a COVID-19 impact loss of $30 million to the general fund in the past 2 years. So it is absolutely critical that we look at strengthening the city's long-term fiscal sustainability. The intent is to grow and diversify the economy. And you're asking right now, perhaps, how do we do this? Well, we want to aggressively start business attraction efforts. And we also want to look at existing Milpitas businesses that are ready for retention and expansion efforts. We want to make sure that we help our residents in having the necessary skills to obtain the tech jobs of the future. And a sense of place will be important in the innovation district and within the metro specific plan area. And with the growing innovation economy, technology businesses prefer locations around transit areas for ease of employee access and mobility to and from employment centers. Next slide, please. So there are various key findings under phase 1. Employment lands provide substantial net positive revenues to the general fund. We've known this for a while, but working with EPS, our consultant, we now have data to prove how important our employment lands are to the city's fiscal health. A major finding is that development of new office and research and development space is not currently penciling out. Our consultant, EPS, conducted a residual land value analysis, and we learned that some office and R&D projects have a financial gap of $50 million, some to $90 million. This is where supportive city policies can help create office and R&D development along with business attraction and expansion. EPS and staff looked at potential policy levers to help projects pencil out by reducing the transit area development impact fee, as well as reducing parking requirements, which ultimately made some of these real estate projects more feasible. At full build out, the innovation district may result in future general fund revenues in the range of $6.5 million to almost $10 million on an annual basis and create significant number of jobs, as you see on the screen. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, it's been about 6 months since we were last in front of you, I guess specifically, yes, it's been since October 12, 2021. And what we've learned is the following. The City Council was in favor of protecting and preserving our valuable employment lands. The City Council was also in favor of flexibility as it relates to density and some support for height related to projects that are economically feasible. The City Council supported the parking reduction strategy since new development would transpire near public transit and be TOD. And then, although some council members supported exploring development impact fee reductions for new office and R&D development, others said it would really depend based on who the applicant is, their needs, and potential community benefits. And finally, the City Council supported policy considerations for helping with permit and the entitlement processes. I'm going to pause for a second here just to give you an opportunity to read the sub-bullets before I hand it off to Daniel. He's going to dive into phase 2 and the Innovation District Action Plan. So we can go to the next slide, and I'm going to hand it off to Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrade, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and distinguished City Council members. For the record, Daniel Degu, Economic Development Coordinator. As Mr. Andrade mentioned, this portion of the presentation will focus on the findings from phase 2, which includes a 5-year Innovation District Action Plan. To develop the action plan, our consultant EPS prepared 4 case studies of other jurisdictions with innovation districts. The purpose of these case studies is to identify common themes or specific insights to inform the city as we consider different ways to support development of our innovation district. The 4 case study areas consist of Mission Bay in San Francisco, Seaport District in Boston, Peary Park in Sunnyvale, and Warm Springs in Fremont. For the sake of brevity, I am going to focus on the most important lessons learned from each case study, starting with Mission Bay. Next slide, please. The most important lesson learned from Mission Bay is that a strong public-private partnership, also known as P3, between local government and developer is critical in transforming former underutilized industrial areas into economic engines. Examples include, in 1997, the city of San Francisco and the developer, Catalyst, donated 42 acres of land valued at $170 million at the time of contribution to UCSF as a way of incentivizing and attracting the research university to Mission Bay. Today, UCSF owns or leases approximately 3 million square feet of building space in Mission Bay and generates 6.5 billion annually in economic output in San Francisco. The city of San Francisco and developer also agreed on an infrastructure financing package that included tax financing tools as a way of supporting infrastructure investments. In 2021, Mission Bay generated more than 13.9 million in tax financing. Next slide, please. The most important lesson learned from the Seaport District is that the city and state leadership is important in championing an innovation district and attracting anchor tenants. Examples include the following. Veritex Pharmaceuticals received 12 million from the creation of a 15-year tax financing agreement with the city of Boston and 10 million in state tax credits. General Electric received 120 million in state incentives and 25 million from the city of Boston in property tax relief. And lastly, the city of Boston negotiated with developers to offer an incubator accelerator, a 1-year rent-free lease in the Seaport District. Next slide, please. The most important lesson learned from Peary Park is that protecting and preserving employment lands and strong development economics allow major developers to invest in new development while also providing community benefits such as infrastructures, parks, and public facilities, to name a few. The Irvine Company recently developed a 50-acre office complex with amenities like public green space, food courts, and a yoga studio in Sunnyvale. Next slide, please. And lastly, the most important lesson learned from Warm Springs is that grant funding is critical for infrastructure investments. For example, the city of Fremont received $30 million to develop a pedestrian bridge connecting the Warm Springs BART station with a public plaza at the heart of the Innovation District from the Alameda County Transportation Commission. Next slide, please. The slide before you is a high-level recap of the lessons learned from our case studies. These learnings have been incorporated into our Innovation District Action Plan, which I will preview next. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Innovation District Action Plan provides a roadmap for the first 5 years of the city's journey in helping the Milpitas Innovation District reach its full potential as a technology business cluster. While action adoption by city staff is slated to occur at various times over the next 5 years, the actual execution of the action plan or the action items may extend over several years. Adopting the Innovation District Action Plan does not have a fiscal impact, as city staff will concentrate on implementing action items within existing resources. Any additional funding needs will be brought forward for council consideration as part of future policy and budget actions. Next slide, please. The table before you outlines 14 recommended action items that are divided into 3 categories. The 3 categories can be found in the first column of the table under the title theme. The 3 categories are incentivizing new development, funding and investing, and city leadership, outreach, and partnerships. The next slides will go deeper into each category so the council receives a complete picture of the action plan. Next slide, please. The incentivizing new development category has 7 recommended action items highlighted in light turquoise. Next slide, please. Each action item for the incentivizing new development category focuses on improving the development economics so that office and R&D developments pencil out better and get built. City staff would also focus on developing flexible permitting for innovation district developments, as well as explore the removal of parking minimums for office and R&D developments near the transit center. So that way, these future projects align closely with the vision of the Metro Plan. Next slide, please. Action 3 and 4 would create a fee reduction and deferral program for permits and impact fees. This could, for example, consider temporarily reducing these permit fees by 10% or deferring such fees for the first 300,000 square feet of new commercial development to occur in the Innovation District. This program would only be available on a temporary basis and not in perpetuity, as this approach is intended to incentivize early investors to invest in the innovation district. Next slide, please. The funding and investing category has 3 recommended action items, as seen on your screen. Next slide, please. Okay. Each action item for the funding and investing category focuses on spurring new development, be it tax increment financing to fund public infrastructure and acquisition for site assembly and revenue generation. Land acquisition is something that could be funded via a strategic property acquisition reserve fund, also known as a SPAR fund, which is a tool listed in our economic development strategy. Next slide, please. This is the city leadership outreach and partnership category, the 3rd, and there are 4 recommended action items as seen on your screen. Next slide, please. Each action item for this category focuses on creating strong partnerships to bringing major investors, businesses, and partners to the innovation district. Under this category, the city could lead the development of a branding initiative for the innovation district, as well as have our city leaders, such as the city council, champion a vision for innovation-focused redevelopment in Milpitas. Next slide, please. So this is the next step in recommendation slide. Our next step is to commence the implementation of the Innovation District Action Plan with City Council's adoption of this action plan. And the recommendation is to request that the council adopt the Innovation District Action Plan. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I just have one question about the impact fees. It's hard for me, it's hard to understand fully the impact fees, but let me pause my question. Let's go to public comment. Folks in the chamber, public comment, come on up if you're here for item number 2, special city council meeting. We're talking about the innovation zone. Come on up, Mr. Amate Mayor, welcome.
Welcome, the Mayor of Milpitas, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and all. Yeah, so it reflects to area, not the group planning for it, right? Anyway, it's in coordination with the MPS, MSSP, and who's the new one, and the city. In other words, yeah, it's really we're trying to digest for the best of Milpitas. So I commend good task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our Zoom participants with the virtual raised hand. First up, we have Murali Chirala. Welcome. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, and council members, Mr. Andrade and Mr. Degu. My name is Murali Chirala, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of FalconX, which is the first and only B2B technology accelerator and incubator founded in 2018. We're located in a 12,000 square foot space off of South Milpitas Boulevard, 691 Suite 217. I'm very excited about the plan that was just presented, action plan that was presented. We've been a technology startup incubator and accelerator, made a choice of Milpitas to, creating an ecosystem where we could mentor global startups, help them raise capital, sign new customers, and help with their products and hiring. This requires the right combination of mentorship and incentives that can contribute to the city's goal of many of what.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. FalconX, thank you so much. Next up, we have JP.
You're able to hear me?
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And hearing this presentation, I'm super excited to hear that. And I think Milpitas has that opportunity to expand and create the innovation district because you have so many tech companies out there, and naturally you can attract so much business from the outside of the California as well as the other geographically. I think definitely we are supportive of it, and anything that you need, the kind of suggestions from the public side, we're happy to help your council team and your economic team. And I would appreciate the work that you guys are doing. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the comment. Any further virtual raised hands on the Zoom platform? It's a hybrid meeting and a special city council meeting. How about that? Okay, seeing no further virtual raised hands, that's it. And we'll bring the discussion back up here to the dais. As I was saying, I was just, maybe we can elaborate, Daniel, about how beneficial the impact fees piece is for tonight's item, briefly.
Happy to do that, Mayor. And Mr. Andrade, if you would like to add, please do as well. Yeah, as Mr. Andrade mentioned earlier on the presentation, we do see a significant gap in having these projects that are office and R&D related pencil out. And so a portion of a development cost to a developer does include specific fees such as impact fees. And so what we're trying to do is really try to meet where project can be a little bit better as far as penciling out. And so by having a deferral option, it will give us the ability to have a developer have the ability to come in and do a project, and at the same time have some flexibility in when they make that payment, which would be at a later stage of the permit process, entitlement process.
Absolutely, yes. Director Andrade, I see your virtual raised hand.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just wanted to mention that we learned today in terms of the TATF fees that have been collected as of January of 2022, we're looking at $181 million, of which the majority has actually come from residential development, which is quite obvious, at $179.8 million. Retail has brought in $1.4 million and office $74,000. So by incentivizing more office, we will eventually be getting more development impact fees, because we have a plan for ensuring that this is not in perpetuity. We're trying to incentivize development. So what we have proposed is the first 300,000 square feet to get some sort of assistance to lessen that gap.
Thank you for that answer. Okay, great, fantastic. I'm all for tonight's Innovation District Action Plan. I'm so excited. This is one of the biggest things to happen in Milpitas since Union Pacific added a stop. Since the Ford factory came to town, let's see, the 90s. Since Quantum came to town, since Cisco came to town. And then I think more recently, like, what is it? KLA came to town. Thank you, Vice Mayor Montano. And then recently you see Amazon and other companies. So this is just a huge thing for this business park. Perhaps they'll put in a conference center, right? Convention center, right? Maybe it'll be a little convention center in the business park. You never know, folks. That would be huge for our community. So I have no further comment. I just want to see this thing adopted. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I too is very excited about this innovation district. I'm sure the rest of the council members as well. And I really like the recommendations on the actions. And I know I went through this with Director Andrade. I'm excited about, I understand now why number 5, which is the parking minimum requirements reduction, makes a big impact to developers. I think that's going to make it very attractive as well. And I like the proposal of temporary reduction of deferred building permit and also deferred impact fee. We're not forgetting the impact fee. We're just deferring it to help the developers. And also one of the things that I like about this proposal is the city leadership outreach partnership. And also, as I mentioned to Director Andrade, we need to look into our current businesses to entice them, to encourage them to expand within the city, not go outside the city. And I know you have plans for that one. So that I'm very excited as well. And thank you, economic development team. This is good job. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua. As always, great comments. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First and foremost, I want to congratulate staff. You guys have been working so hard. I know that all of those meetings, not only staff, but I know there's commissioners on the Economic and Trade Commission who have also impacted this work, and to see it into transportation is really something extremely just incredible. I think something as an elected official, sometimes you put the seeds and you work with staff and you see staff work so hard, and it takes sometimes a little longer to really see it come through. So to actually see this plan come through is just extremely exciting. And I am so proud of all the work that all of you guys have done. It's been extremely professional. It's been collaborative, and there's partnerships. I absolutely love the funding and investment piece. I think it's very, very attractive. And I really do love the incentivization of the proposed items. And so thank you for thinking outside of the box and for doing it differently. And I am very excited. I know Milpitas is leading the way and other cities are watching this project. So thank you so much.
Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So this project is probably one of our finest moments to create businesses, to create jobs. This is going to be a really big thing for our cities. And I did receive, as I'm pretty sure the other council members did receive, a letter from McCarthy Ranch, and the McCarthy Ranch, when they, Joe McCarthy, when they speak highly of a project, that really speaks volume about how important this project is. I'll read some of the Innovation District action plans that he's supporting. It'll strengthen the city's long-term fiscal sustainability. It'll grow growing Milpitas economy, business attraction and business retention, employment and upskilling opportunities for residents, a sense of place for the district, and connectivity to the Milpitas Transit Center. All those are great reasons why this project is going to move forward. So I really am proud of staff and our city moving forward for this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I just wanted to really commend economic development staff on working on this presentation. I know it's been a long time coming. You know, a lot of cities often are unrealistic with their goals and expectations. They want to do all sorts of things. But where the disconnect is sometimes is, how do we fund it? And so I want to make a note that I'm really impressed with this presentation in particular, because we actually do address that in the funding and investing component of the presentation. The EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure Funding District, that's something that I've been bringing up since 2017. I think this is probably the first time I've seen it come back in a presentation, albeit a small note in the presentation. Would love to hear more analyses on these opportunities, the EIFDs and the CFDs for the Innovation District. I really think it's underutilized by municipalities. I think since the program was created in 2016, only 1 or 2 municipalities actually went forward with creating such a program. So I'd really like for us to be among those few cities to really lead the way there and set the standard. The other thing that I really like, the funding of the SPAR fund, the Strategic Property Acquisition Revenue. I don't think that was touched on enough, and I would love to see more from it. I really think that this is a unique opportunity that we have not seen the likes of since the redevelopment agency days. You know, this is a real opportunity for us to acquire property and really bank on it, and essentially a form of land banking, which really provides the city that leverage, that equity for us to consider new projects in the future. So very supportive, would love to hear more about all these funding opportunities And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I'll move to adopt the Innovation District Action Plan, approving item number 2. And I'm going for a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 3, receive a report on community odor monitoring pilot program results. We'll go to our Director of Public Works, Tony Enda.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Tony Enda here with your Public Works Department, and here to provide you a presentation this evening on the our results from our community odor monitoring program. Let's go to the next slide. So this evening I have with me Mr. Matt Lambert, who's our environmental compliance specialist, and Scott Cowden from Jacobs Engineering. They'll be coming on here in a second. By walking through the agenda, we'll walk through the background of the study. We'll talk about the data collection portion of the study itself, the findings, discuss our next steps, and then we'll go through the recommendation that we have on the slide. So let's go to the next slide, please. Excuse me 1 second. Oh, here we go. So as we all know, odor has been a long-standing issue here for our community. So in February of 2019, our council actually approved funding for the implementation of odor monitoring pilot program with the goals of being able to characterize the odor that we are experiencing here in our city. We did consult with Jacobs Engineering, who's a renowned specialist in this field, and they provided their technical expertise for this program. So in June of 2019, we entered into a contract with Jacobs for their technical expertise in forming and shaping this program for us. And then in November of 2019, our staff actually began the field work that's involved with getting the monitoring of the odor on site. And Matt Lambert, who will be speaking on the next slide that's coming up, was the key member of staff working on that. November 2019 also had at the same time the BACMET board approving the odor attribution study. And I'm going to distinguish the two studies on the next slide so folks have a clear distinction between what the city of Milpitas was conducting and what the BACMET folks were doing. Our one-year study, which began in November 2019, concluded in July of 2021. We did have some delays in there due to COVID that occurred at that time, plus the wildfires, and I know Matt will be talking about that in the slides that come up next. Let's go to the next slide. So like I mentioned in the previous slide, we had 2 distinct studies going on. We had the Milpitas Community Odor Monitoring Pilot Program, and we had the BACMET studies. The Bay Area Quality Management District had an odor attribution study that they were conducting. The community odor program, which is what we were doing, our pilot site here, really focused in on the characteristics of the odor. So things as the type of smell that you're actually experiencing, whether it's rancid, whether it's a smell of a rotten egg, whether it's smell of compost. So we really are characterizing the odor itself. Whereas the BACMET study focused in on being able to draw a link of the odor that's being experienced to the actual source that it could be coming from. Now that study is on the way and it's not been completed yet, but it's close to being finished. And we expect for them to be here in the next month to give us a presentation. So when we talk about the odor program tonight, which is the community odor monitoring program that we did in our city here, the focus really was on the characteristics of the odor and not on linking the odor experience to any sources. Let's go to our next slide. So we had 3 main objectives for our study. The first one is to obviously to obtain data regarding the characteristics of the odor that we're experiencing in our city. Our next objective was to share that information with our stakeholders. We did have numerous presentations that we did to various committees in the city. And then also to collaborate with BACMET on our study and provide whatever data we were collecting from our side, we did share with BACMET as well. Let's go to our next slide. And now I want to turn this presentation over to Matt Lambert. Like I mentioned before, Matt Lambert was actually the staff member doing the field work out in the field. So he also has a lot of good information to share on the study itself. So take it away, Matt.
Thanks, Tony. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, happy to be with you today to talk to you about our odor monitoring program. First, I'm going to start off talking about the data collection methodology. The method of the study was developed alongside Jacobs to really be a standard methodology that's used across the world in different odor problems. We work with them to select the assessment locations. You can see on the map here in the blue dots, based on odor complaint hotspots, as well as prevailing wind direction and weather. Next slide, please. We went out weekly during the main part of the study at these 11 or so discrete locations, and we had multiple field assessors. And we did, as Tony mentioned, have to extend our original 12-month study to 18 months to, and since we had to kind of shut down and scramble like so many people during the pandemic. But we did end up tacking these months on to the end of the study to make sure that we captured odors and different points of the year, different weather, the hot months and things like that. And our analysis of the data with Jacobs show there wasn't a significant difference between the pre-pandemic and during pandemic in terms of odor impacts. And all of our odor assessments did result in over 580 field observations. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the field instruments we used. Our main instrument to get this objective data on the strength of the odor is the field olfactometer. Ours we used was the Centroid SM100. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. We had our portable weather station, which most importantly could capture the wind speed and direction at each location we got to. And we have here a trained odor surveyors was an instrument as well. We use our noses, which we learned from Jacobs is still the best sensor that we have out there to detect a mixture of odors at low concentrations. We went through training with Jacobs, and I'll take a second to thank our other odor surveyors, Linda and Alan, who are out there with me. So the Centroid starts by providing you clean air, just like a scuba tank. You're breathing that clean air. That allows your nose to desensitize or to resensitize, because as you're smelling an odor, your nose desensitizes over time. So once your nose is kind of zeroed out, you start to move that flow regulator on the Centroid and start to introduce the ambient air, the odor sample. And as soon as you can detect that odor with your nose, you can look at the regulator, write that number down, and that corresponds to the strength of the odor, like at that threshold where you can start to smell it. And you might ask, you know, okay, you're using your nose, everyone's sense of smell is a little different. We purchased the odor sensitivity test kits, which allowed us to test out our noses, and all of our odor surveyors came back within the acceptable range for a professional odor panel. And one more note on this slide, I do have a picture of the bag sample vacuum chamber we used. On 3 occasions, we did collect bag samples of air to submit to the UCLA odor lab for analysis. Next slide, please. A little bit more about the information we collected. Each time we would do an assessment, we would drive out to these different locations on a random day of the week. At different times, we would write down the weather, the odor character we observed. Was it sewage, garbage, swampy? I'll talk a little bit more about our odor wheel we used in a second. Then we would record the odor intensity and the hedonic tone, both things that we were trained on by experienced odor assessors. The intensity being when you're experiencing an odor, is it a weak odor, strong, extremely strong? And then the hedonic tone is how unpleasant it is, really unpleasant, revolting, or nauseating. And then again, I mentioned the Centroid, we could record that odor strength measurement. Next slide, please. As far as odor character, we did have the odor wheel at our disposal to make sure that we were recording every type of odor character that we were experiencing. We would look at all these different descriptors and pick the ones that we could smell. And as an example, like a rancid smell, or was it sour milk, on and on and on. Next slide, please. And then here's some of our findings, some of our data. So first, I'm going to talk about that odor intensity. We have our survey locations on the left of this table And in the middle, the average values that we got throughout the length of the study. Inside the red boxes as kind of our fence line survey locations, and below that is our community location. So in the community, we did see kind of averages range between very weak to distinct, and a maximum that we observed at a few locations being a distinct and strong odor. Next slide, please. As far as the unpleasantness of the odor, again, in the community locations under the red box, we did have some averages of unpleasant odors, some at neutral, and on one occasion, a maximum of revolting at one location, kind of the more northwest part of the city. Next, please. And this slide kind of has a two-parter. We had our percentage of the time the odor was present. So a couple locations, half the time we went there, we observed an odor. Another handful, between 20 to 30% of the time. And the middle column being the average odor strength that we recorded from the centroid. We had a few of those locations above 5, and kind of as a reference, between 5 and 10 odor units is where you're getting up to a distinct odor, and that's where you're going to see odor complaints come in. And we did note some maximum values up in the 10s, 20s, and upper 30s. Next slide, please. And just to summarize our key findings, is Jacobs put this report together for us. And basically, the bottom line was that this study confirmed with objective data that there's an odor problem in the community based on the character, the odor intensity, the unpleasantness, the strength recorded, and the frequency we saw odors. And again, that 580 assessments really helped strengthen our data. We didn't see a predominant odor experienced in the community. It depended on location, wind direction, and time and day. There were, all kind of three main different types of odors observed in our community. And the results of those bag analysis we did submit to the UCLA lab of the panel of trained panelists was consistent with the observations we saw in the field. So that kind of helped back up what we were seeing. And just a note as well, council did approve construction contract for the main lift station emissions control in June of 2021, and construction is expected to be completed in December of this year. Next slide, please. So two main consultant recommendations came out of this report. The first was for purchase of instrumental odor monitoring systems with automatic air samplers. Basically, that is an instrument that has sensors that can detect the usual odor-causing chemicals in the air, and can actually trigger a bag sample to be collected at a certain level. These automatic samplers could also be triggered to collect a sample remotely by, say, BACMed staff or city staff. And really, this gets at the problem of the community experiences an odor. By the time the inspector mobilizes, maybe the wind changes, the intensity is not as strong by the time he gets there or she. This can capture it right then, and these samples can be analyzed by a mobile lab to kind of help figure out where that odor is coming from. This is an estimated one-time cost of $176,000 and an annual cost of $60,000, mostly related to that mobile lab and analysis cost. Second recommendation being a dedicated mobile app or enhancing an existing mobile app to report odor complaints, allowing improved feedback from the community, but also improved connection to the enforcement agency, or even the sources could get real-time feedback and improved quality of complaint data. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Matt. I'll go and take this last slide here, and then we'll open up for questions from the council. So our next steps that we're looking at here is to continue to work with BACMed on some of these consultant recommendations. So BACMed really is the governing body that has the ability to use the data to better regulate the odor emitters. So we want to continue to work with them to look at the recommendations and look into ways to have BACMed implement some of these items through their enforcement efforts. And then we also want to work with our council to look at possible ways of championing these efforts with BACMed themselves to see how we can get BACMed to help support us on these efforts. Because like Matt mentioned in the previous slide, we're talking about one-time costs that are pretty high and then ongoing costs for these efforts as well. So we are looking for ways to see how we can partner with BACMed on this and then work with our council to see how they can also influence the BACMed staff to take this on. And then the last piece to just talk about here is BACMed has confirmed that they will be able to provide a presentation to us at our May 17th council meeting. And by that time, they'll have their study completely done, and they should be able to bring that to our council for presentation. And again, their study really is the odor attribution study, which focuses more on the target sources. So we'll go to our next slide and then open up for questions from the council, please.
Thank you very much, Tony and Matt, for the presentation. I think a lot of folks know that this item was one I advocated for in my first term, fought really hard. I want to thank the city council at the time for supporting my item. It was very difficult, but I really appreciate the support from the council at the time. And to finally see this come back, I'm pleased. But I think when I proposed my item here, it was really about the outcome. You know, what kind of outcome are we looking for or result? And I think that you know, one of the questions I posed was really, what is in the air? What is the atmospheric science? I had concerns about particles that are in the air. Really, this air pollution is a public health concern for many residents in the community. And so those are some of the answers that I continue to seek. I'm not sure if I saw it in our presentation. Tony or Matt, can someone help me? How do we determine what's in the air pollution, not necessarily its source? Knowing its source is only a part of the equation. Understanding the particles in the air pollution, I think, is much more important for the public health of upwards to 80,000 people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question, Mayor. I think what I want to do is maybe bring in Mr. Scott Cowden from Jacobs to help answer that question, particular to what you're asking for, the part of what's in the air. As far as the two studies that we looked at here, meaning our study here, which is the characteristics, and then the study being done by BACMed, I'm not sure that question will be answered particularly, but I'll turn over to Scott to see if he can shed some light on that.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to do that. Thanks, everybody, for allowing me to be here with you tonight. It's a pleasure. Yeah, what we found is multiple types of compounds in the air, all fairly unique in the sense of tracing back to some of the facilities in the area. Aldehydes, that's one grouping that we found. It's kind of a sweet odor. And we found also some volatile fatty acid type odorants, which are kind of the rancid type odorants. And then the reduced sulfur compounds, which are kind of the rotten egg type, and also the kind of a decaying cabbage, if you will. So those are some of the odor compounds that we found, the groupings that we found. All of them are at levels that are considered trace levels. They're nuisance levels, they're not toxic levels. So we're not talking about a safety concern here, but definitely a nuisance. And so you're able to, because of the type of odorants that we found, you're able to generate odor fingerprints that you can sort of trace back to the various facilities, because we know which facilities generate which types of odor fingerprints. I hope that helps.
It does help. Thank you so much. I think, you know, I think they pass you the basketball. You made the shot. So absolutely. Yes. And so, yeah, maybe I can get a list of some of the elements following tonight, so I can take a look at all the what's in the air, for lack of better words. Just the long-term exposure to some of these things I was concerned about, and I am concerned about it being toxic. So I think the odor is the odor, but to hear that the toxic levels aren't there, maybe in the short term, perhaps in the long term, that's something I'll look into. But that's, I think, in a tough situation, just really an odor situation, you don't want toxic levels. So that's one piece I can walk away from tonight. Other than that, I'll receive tonight's results and put more of my own time into understanding the results. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do agree with you, Mayor Tran. It's important to know exactly what the particles or whether they're what's the impact to our residents. So on the recommendation, Tony, if you will, the first recommendation from the consultant to continue for the 176,000 for the equipment to monitor, and also the 60,000 yearly costs. I do not agree with that as of now, as of today, because we already have the 18 months of data. What I'm looking at is the solution. This is still data collection, what the recommendations from the consultant. What I'm looking at is to hear from, the Bay Area, the
Air Quality Management District.
Oh, Tony,
Bay Area, yeah.
Yes, that their feedback on May 17th, and then we can decide what to do. I want to hear from them. What are they going to do with this data that we collected? That's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Mayor.
I second that. You're welcome. I second that. And so, yeah, I know there's a couple of recommendations here tonight involving funding. And so I will second Councilmember Chua to sort of defer that decision until after May the 17th. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it was Scott that you mentioned there are 4 sources. And I don't know if you want to mention those sources, but I do like the what you call the odor fingerprinting. You can trace it back to exactly where these facilities that are. And I think that's what we want to see. We want to see where they come from, so that way we have proof, and that way we can come up with some kind of mitigation plan. So I really do like that you did this. Now, was this for 1 year or was it for 6 months?
Yeah, so the Milpitas study covered a period of 18 months. We did have a break in there because of the wildfires that happened in the summertime and because of COVID. So when COVID first hit in March of 2020, we had to send everybody home. So we had a break in there. But council had approved a 1-year study at that time.
Okay, so but you say 18 months, so that's almost 2-year study. So we do have what are the molecules, those where it came from. So yeah, I think that we should continue the study. But when you continue the study, we got to have some facts where, I guess that's the mayor had mentioned, a matrix of where the source, where's the source of the fingerprinting? I think that's what we need. So thank you very much. This is really great. Thank you, Mayor, for being the champion for this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Worked really hard at the time to get support, and I'm thankful for it even till today. And yeah, we got to take care of the Milpitas monster now. It came from way over there in those parts, and it's wreaking havoc on our town, as it does the odor in our city. So with the day we get rid of the odor, the day we get rid of the Milpitas monster. And if you don't understand, that's a film here in town you can find on YouTube, Milpitas monster film. But we got to take care of this Milpitas monster, and I hope there's nothing toxic in there. But if there is, we're going to find it. And like the Vice Mayor stated, litigation is an option, and we're going to protect the public health of our community. And so folks, tune in. I know there's some social media posts about tonight's agenda item. Thanks for tuning in. The odor is certainly something that folks keep a nose on. And so May 17th, we'll hear from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Did I say it right? Yeah, I hope I did. And then we'll get back to even more. But a lot of big news. You know, we got some projects happening over there in those parts to help the air pollution. We got a lot to share this year, folks. So thanks a lot. So yeah, we've received the report, and I think we have direction to wait until after May 17th, Tony, and that's good with you. Matt, appreciate your work. Scott, I see you're still with us, and so I'm going to acknowledge you. But I think that's it. I see no further requests from my colleagues. We took public comment. Yeah, that's the first thing we did. Was it? Okay, let's check one more time. Public comment. Mr. Montano, did you speak already? Did you speak on this item? Yeah. I just want to, okay, come on up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, you did it. Okay.
Milpitas, it could be from, no blaming.
And it's not from
I just didn't see this. And now it's a history like we are not using Nuba Island that much, but still we cannot say it's because of Nuba Island before. I don't want to, please off there. I don't want to recall history, but we did the process of selecting, and then we were not using Nuba Island that much anymore. And then it's good that we're monitoring it. Yeah, very greatly effort from Neda and Mr. the Director Neda and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any further public comment from the chamber? Going once, going twice. I see no requests. Let's go to the Zoom, folks. Remember, it's a hybrid meeting. Back to the Zoom. First up, we have Ling Kong with the virtual raised hand. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Thank you so much for putting this item together and investing staff time and consultant into this project. This is more than a project for many of our residents. As you know, we have been suffering from odor nuisance for decades. And I just wanted to add in that BACMET actually presented their findings to the board of directors yesterday. And some of us were able to join that meeting. And I wanted to stress there was a very important statement that was made by Ms. Judith Coutinho, which is the health officer from BACMET. And she clearly stated on record that odors definitely have health impacts, especially the impact on well-being, stress, and depression is significant. Those are her words, and it was captured in the meeting yesterday at BACMET. So I do know that BACMET has discussed their directions, and they wanted to bring it to City of Milpitas, and definitely the health issue, the health impact
Thank
is
you.
very
Appreciate
important.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Mark Iskra. And we'll get your microphone unmuted. Mark, welcome. Mark, you're on Zoom.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
You're welcome.
Thanks. I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous.
Welcome. You're good.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I guess first, I just want to thank the City of Milpitas. I live here. I've been here a resident for over 8 years. I'm a voting resident, by the way. And I live over here very close to the McCarthy Ranch state, or the Murphy Ranch odors station. I noticed on the map in the presentation that Mr. Lambert gave, there have been a lot of complaints that, or, a substantial number of complaints that came out of our area. It's a little surprising to me that out of their methodology, they only found a very mild occurrence of odors. I think it's a serious problem here. And I would just like to commend the council to take this seriously, bearing in mind that voting residents out here actually care about what's happening to us. And, it's great that you can commission a study to tell us that we have an odor problem.
Thank you, Mark.
But I think we knew this, right?
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. It's certainly been a topic of priority since, I think decades, as mentioned. And, we had 2016. Folks know what happened back then. And so it's really an evolution of the advocacy for the air quality of our city. So I would say no one is taking it lightly. So thank you very much. Please follow up with the email. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much. I first want to say thank you to the prior speaker. Thank you for being present and for your feedback. Please know that I really do appreciate you being part of this process, and your feedback is appreciated. I want to also echo how important it is. I know many of us for years have been advocating to just try to find out, one, where is the source? And so I was hoping I would get that report today, but it's okay. It's coming. So it's in the horizon. So I am really excited to listen to what that report has. And then I think it will influence, definitely it's important to find out the particles, if there's any that are affecting health, because it's just important for us to know what it is. And then that way we could work with other agencies to address it. But I do want to thank those that are in the community who have been advocating for this for many, many long times, many years. And so just know that I appreciate your partnership and your ongoing conversations and patience. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, fantastic. And so we've received the report and provide direction to staff. I want to thank Tony Endaw, our Director of Public Works, and really Matt Lambert. I think you probably, waist deep in the study. So, and Scott, I want to acknowledge you as well. So thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes item number 3. Okay, folks, as you know, tonight is a double header. I'll call it a double header. We got 2 meetings in one tonight. That's your special city council meeting. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. Really not a recess, but a break. Recesses happen during meetings. We're going to take a break in between meetings here, and please be back by 7:45. This meeting is adjourned. I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, and we're really expeditious here during the break to get back out here. So really, this is over 10 minutes after what I had said, and so I want to thank everybody for their patience as well during that break. We do have a double header here tonight, folks. Thanks for tuning in here on YouTube.com and Facebook live stream. It's great. We have members of the community here in our chamber at City Hall. All are welcome. And we'll go ahead and go to the second part of this double header. We had 2 meetings tonight. If you're just tuning in, we had a special meeting right before this meeting so that we can accomplish a lot of great work. And we did that as a city, as one with the Innovation District, the Milpitas Metro, a specific plan. Maybe some would call it an update, but it could be described as an update. And then we talked about some of the work we've been doing with the odor study. So really great night, and let's continue the work. Thank you to our city managers and department directors, support staff, every single department for your work. Truly, our organization is the engine of this ship that a lot of people call City Hall. A lot of people say City Hall looks like a ship. I don't know if you have a cruise ship, so let me know if you can see any resemblance from the exterior. But with that being said, let's call this regular city council meeting to order, and we'll go to the roll call with our city clerk, Wendy Wood.
Councilmember Chua.
Get the microphone.
Here. Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you very much, Wendy. And we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance again tonight. You can never say it enough. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we got a lot of items tonight here, folks. So if you're sitting back here in the chamber or sitting at home, wherever you're at, please hold on tight. Next up, we have the invocation. Tonight's invocation is brought to you by Councilmember Evelyn Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. We're so blessed this evening that we have Father Andy Liggett, the pastor of St. Elizabeth Church at Parktown. Father Liggett has been doing many contributions through the many years, spiritual and community services to the residents of Milpitas. He started out over at St. John the Baptist Church on Main Street. Thank you, Father, for being here this evening. Welcome.
Okay, good evening, everyone. For us in the Christian world, we just celebrated Easter Sunday, and I wish to extend to you all my Easter greetings. And so we pray. To the Most Holy One, known by many names and beyond all names, we ask your blessings on the people who gather this evening, especially those called to lead our community in which we live and work and play. Thank you on behalf of all who are gathered this evening. Thank you for the many abundant blessings we continually receive from you. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us even so from your boundless and gracious nature. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you have established these very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular, for this assembled City Council. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our time, a sense of the welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, and personal peace in their lives and joy in their tasks. I pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Milpitas. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. It is in your blessed name we all pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Father. Thank you for being here this evening. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua, and thank you, Father. And moving on here, we got presentations. We actually did the presentations during the special meeting just a couple hours ago. So we have that on youtube.com for your viewing pleasure. Next up here, we'll go to the public forum. Those in the audience are welcome to provide 1 minute tonight of comment on any item not on tonight's agenda. If you're here for a certain agenda item, it would behoove you to speak during that time. Folks on the Zoom, it is a hybrid meeting, folks. Thank you, everybody who is on Zoom. We will be recognizing folks for public comment on the Zoom as well. First up, we have John Ag. Welcome on the Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Milpitas Rotary has begun a special annual fundraising event supporting 4 worthy causes, local, county, and international. The event, Bay Area Heroes Golf Tournament, will honor one individual or organization each year who has significantly contributed to bettering our lives in the South Bay. Service above self. This first year, Denny Weisberger is to be honored, a 3-term mayor of our city, Rotary District Governor 1999 to 2000, Rotary Club President, decorated Marine, but perhaps most importantly, a tireless advocate for our city and community. We ask that the mayor and the key city administration join us that day to recognize Denny's special place in our city's history.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ag. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Okay, any further virtual raised hands from folks on the Zoom? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Moving on here. Seeing no further public comment during the public forum. Moving on to announcements and future agenda items. And we'll go to our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. I have one brief announcement for you. In recognition of Earth Day, our city is celebrating the construction of new sustainable microgrids and a number of citywide water and energy conservation initiatives, all part of our Smart City Infrastructure Program. We'll be hosting an unveiling ceremony this Saturday, April 23rd at 10 a.m. at the Milpitas Community Center parking lot. That's right here behind City Hall. Elected officials will provide some brief remarks at the outdoor socially distanced event, and we hope to see you there. That concludes my announcements.
Thank you very much, our city manager, Steve McHarris. Moving it over to this side of the dais, announcements. What can I say? It's been a pleasure to safely be back in the community in person at events, social gatherings, boosted, vaccinated, and my heart is just really recovering from the really more depressing times during the depths of the pandemic. I attended an event at the Indian Community Center to recognize a certain New Year's for sort of a specific place in India. I was with Councilmember Evelyn Chua. We had a great time over at the Indian Community Center. I went over to a mosque here in town, the Ahmadiyya mosque community. I was there with Vice Mayor Montano. We had a great time, huh? And so just truly a pleasure to be back in the community, and really looking forward to more events, folks gathering going forward. I have one future agenda item for after our recess to come back from our city attorney, perhaps August, September, maybe even October. And so not a priority, but I'd like to explore the regulation, or maybe I'd take that disregard, not regulation, a policy for shopping carts here for our larger commercial businesses, not small businesses, but larger commercial businesses, possibly Fortune 500 companies, these larger businesses here in Milpitas with shopping carts. I'd like to explore a policy for the locking mechanisms on these shopping carts. Truly a road hazard once these things hit the sidewalk and into the road. Maybe I'll reach out to the police chief and get some information on any type of history, but I'm seeing shopping carts on the Calaveras Bridge, unacceptable. I'm seeing shopping carts really at the end of the bridges on each side, our largest boulevard in town. So just would hate to see a family baby seat, car seat in the back drive, hit one of these carts. Just not acceptable. So that's my future agenda item request. And we'll go to my colleagues. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I first want to echo the sentiments. It was really nice to be out in our community. I do want to share with our community that the events are not shared with all of us, or when you send it to one email, that email may not get to all 5 of us. So I'm going to go ahead and share my email. Please invite me. Please send it over. It's kdominguez@milpitas.gov starting on Friday. So I am really excited about our new and very easy domain. And so I had the honor to attend a couple of Easter events at our different faith-based communities, including one of the largest Easter egg hunts here in Milpitas that was sponsored and hosted by CWC. Thank you so much for that, as well as thank you for the invitation to join you for your Passion Parade. It was a great event, eventful weekend, as well as the Knights of Columbus. Thank you so much for your leadership in hosting an amazing Easter egg hunt for all levels. That was great to be at St. John's, and definitely Mass at St. John's, St. Elizabeth's, and CWC was definitely something that touched my heart, and I am extremely excited to continue that spirit of Easter with all of you. I do want to share, I know John got cut off, the Bay Area Heroes annual golf tournament sponsored by and hosted by the Rotary Club of Milpitas is going to be on May 7th, 2022. So please visit the milpitasrotary.weebly.com to get your tickets. I definitely look forward to seeing you guys there. I also wanted to kindly ask for a future policy. I know that we're already looking at the traffic mitigation. I really would like to see, Milpitas has very long and very wide streets. And so as we look at the traffic mitigation, I feel more strongly about roundabouts. And so I know that East Palo Alto, some of the other smaller cities have them. And I don't know if it's just I'm noticing them more, but I would like to see staff maybe explore the roundabouts to minimize traffic, or as using it as a traffic calming mechanism, because cars are just speeding everywhere in Milpitas. So I know that thanks to the Milpitas Police Department for doing that campaign. That was awesome. I really do appreciate that. And so for our community, please slow down. Please, distracted driving begins with the telephone. Put that cell phone in your bag, in the trunk, where you're not going to have the tendency to grab it, because it is causing a lot of accidents, not only here, but in our region. And so let's keep our kids and our families safe, pedestrians safe, and let's keep ourselves safe. So I would like to just share those thoughts with staff as we move forward. And the other one, I do want to also share, if our community did not see the press release, very exciting news for the city of Milpitas. We received a grant where it's going to establish a women's commission. And so I am extremely excited that I, as a council member, could say that in 2022, we put women issues in the forefront and as a priority to the point that we are going to have that commission. It's going to be funded thanks to the efforts of staff that found some money. Thank you so much for applying for that grant. It's definitely a pivotal and historical moment in our city, and I know that other cities have already reached out to do the same thing. So I am very excited about having a commission that is going to be focused on the needs of young girls and women here in the city of Milpitas. So I am just going to do a virtual applause for that because I am extremely excited about it. And so with that, that concludes my announcement.
Thank you very much. We'll send the roundabouts idea to the CIP meeting, since that would be categorized under the CIP. I appreciate the intent. And then the Women's Task Force Commission, I applaud your leadership on that. And our city council is super excited to nominate folks to the task force. And so really looking forward to that. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have 3 announcements of events this April, the remainder of April. And if Rochelle or Daniel, please show the slides, the flyers. On this Friday, April 22nd at 5 o'clock, the Youth Advisory Commission, they're having a spelling bee. So that's exciting. I don't see the flyers yet, but that's all right. And like the city manager said, Saturday is, this is it. So we have the spelling bee this Friday, and the teeners are very excited about this. They've been working on this together with the staff. Shout out to Mr. Anthony Teixeira. He did a great job, and also Justin and Josh. Thank you so much. And all the commissioners, the Youth Advisory commissioners. And also, they're excited to wear their new jacket, the gray jacket. So they'll be all wearing the gray jacket this Friday.
Yes, the commissions, yes.
So then the next day, April 23rd, like city manager said, it's Saturday Earth Day. And part of that is I'm liaison to Energy and Sustainability Commission, and I'm hoping they're going to wear their jackets as well. So it's going to be an exciting weekend. And the last day of April will be another exciting event, and this is the ADU workshop with the Safe Legalization ADU 2. So I'm inviting all our residents, please come. There's so many things to discuss. We have panelists, and we have our city staff to showcase the software that we have, and the ADU Mondays, the development tool, and all the work that we've been working on for the last year. Please come. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Always amazing. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Sure. I have 2 things. The first is a policy request. I know with the perceived labor shortage, some businesses are turning to automated machines to meet their labor needs. However, I worry about the risk and the implication that this will have on the jobs in our community, the people who are working paycheck to paycheck. And I worry about potential safety, building and safety hazards that the equipment can pose. So I would like for us to consider policies to regulate automated equipment, particularly equipment that would replace a position that would typically be filled by human employees. And the second thing that I want to speak on, and forgive me if I get emotional, I, for one, would like to express my deep gratitude to the great people at Best and Krieger for their many years of service to the city of Milpitas. I don't think he's present right now, but Martin, if you can relay to him, I want to personally thank Christopher Diaz for serving the city of Milpitas with tremendous integrity, diligence, and humility. He's always looked out for the best interests of our city and has fought with us in some of our toughest battles. Maybe some of us weren't here. Maybe some of us forgot. But that's something that I'll always remember and appreciate. It's truly been an honor working with you, and I know you will continue to do amazing things in your career. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Chris.
I just want to add note that it's not BB&K's last day, nor Chris or Martin. There's a transition period, so it's not happening today. So I appreciate your comment, Councilmember Fan. The first proposal you had for any type of policy related to technology, innovation, and things. We already have businesses here in town with those type of technologies. McDonald's over on Landis, Walmart, Safeway, self-checkout. So was there a specific technology that you were looking for? Yeah, go ahead. Let me get your microphone. Briefly.
Sure, yeah, it would refer to any new technology that is introduced. So not necessarily retroactively, but any new automated technology that would specifically, if it replaces the task of a current worker. So if it can be done by a current worker, we should be considering the impacts that would have to the economy, the impacts that it would have to our community.
Our city is heavily covered by manufacturing companies that have automated processes that have eliminated physical labor. So I'm not sure.
I'm referring specifically then to the broader food and beverage industry.
The restaurant industry? Okay. Yeah. Let's look for any hands of support. I'm not supporting it myself, but any support? I'll look along the dais. Seeing no hands, perhaps you can bring back a memo or something to advocate for your proposal. Thank you very much. Next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to announce I did have the honor of attending the Ramadan Festival at Ahmadiyya, the Muslim Center here in Milpitas, with the mayor and many dignitaries from other cities. Also, I attended the Milpitas Monster Bobby Sox, our very own Milpitas Bobby Sox teams here in Milpitas. Another one, I have a council request, and this request is to put on the list for Steve to put on this. So right now, I know we have 15% affordable housing. It's a requirement. I would like to increase that to 20% for any new developments. 20% will be required for affordable housing. So I'd like to put that on this so we can discuss that as a city council.
I second that.
All right.
Okay.
And I was invited to be a judge on this on April 22nd, the spelling bee. So I'll be there as a former. Well, actually, I still teach. I still have my teaching credential, so I will be there as a judge. Thank you.
Kudos. Yeah, no, we spoke about all these events, and our community is so diverse and rich and peaceful. I think we had Ramadan, and then Passover, and then Easter, and then just recently, I think it was last week was New Year's for Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia. And so here in the month of April, we're still doing New Year's. May will be jam-packed full of events too. So thank you to my colleagues for the announcements and future agenda items. Thank you, city staff, for bearing with us. Moving on here, the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Martin de Los Angeles. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. I'll start with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
And I will also ask the mayor and council members to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for projects on tonight's agenda. I'll start with Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions.
Thank you very much. And I'll go ahead and read the City Council Code of Conduct. Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. That's the hardest one. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable with this code of conduct. I do. Moving on to the approval of agenda. For the approval of agenda, I'd like to move item number 22 right behind item number 19 for the agenda tonight. Any further requests from my colleagues under the approval of agenda? Taking all requests here. Seeing and hearing no requests, I'll move to approve the agenda. Need a second. We got a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion is carried. The agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar. I was looking really hard to put some items on the consent calendar. I can't find any. I cannot. Would have been nice. Would have been nice to put something on the consent calendar, but any requests from my colleagues for the consent calendar? Hearing no requests for the consent calendar, I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Need a second. We got a
Second.
We got a second from the vice mayor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is carried. Moving on here to public hearings. Thank you, folks. Item number 15, let's introduce an ordinance adopting a controlled equipment use policy per the California Assembly Bill 481. And we're going to go off the agenda here. We have from our Milpitas Police Department, our Assistant Chief of Police, John Torres. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is John Torres. I am currently serving as your Assistant Chief of Police. Tonight, I'll be talking with you about item number 15, which is titled Adopt an Ordinance Regarding the Police Department Controlled Equipment Use Policy. Next slide, please. So during this presentation, I'll be providing you with a summary of what Assembly Bill 481 is, also referred to as AB 481 throughout the presentation, the controlled equipment currently in use by the police department, why controlled equipment is needed, and lastly, to seek approval of the proposed ordinance. Next slide. The summary of Assembly Bill 481 is on September 30th, 2021, Assembly Bill 41, which was titled Law Enforcement and State Agencies Military Equipment Funding and Acquisition and Use, was enacted. You'll notice that in the title, it does have the term military equipment, but I wanted to note that while this defines certain equipment as military equipment, it does not necessarily mean that it has been used by or received from the military. Assembly Bill 481 was meant to improve transparency and create a checks and balance system for procurement and the use of qualifying equipment. Some of the highlights of AB 41 is policy approval process that needs to start needs to start prior to May 1st, 2022. Outline the process for community feedback, approval for continued use of items purchased prior to January 1st, 2022. It also requires an annual report, which will include the equipment usage and updates, maintenance and costs, internal audits, and summarized community feedback. Next slide. So within Assembly Bill 481, there are 15 equipment categories that are considered controlled equipment. As you'll note in this slide, the Milpitas Police Department currently has items that are only in 7 of those 15 categories. And those items that we currently are using are the unmanned aircraft, or often referred to as UAS or drones, robot, an armored rescue vehicle, which we also refer to as our medevac, a command vehicle, specialized firearms, tear gas distraction devices, breaching equipment, 40 millimeter less lethal, and beanbag rounds. On this slide, you'll also notice that all of these items that were in 7 of the 15 categories had previously been approved by council. And you'll also see that the number of years that they've been in use by the police department. Additionally, you'll see that there is one column for the funding source for all of these items. At the bottom of the slide, you'll note that the other items that are not listed here that we do not currently use range from mine-resistant vehicles, tracked ballistic vehicles, weaponized aircraft or vehicles, certain types of ammunition, and it goes on with long-range acoustic weaponry or water cannons. Next slide, please. So the controlled equipment justification. Milpitas Police Department utilizes best practices and the most current tools and equipment to safeguard residents, businesses, and visitors of Milpitas by promoting de-escalation, distance, safety, and most importantly, the preservation of human life. These items that I just spoke about provide peace officers with the ability to safely resolve volatile situations which could otherwise result in a lethal force encounter. They also provide the department with vital tools that facilitate compliance with existing policy. In most categories, there are no reasonable alternatives to achieve the same degree of civilian and officer safety. In those categories where alternatives do exist, the equipment is cost-effective compared to the available alternatives. An example of that would be the UAS, or the unmanned aircraft systems platform. The advantages that provides to our officers. The only other comparable thing to that perhaps would be a helicopter or a fixed wing aircraft. And you can see the two differences between costs between a UAS and those two items. Next slide, please. So the next steps for AB 481 is going to be the second reading of the ordinance scheduled for May 5th, 2022 at the City Council meeting, the implementation of a tracking system for equipment use in preparation for the AB 481 annual report, and the issuance of the first annual report scheduled for the first quarter of 2023. Next slide. So our recommendation is that we introduce an ordinance adopting a controlled equipment use policy per California Assembly Bill 481. And that concludes my presentation for item
Thank you
number
very much, Assistant Chief John Torres. We're so proud to have you as our Assistant Chief. You've been amazing to our city for so long. I want to give you a quick shout out and welcome to the City Council meeting. All right, I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections, hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We'll take public comment. Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
Walter Montemayor, Milpitas. I'm always in favor of this equipment. We don't want to be surprised by it. I'm not believing the negative actions, but yeah, if we need it and it's assembly bill, then if possible, we fund it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, it's the public hearing, folks. If you're in the chamber, you'd like to speak on the item, please let me know. I'm looking for you. I see no further requests from the chamber. We'll go to the virtual chamber on the Zoom. Hey, attendees, thanks for joining us here tonight. We have just really a very wide agenda tonight. So many items. Looking for any virtual raised hands for this public hearing. Seeing no virtual raised hands, that's the public comments. Thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, I'm just going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. I have not much comment besides my continued support for public safety here in the city of Milpitas. I know folks do have concerns about military equipment. Being a veteran of the Air National Guard 129th Rescue Wing here at Moffett Field for 6 years, I think military is also here to protect you. Look at the National Guard, their response to some of the things that happened over the last few years. So all the equipment that we have here in the city, we're not using it for military reasons. Of course, we're using it for public safety reasons. So our community is fully aware of all our equipment, and from what I've been hearing, are very supportive. And so the controlled equipment use policy is something that we really already really practice here, if I may say. The policy will support it as well. So I will go to my colleagues here, but I'll just make a motion to adopt the ordinance and leave it on the floor. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. In terms of approving the ordinance, I just had a couple of questions. The first one is, I understand that the approval of the ordinance is to use the military equipment. Does that include, could you just tell me, is this the bill that requires us to do a report of how it's being used at the end of the year?
That's correct. That would be as part of the.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was looking at the chief and I forgot you're up there too, Chief, so I apologize for that. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. And I only asked that question because I want our community to understand how important it is to have this equipment, especially to ensure the safety of our officers when they go in unforeseen situations. Definitely understanding that there might be some concerns out there of the word in itself, military, I think sometimes does bring some questions to our community. But I do want you to know that this particular bill is going to require us to put out how it's being used. And we have an amazing chief and an amazing police department that already does that when they are already using it. And I've seen it in the media press releases. So I appreciate you guys already doing that. So it's already something we're doing. So I feel extremely comfortable supporting this and making sure that our community is safe and making sure that our officers have the equipment that they need to stay safe and do their jobs. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, next up, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I totally agree with this. If no one else is going to speak, I'd like to second to make the recommendation to introduce an ordinance adopting a control equipment use policy per California Bill 481.
We have a second from the Vice Mayor of Milpitas. All in favor of adopting the introduction of the ordinance? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion's carried for item number 15. Thank you, everybody. City Clerk, yes.
I just wanted to make sure that we read the title of the ordinance and waive further reading.
Yes, let's go to our City Attorney, Martin de Los Angeles.
Thanks, Mayor. So the title of this ordinance is an uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas to establish guidelines for the acquisition, funding, use, and reporting of controlled equipment as the term is defined in Government Code Section 7070, and to fulfill the obligations set forth in Assembly Bill number 481. And we'd be looking for a motion to introduce the ordinance and waive further reading beyond the title.
I'll make a motion to introduce the ordinance and waive, was that the reading, Martin?
Yes, yeah, waive reading, further reading beyond the title.
All right, there you go. Thank you. All right, need a second.
Second.
We got a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Are we going?
Any opposed? Any opposed? One more time. Hearing none, the motion's carried. Item number 15 is approved. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Assistant Chief John Torres. You did excellent. Moving on here, item number 16, conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution approving issuance of the California Municipal Finance Authority multifamily housing revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $47 million for the benefit of the Milpitas Pacific Associates to provide for the financing of an affordable housing project at 308 Sangle Court. Will go to our staff listed on the agenda, the Director of Building Safety and Housing, Sharon Goey.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Somehow I think I got muted again. All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the committee. We're here this evening to conduct a public hearing to support financing for the 308 Sangle Core project. Next slide, please. For background, the 308 Sangle Core project is an 85-unit, 100% affordable multifamily housing project that was approved by the City Council on August 5th, 2021. This project submitted a building permit application package February this year, and the project is undergoing plan review. Next slide. For 308 Sangle Court, the developer is Pacific West Communities. The borrower is Milpitas Pacific Associates, and they have requested that the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA, issue tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $47 million to finance the 308 Sangle Core project. Next slide. Here's a brief look at bond financing and related federal and state laws. Affordable housing projects qualify for tax-exempt bond financing. The bond financing program was established by federal and state law, giving private developers access to below-market interest rates for housing projects that include affordable units. 308 Sangle Core qualifies for tax-exempt financing through the issuance of bonds. Under the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA, a public hearing is required to be conducted by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located. So in our case, it is the Milpitas City Council that conducts the public hearing. This public hearing provides an opportunity for public comment. Because the project is located in Milpitas, the city acts as a vehicle through which to conduct a public hearing to allow public comment. Following the close of the public hearing, the Milpitas City Council then approves the issuance of bonds by CMFA to provide for the financing of the 308 Sangle Core project. Next slide. Now we will take a look at the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA. As mentioned, the developer and borrower have requested that the CMFA issue tax-exempt bonds to finance their project. CMFA was created on January 1st, 2004 as a joint powers authority to issue bonds to finance public benefit projects throughout California. To date, over 300 municipalities, including the city of Milpitas, have become members of CMFA. The bonds to be issued by the CMFA for the project will be the sole responsibility of the borrower. The city will have no financial obligation, legal obligation, liability, or responsibility for the project or the repayment of the bonds for the financing of the project. All bond financing documents will carry clear disclaimers that the bonds are not an obligation of the city. The city will not bear any cost related to the issuance of the bonds either. Next slide. Pursuant to the developer and borrower's request for CMFA to issue bonds, CMFA has made a request of the city. So to satisfy federal and state tax code, CMFA requested that the city of Milpitas conduct a TEFRA public hearing to provide an opportunity for public comment and adopt a resolution approving the issuance bonds not to exceed $47 million by CMFA for the benefit of Milpitas Pacific Associates to provide for the financing of the 308 Sangle Core project. Next slide. As for fiscal impact, there are no fiscal impacts to the city with the exception of staff time. and it is expected upon closing of the CMFA bonds that a portion of the issuance fee will be granted by CMFA to the city. This amount is anticipated to be approximately $15,000. Next slide. So here's the staff recommendation. Open the public hearing under the requirements of TEFRA and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, known as the code. Move to close the public hearing following any comments, and then adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the multifamily housing revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $47 million by the CMFA for the benefit of Milpitas Pacific Associates to provide for the financing of the 308 Single Core project. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500 regarding joint exercise powers. So that concludes the staff presentation. And I just want to note that representatives of CMFA, Ben Barker, as well as the developer, Mike Kelly, are also present tonight for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you say Mike Kelly?
Yes.
Okay, that name sounds familiar. Oh, well, great presentation, Sharon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Very well done. I know our public appreciates it too. So let me go ahead and open up the public hearing, and then we'll get the project applicant in the public hearing. That sounds like a fun time. So I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If there's no objections, hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. Let's get our project applicants in here at this time before we go to our public. Who wants to take the lead here? Project applicants.
So my name is Ben Barker. I'm with the California Municipal Finance Authority. We have come to the city multiple times for affordable housing projects for the very common TEFRA hearing. We appreciate the city staff and review of the project, and for the opportunity to come for the mayor and council members for the hearing. And I'm available for any questions.
Awesome. Great. Let's go to the public comments here. Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
It's not really a catch, but it's a give and take. The word, they ask for free tax, but there's a fee of some few $1,000s. And it's guaranteed premium. Paperwork will support it. In other words, the city doesn't have any responsibility. And one of the main things is multifamily housing and bonds or housing bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, seeing no further requests from the chamber, we'll go to the Zoom. Folks, if you're here for item number 16, you're on the Zoom, raise your virtual raised hand if you'd like to make a comment. Would love to call upon you. Seeing no virtual raised hands, going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, that's the public comments for this item. I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If hearing no objections, I hear no objections. The public hearing is now closed. And so we'll bring it back up here to the dais. I really appreciate the terms of this project, risk management, and risk management is something that we prioritize here at City Hall. Our fiscal health is one of the 3 pillars in my mind and heart for this local government to be as best as it can be. And based on the presentation, I like the low risk, and I know these bonds are tax exempt, and it's just really driving a lot of the affordable housing projects, as well as the missing middle income of other housing as well. I'll just throw it out there. But tonight here for 16 affordable housing, I'm a grade A 100% on it. So my support is behind item number 16. Proud to support affordable housing and all other types of housing that can help during this housing crisis, the times that we're living in. And, quite frankly, I don't think we're going to solve the cost of living. It's just going to continue, I think, to take a higher trajectory. But what we can do is we can do our best. And whatever the agenda has on it on any given night, I will always do my best to put Milpitas families first with affordable housing. So any comments from my colleagues? We'll take them and we'll go to the motion. Let me go ahead and move to adopt the resolution as stated on the agenda. And we'll leave the motion on the floor and we'll go to my colleagues. Who's next? Come on now, don't be shy. Item number 16. Well, comments or a second? I'll take either one. Okay, Vice Mayor Montano.
I'll second that.
All right, we got a second from the Vice Mayor. I'll give my colleagues another chance. Anybody want to comment? If not, it's a slam dunk, grand slam we got here. Okay, next up, Councilmember Dominguez. We have called the question.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. First and foremost, I want to clarify a couple of things. The first thing is that I think our community knows that I tend to ask a lot of questions and I tend to be a middle person. I like to be in the middle, right? I like to explore new ideas and see if they work. I like to see if they work, then go ahead and replicate them. I am one of the strongest advocates for affordable housing, but I am also one of the strongest advocates for our internal staff. And as a public employee myself, burnout is real. And burnout is not the same as wellness. It's very different. Burnout is literally the psychological process that our employees in any field where they're having face-to-face interaction with other individuals will start to literally feel like they're not doing enough, and it starts to be counterproductive to their performance. We'll start seeing there's a lot of effects of burnout that follows, such as depression, anxiety, stress. And the first project I was incredibly excited about, and I was all for it. I fought very, very hard from the beginning to the end. And I fought for it because I felt we had an amazing partner who showed to go above and beyond that space and provide us a great deal. I also know that it's regardless of what the report says, that it doesn't take staff, there is going to be staff time. And because of some of the transitions that we're going to be exploring here at City Hall, I am incredibly concerned about those transitions affecting the work load of our entire staff team. So it's not only in good conscience that I do not want to place our staff in that position, and it is my responsibility as a leader to make hard decisions. Please know this one's a hard one. I also want to know what happens after. And so I was very supportive of the first project, but it's still not done. Like, I don't know where it's at. I don't know the success. I don't know how it went. I trust that it's going to be successful, and that's why I advocated very strongly for it. But I do want to be very cognizant that those results are not here yet. And so because of that, as I have a history that shows that I do abstain when I don't have all the information. So because I don't have all the information, and I do want to protect our city, and I do want to be a leader that makes really hard decisions, even when they're not the popular ones, because I want to protect the city of Milpitas. And so at this time, I am going to probably be abstaining. So thank you.
Next up, we have Councilmember Chua. Let me get your microphone. I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do empathize with what Councilmember Dominguez said. I just want to make clear that this one is different from item number 22. But what you said is good. So, and I would like to call on Director Sharon Goey, please, because I asked the same question. I had a pre-meeting with Director Goey, and I asked her this afternoon, and I said, what is this 47 million? What are we talking about, a bond? And the way she explained it to me is the only reason that it's on the agenda is because beneficiary or the location of the affordable housing is in Milpitas. And please, Sharon, go ahead and expound on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, you're correct. Under the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA, as we have shared on the slides, a public hearing is required to be conducted by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which this project is located. The project that wants to be financed with tax-exempt financing. So in that case, it's the City of Milpitas. So we're conducting the public hearing to provide an opportunity for public comment. And then following the close of the public hearing, looking for the council to approve the issuance, adopt the resolution which approves the issuance of the bonds by CMFA in order to provide for financing for the project. And then the representative from CMFA is here too, and I see he has raised his hand too. So if you'd like to hear from him, Ben Walker is available.
I'm good with that, Director Goey. I think that's clear. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome. Great questions. Great questions. I just want to go ahead and call the question now. From my memory serves me, we do have a motion and a second, and I think the city clerk has that noted as well. So we have a motion from myself, a second from, I believe, the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano, for affordable housing. All in favor of adopting the resolution, item number 16, as stated on the agenda for your further reference. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Okay, we have unanimous 5-0 from the City Council. If anybody has any objections to the vote, please state your case. All right, the motion is carried. Item number 16 is good to go. We took public comment, and that was the public hearing. Fantastic. And just a point of information, this is our sort of baby affordable housing in Milpitas, Sango Court. We've been working on this, I think, as far back as 2017. This is the first affordable housing project sort of in the pipeline for the TASP. And so it would really be a disservice to our staff if, all that time was spent without the outcome of affordable housing. So to folks in the community, this is the first affordable housing project in our pipeline in the Trans-Area Specific Plan, really in the whole city. And so thank you, staff, for working on this for so many years, and I'm happy to support it. So moving on, public hearing number 3, which is actually number 17 on our agenda. Let's adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 22-23 master fee schedule. We'll go to our finance director, Lauren Lai.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members of the public. The item before you is to update our master fee schedule. I'll keep this brief and then address any questions you or the public might have after the public hearing. Next slide, please. We'll go over the background and talk about the approach, look at the fee schedule where we've done some minor tweaking, just give everyone a refresher on where we are with water and sewer rates consistent with the 2019 resolution, and seek your recommendation as a council and hope that you'll adopt the budget, adopt the master fee schedule for update. Next slide, please. What is the user fee? Just to explain, the user fee here is an amount charged for government activities performed at the request of and or specific for a particular individual, business, or group, as opposed to a service performed for the community as a whole. So just kind of distinguishing that. So our approach in response to council, our approach is to seek cost recovery for fees. So during this update, we're focused on updating it for personal cost increases. And every 3rd to 5th year, we do a comprehensive study. This is an interim period, so we are maintaining our cost recovery with minor tweaks. Importantly, we're also being responsive to some feedback from council about events and also facility deposits. So I'll speak to that in a bit. Next slide, please. So given that this is minor tweaking and we're doing a cost of living adjustment, you'll see there that we have 745 fees. 51% of those were below, remained unchanged, while 48% of those remained unchanged by only a margin of less than 5%. We have only 3% or 19 fees that went up above 5%, and I'll speak to those, and one that went down. So just minor tweaking. Next slide, please. The ambulance fee, we are aligning with this with Santa Clara County, as you could see there. Next slide. So special events. So this is development permit review. What you're looking at here is the current and proposed. There's two elements of change. One is the cost of living adjustment, and two, importantly, in the spirit of cost recovery, we need to include building safety review. It was previously omitted, so this actual fee that you have before you that we're hoping you'll adopt reflects full cost recovery to include building safety review. Next slide, please. Likewise here, continuing on with development permit review. This includes cost of living. In addition, it includes building safety and also housing staff. So when we have site development, especially these multifamily ones, there is building safety and housing staff. These costs were previously omitted, and we're asking council to update that and reflect that in the next year's master fee. Next slide, please. Special events, we've heard the requests to pull out the minor events and reduce these costs. And we've done that in this updated fee schedule. You'll see we have 3 categories for application fees for events. One that we're calling minor event, where it's 1 day or less and really involves very minimal staffing. You'll see there the current fee is $945. It's gone down to $253. Regular events, you'll see there is defined as events that are 4 days or fewer. That is a modest increase of $41 because of cost of living adjustment. Major events pertain to events that have 1,000 attendees or more, consistent of exceeding 4 days and up to 7. So that's reflected there as well. Next, please. Community garden plot. So we're adding another garden, which we're really excited about, but we also recognize that these plots have various sizes. And so to make it really transparent and more fair in terms of a fee that's cost recovery, we're moving it towards a cost per square footage versus a flat rate. Importantly, the discounts for seniors and MAPs still continue. And as you'll note there in the second bullet point, very low income senior rates will be equal to or less than $15 a year, recognizing that there will be minor increases each year, consistent with these little exercises that we do. So that's really exciting there as well. Next slide, please. We also heard feedback and requests to reduce the deposits on our senior community center and the Aguera Adobe room. So as you see there, we're proposing a 33% reduction, taking the current deposit from $750 down to $500. So I think we're hoping that's reflective of what council has asked. Also, we also want to acknowledge that while we did adopt the budget, while we did adopt the fiscal 2021 cost recovery policy for recreation, we are going through a pandemic. We do want to see a full year of data from our recreation program. Our plan is to phase in that cost recovery policy in the fiscal 23-24 master fee. Next slide, please. In finance, we have an existing fee, which is our credit card cost recovery fee related to anyone who wishes to use the credit card for payments of city charges. We are striking the amount or the comment there where these fees will be charged in excess of $10,000 transaction. This will enable the city to cost recover for credit card transaction processing fees from our various banks and merchants. Next slide, please. Water and sewer rates, as you may recall, in 2019, Council adopted a resolution setting the rates for water and sewer. This slide presents what has been recorded in that resolution in the upcoming fiscal year 22-23 for water and sewer. You'll see those very modest changes. Next slide, please. With that, we ask that you open and close the public hearing and adopt the resolution. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai. Thanks for tuning in all across Milpitas, folks. If you're still with us tonight, I know a lot of people watching on Facebook, live stream, and YouTube. And so these are our leaders in our organization. And we're doing some really important things here tonight. So I'll go ahead and move to open up the public hearing. If I hear no objections, hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We'll take public comment from here at the Milpitas City Hall Council chamber. Mr. Montemayor, you're up first.
Montemayor, Milpitas. Lots of figures and a lot of favor, leniency for the public. At least cost recovery, not even the overhead, the other overhead cost maintenance. We're not earning bureau, not for not to earn. We go for the public. Sometimes we waive fees, I believe so. In some of these consent calendars, we waive the whole people who ask for waiving of the fees. And now I give you example like I mentioned PRCRC of the cost. We may gain something if that garden will boost and people will go there. We may ask some fees and whatever. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, sir. I see no further requests for public comment here in the chamber. Let's go to the Zoom. Folks in the cloud, thanks for joining us. We're on item number 17. A really interesting item, actually, when we really perform every year. The master fee schedule. It's one of those things I really didn't know too much about before taking this job on. And now I'm all master fee schedule life. And I love the master fee schedule. And it's been very interesting and balanced every year, and I'm sure we'll hear some interesting proposals tonight for the master fee schedule. Seeing no virtual raised hands, anybody want to talk? I see no one on Zoom. That's it for the comments, and we'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing. If I hear no objection, okay, I hear no objection. The public hearing is now closed. We'll bring it back up here to the dais with your Milpitas City Council. I just want to first thank our finance department and all the departments with fees for collaborating. Certainly a unique task to check in with all the city departments for all the fees and all the calculations. It's really extensive in all seriousness. So I'll look to my colleagues for any ideas about the master fee schedule. Okay, looks like we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Lauren Lai, for the presentation. I do like how at the community garden, instead of a flat fee, you're going now with, I guess, the size of the plot. Because from my understanding, before it was just a flat fee, but you didn't really consider how much water consumption was there. And now that we're in a drought and mindful about water use, I really do like that the amount of land that they're going to use is going to determine another fee instead of a flat fee. So I really do like that. That was a great idea. Overall, and I also do like the reduction for the special events. You know, people that, for example, you had the waivers for the parks, especially for the Samuel Ayer High School, Reunion High School. So that's another one that I really do like. So overall, it's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. And next up is Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Ms. Lai, do you have any? I don't know if I missed it. What about water? Is there an adjustment on water?
Yes, if I may get help, it's the slide number 13, please. May I get help putting slide number 13 up on the screen?
It's on the way. It's on the way.
Okay,
Coming
great.
soon. Coming soon. Yeah.
Coming.
There we go.
We hear you.
Coming.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. So consistent with the 2019 resolution, as you see there, the rate increase is scheduled for 6% for water. That illustrates an average household bi-monthly charge of about a $7 increase.
So we're increasing the water fees to 16% plus. I mean, 16%. I mean, 6%. Is that correct for water?
6%, correct.
How much is that a year revenue for for the city? Do we know?
How much is water revenue for the city?
If you increase it by 6%.
Let me look online real quick. I don't have the exact answer for you. So if you can just give me a few minutes, but I can get you that answer. But I do see the deputy city manager coming on, so I don't know if it's because he
And we'll
hasn't
go to Walter
answered.
in a moment while Lauren looks that up. Folks at home, our sewer and water expenses, the cost to each home, it does go to an enterprise fund where we spend every penny accordingly for water or for water pipes and those things to deliver folks clean water. We are at a time at 68 years in the city where a lot of the pipes in our older neighborhoods have reached their useful life. And so that's why that's one really factor as to why the cost is going up. But regardless of the fact, I just want to reassure our public at home that we do have specific enterprise funds for everything, and the money is all going towards 100% water. We've even performed a sort of a cost allocation to ensure that your money is not going to other places not related to water, including staff time. So we'll go to our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman, for further information. And your microphone, perhaps, Walter. You may have two different devices for audio and video. He's adjusting his earpiece here.
It is.
There you go.
Perfect. So thank you for hitting all those points, Mayor. It was perfectly correct. I just want to add, and maybe Lauren Lai mentioned this already, the wholesale water rate increases to the city are going up by about 15%. So we are actually absorbing a higher cost for the water we purchase, and the ratepayer increase is only 6%.
Thank you for that information, Walter.
Mayor, I'm still waiting on the.
Yeah, we're here. Your microphone's still on.
I know.
Have I ever left you hanging? I hope not. I hope not. That's not a good day. That's not a good day. But yeah, your microphone's there, and we'll get the information. But definitely, I want to thank Councilmember Chua while we're in the middle of this for asking the question, because these are, when it comes to our bi-monthly bill in the mailbox, this is a top concern of our residents. So I really appreciate you asking the question.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting, Ms. Lai, can you tell us, am I correct saying that the last time we increased our water fees was 2019? Is that true? Did I get that right?
I can speak to this, Lauren.
Yeah, there's a resolution.
Yeah. So what happened, Councilmember Chua, is in 2019, in April or February 2019, the council, in its wisdom of understanding that the water utility needs ongoing funding, has ongoing costs. From a capital perspective, the mayor talked about wholesale water rate increases, which we've experienced over its period, and obviously running the utility has adopted an ordinance with rate increases, with annual rate increases. So you had rate increase in 2019, 20, 21, 22, and now 23 or 22.
Did we implement the based on the 2019 policy? Did we implement it in 2020 and 2021, the increases?
Yes, we did.
How much are those increases?
About the same range between 4 and 6%, I believe. But Tony, if you have the data ready, handy, then speak to it, please.
Yes, Walter, it's 6% each year for water.
Well, right. So this is based on a policy that was formulated in 2019. This is expected. I mean, this is an ongoing thing. Yearly, is that, am I correct? I wasn't here in 2019, just so I need to understand.
I can speak to that, Walter. So the rate that was adopted at that time, Councilmember Chua, did anticipate rate increases coming from our wholesale water purchases. That's SFPUC and Santa Clara Valley Water District. So when we put together that rate study back in 2019, we anticipated what their rate increases were going to be at that time. And the rate increases that we have in place are based on those assumed rate increases that were coming in at that time. But as Walter correctly mentioned, we anticipated, for example, for this next fiscal year, a 9% rate increase coming from our wholesale water purchases. But because of the drought, we're expecting a 15% rate increase as well. So the rate increase that we're actually putting in place is a lot less than what we're getting for the wholesale water purchases. And that actually is the amount of money that that's what we spend the most of our money on, is purchasing wholesale water to serve our community.
Before 2019, what was the policy? It's not yearly, right? I would assume, because after 2019, it's yearly. What was the policy then?
Yes, before 2019, and that's part of the work that you did when you were on the Water Commission. We didn't have a good practice of keeping up with the rate increases to match our expenses. So after your team went through and did the Water Commission, and then task force, sorry, thank you very much, Mayor, did the task force, and some of the recommendations that came from there included making sure that we have a cost allocation plan, which we did put in place, and also to make sure that we had a rate that was able to stabilize and keep up with our expenses.
I think if I remember correctly, the increases were every 3 years. Am I correct on that one, before 2019?
I'd have to do further research.
It's not yearly.
Yeah, Councilmember Chu, I'd have to do further research on that.
Okay, so my question now, my initial question was, how much is this 6% increase? What is the amount are we looking at? I know I can see on the chart it's $7.25 per household, or 52 cents, if you can bring that up. Is that what we're looking at for the residents? Another $7.25 bi-monthly. So that would be $14.50. Is that true?
Every 2 months.
Wait. Okay, go ahead, Laura.
That's every 2 months, bi-monthly.
Every other. Okay, I got you. So it's 13, including the sewer, it will be $13.
Correct.
Every 2 months.
Correct. So then I also want to answer your first question, which is what is 6%? The charges is about 30 million, so 6% will be about $1.8 million. And as the mayor noted, all these revenues are going into a separate enterprise fund for the purpose of the water operations and maintenance and infrastructure. That's a very important concept, because these dollars, these revenues are not commingled with the general fund. They are to pay for the water enterprise cost and infrastructure needs. As mentioned a moment ago, a primary cost is a wholesale price. We had some assumptions in our resolution for 2019, not only for the lease bonds, but then also for the purpose of our assumptions for rising wholesale prices. So we do have some concerns about that compaction, but then also we have infrastructure needs as well that these new revenues are supposed to fund. So I just wanted to highlight that point for members of the public who are watching.
Yes, that is good. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you both.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua. I just really enjoy watching your leadership. I think you're the newest member of the council, and I think I just, you thank me, but I just enjoy watching your public service leadership. It's so good. Yeah. Okay. And I also want to note that our wholesalers, as mentioned by our city staff, our wholesalers are increasing their prices. So when they do that, it puts us in a difficult position with how we're going to look after our residents and customers. I dare to look around other cities, over 500 in the state of California alone, that are raising their prices. And I would say that our city is fighting tooth and nail to keep the utility costs down. Folks in this town have been receiving that Milpitas, that city of Milpitas mail for a long time. So certainly when they open it, they kind of have a feeling of what's happening here in our city. And furthermore, before I go to Councilmember Dominguez, is this is not Flint, Michigan. Unfortunate for them. This is not like an Aaron Brockovich movie of things. We're gonna do all we can to perform at a level of excellence to deliver potable water for each home, family, and child. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'll make sure that I look at my notes to make sure I am speaking on the correct item this time. So one of the things that I have ran into, and as we are talking about increasing the water rates, because we just, unfortunately, everything is increasing and we're just at that point as well. But I'm also very mindful that there's community members out there that are experiencing some difficult financial challenges. One thing that came across my desk maybe about, I would say 4 or 5 weeks ago, was a community member called me that they needed assistance. And thanks to this council, I appreciate every single one of you. We all worked together to make sure that we had that financial assistance available for those who cannot afford their bills. This particular bill went up to, she was at $4,700. It was almost $5,000. And while, we were, I'm sure it's because we were trying to make sure we didn't turn off any of her utilities and her appliances. My question to staff is there, I know that we have thousands of people, and I know that it would be extremely hard to monitor, but I'm not too sure if there is a system that maybe we could flag when their utility just keeps going up, like after a certain threshold, where if it goes above a threshold, staff get flagged to reach out to that community member to get them on a program. Because many times they don't know that we have the financial assistance. And so their bill just keeps racking up. I honestly, as a single parent, when she said almost 5,000, I almost fell to my seat, because just the stress that it brings, thinking, my utility is going to get cut off. I don't have anywhere to go to help. Thankfully, she reached out and I learned more about her case, and staff has helped. But just wondering if there's any mechanisms that we could have in the system as we're talking about this conversation to make sure that those utilities maybe reach a certain point, and then we're reaching out to the people to catch them before the utility bill is just out of control. Not too sure if there's something we could do about that.
I think I'd like to ask staff to speak to that. I know we do have something in place.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll speak to it. Our fiscal service customer service reaches out to various accounts holders on an ongoing basis to talk about various payment plans. Also importantly is we provide an opportunity for members of the public who may feel that their bill is due to a leak. They can get that documented and submit a request for some adjustment due to any type of a plumbing leak. And we evaluate those on a case-by-case basis as well. But we proactively reach out to our account holders to allow them the opportunity to be put onto a payment plan due to financial hardship. Also, we have the MAPS program, which gives a discount, and through council's leadership, we've doubled the MAPS discount for utility as well. City staff has applied for 2 programs for the state. We've already been funded one, which is water, and we're in the process of getting the final touches on the wastewater program. What that's doing is that'll give additional credits for accounts that are outstanding. So the state's giving us about, I think it's a year or a year and a half, don't quote me on the exact period, but for that duration, they've given us a grant. Then we apply the value of the grant to all the outstanding accounts for that period. So members, like possibly this individual who's contacted you, council member, will get some of that bill written off because the state has given us a grant. So we've been successful with the water side. And like I mentioned, we're doing the final touches on the wastewater side. Once we get that money from the state, we will be applying both tranches to resident accounts that have outstanding balances that the state has given us some financial relief. We will then turn around and give our residents those financial reliefs as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, I am very thankful for that information because I appreciate the help that we're all doing for our community members. But again, I just want to make sure that at some point they stop getting, it just stops accumulating to the point that they just don't know where to go. So I appreciate the leadership that our staff is providing and you guys looking out for extra funding. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much for that response. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Okay, back to the agenda item, master fee schedule broadly. I want to pivot away from the utility bill. Our city council did approve the resolution. I'm not sure what the vote was, but it got approved back in 19. I just want to pivot to the master fee schedule. I'd like to make a last minute really recommendation or proposal to the council here for the building inspection fees for our seniors here in Milpitas and disabled and those receiving a fixed income, SSI and such, Social Security. I hope it's not too large of a segment, and those that really are in need of financial assistance. I know some seniors have their savings and pensions and things, but for those that may have homes, single family only, let me filter it down, single family only, seniors, senior citizens, disabled of all ages. Some of these people live in houses, and you can drive through the neighborhoods and you can kind of tell which houses haven't been renovated. And I've been observing sort of some folks in the community that their water heater needed to be replaced, or their roof had a leak, or their window needed replacement. And I think whether it's the water heater, the roof, the window replacement, I think those three things are really critical to the integrity of a home in Sunny Hills, in the Manor, the Rose Elementary neighborhood. These are our oldest neighborhoods in town. Did I miss one? I'm not sure. But I want to do some sort of master fee schedule adjustment for that population, for those three housing issues that need building inspection. Now, perhaps we could roll that into our Milpitas assistance program, or if the master fee schedule, I know we're adopting it tonight. It's really the 11th hour. I can't ask really much more than to propose these things, but I haven't seen the master fee schedule item come up this calendar year so far. And so I feel like tonight's a good night. Let's go to our assistant city manager, Ash Sweeney.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. We actually, council gave us direction on this, and we have Sharon Goey who can speak to it. We are addressing it through the MAP program. So it's specifically for this item. So it's not included in the fee schedule, but it's being addressed. And Sharon, maybe you can speak to it.
Yes, thank you, Assistant City Manager Kantak. Yes, following Mayor's request last year and at the council prioritization session last summer, We've been coordinating with the Recreation Department on the MAP program, Milpitas Assist program, and we're incorporating different percentages of discounts into the different tiers for safety renovations, such as water heaters, as you mentioned. So we're coordinating with them because their department is working on switching the portal. So this is going to be part of that program as we get the portal going and incorporate these discounts.
Okay, great. I appreciate the discount. Is there even like a payment program or even a full waiver for the building inspection or permit costs associated?
Yes, for tier 1, I don't have the details in front of me, but for the tier 1, it's 100% discount. So the fees are all waived for safety.
Thank you. Yeah, that'll do it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate everybody's patience. I got to ask these questions, and I'm just thinking about some great folks here, families here in town, empty nesters, just some of our most special residents that we see at all our community events, and those that we don't see that, spend most of their time at home. And just for those 3 areas, I think if folks want to do a whole remodel of the kitchen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the roof, the windows, and the water heater, just want to throw those in there. Everything else, they could take care of that other stuff. That's okay. Great. All right. Well, I'll go ahead and before I go to the next council member, I do want to make a motion again to adopt the resolution, and I'll leave it there. Councilmember Chua.
I second that, Mayor.
Okay, we have a second from Councilmember Chua. The question has been called. And so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. The motion is carried. Item number 17 is approved with the public hearing and public comment. Councilor Chua, did you want to say anything, or? Oh, you hit the button, huh? Okay. I think.
Mayor Chan, I just want a point of information. One of the council's projects, this council's project, is really helping the water thing, the water issue, because we adopted the new water meter. The new water meter can detect leakage.
Leaks and such, yeah.
Which helps everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council.
That's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. You spent so much time on water here at City Hall in so many ways. I'm gonna come to you for some water questions. All right, moving on. Item number 18, homelessness task force options, and we'll go to our assistant city manager Ashwini Kantak here, along with our building safety and housing director Sharon Goey, who is still here with us. So super excited about the item. And where are our task force members at? I thought I saw a couple names. We're about to make some major action right now. Ashwini.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. As the Mayor said, we have Sharon Goey, our Building Safety and Housing Director, as well as Hanson Holm, our Senior Special Projects Associate with significant planning and housing experience, who's been helping us on several housing-related matters. So today we're here with some follow-up information related to the Homelessness Task Force recommendations. As you may recall, the task force recommendations were presented to you in February of this year. And then council gave us some additional direction. So individual members of the council on March 1st gave us direction as to specific areas they would like to have explored some more. So today we are bringing you information on the 6 areas that council members expressed an interest in, with potential program ideas, estimated resources and funding needed, as well as potential next steps are being presented for your consideration and are based on quite a bit of research from other cities and models as well. And staff is not making a specific recommendation as to any of the areas today. We just hope that the additional information about each area of interest will help you in your deliberation. And with that, I'm going to hand the next few slides over to Sharon Goey to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. Yeah.
Next slide, please.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community again. For tonight's presentation, here's our quick outline. First, we'll review the background and then look at the homeless program and project options based on council feedback. And then looking at factors to consider for the homelessness options. And then we'll conclude with fiscal impact and recommendations. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Just a quick review. At the January 5th council meeting in 2021, council approved the establishment of a new ad hoc homeless task force. 10 monthly meetings were held by the task force from March 2021 through January this year, with the exception of July last year. At the February 1st, 2022 City Council meeting, council received the task force report and presentation, and the task force recommendations are grouped in the 5 program ideas that you see on the screen: a help center, temporary housing, homeless prevention, work and self-sufficiency, and accountability. Next slide, please. So per council direction, we brought the item back for council consideration on March 1st. Individual council members expressed interest in various approaches to assist the unhoused population, including a recreational vehicle or RV safe parking program, homelessness prevention programs, particularly for McKinney-Vento individuals, and that's defined by the federal McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act as homeless children and youth as individuals who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence. Support was also expressed for preparing a feasibility study for a navigation center that could provide temporary housing and wraparound services. Support was also expressed for a day worker or help center to assist individuals in finding work and gaining self-sufficiency. In addition, several council members supported public health and sanitation measures to address basic needs and improve the quality of life for unhoused population, such as expanding mobile shower and laundry services and providing dumpsters or trash bins at locations where the unhoused are gathering in the city. Support was not expressed for creating a local oversight committee to approve expenditures for the homeless program, and because this was seen as a city council function. Next slide, please. So based on the council's feedback, staff conducted research on similar programs in other cities and developed some information for council to consider tonight. And these are the potential project and program options we're presenting. And the table you see on the screen there kind of lists the program project options and the objective being addressed by each option. And most of the options, as you can see, they meet several objectives. Next slide, please. So first, we'll take a look at this. This is the option to expand the current mobile shower and laundry service from once a week to twice a week to provide essential sanitation services for unhoused residents. And we started the mobile shower and laundry service March last year. On average, each session has been serving about 23 individuals. And most recently, in the recent session, the current number of individuals using the service is about 19, and it has about 30% of individuals affiliated with Milpitas. So the current contract is for once a week, as we mentioned, and it goes through September 2021, and it's being funded through that time. An annual contract for twice a week basically doubles it to about $105,000 per year. And this assumes the city continues contracting with the current service provider, we hope. And the funding for the service could come from grants or the general fund. And the potential next steps is as staff will, if council wants to move forward, staff will need to identify funding and potentially an alternate location based on the current status of the unhoused population in Milpitas. Next slide, please. And this option is to look at placing dumpsters or trash bins at homeless encampments for weekly collection to minimize illegal dumping, remove debris and blight, and address public health hazards. Currently, the unhoused population in Milpitas are kind of scattered and dispersed throughout the city and not concentrated at one location. So we'll need to determine suitable locations if we move forward with this service. Additionally, placing a dumpster at a designated location along with shower and laundry service could prompt the establishment of a homeless encampment. Dumpsters or trash bins placed at unsecure locations could result in illegal dumping as well by the community at large. The estimated cost for placing dumpsters or trash bins at 2 locations based on weekly service provided by Milpitas Sanitation, it's about $133,000 per year. And if the city wants to contract with a separate service provider for weekly service, a different vendor, the estimated cost is about $317,000 per year. If the council wants to move forward with the service, staff will need to identify funding and potential locations based on the current status of an unhoused population in Milpitas. Next slide. Now, this option is to look at establishing a day worker help center, which is a clearinghouse and resource center to connect day workers to short-term jobs from residents and businesses. This facility will serve as a community and support center for clients with training classes and employment services. There will be no overnight accommodations. Depending on the services and number of clients served, a day worker help center could cost about $250,000 per year if modeled after some of the successful models that we have seen. Operating costs can vary significantly. As an initial feasibility study, we're estimating the study to cost about $50,000 to $75,000, and the funding could come from grants, donations, or the general fund. If the city wishes to, the city council wishes to consider a day worker help center, a feasibility study is recommended to define the program scope, estimate facility costs and operating costs, identify possible sites, and explore potential service providers. Next slide, please. Now, this is the option to conduct a feasibility study for a navigation center. A navigation center is a rapid rehousing facility with congregate living for the unhoused population, and it contains case management and wraparound services to help transition the participants from homelessness to transitional housing or permanent housing. The scope of the feasibility study could include evaluating various options for sheltering the unhoused population, determining facility requirements, site requirements, evaluating potential sites, conducting community outreach, identifying service providers, identifying programs and services to be offered, and also to identify funding for capital improvement and operating costs. Staff estimates the feasibility study to cost about $110,000 total, which includes $100,000 for consultant services and $10,000 for staff. And if council wants to move forward with a feasibility study for a navigation center, staff will need to identify funding and secure a consultant to perform the study. The study would take about 6 to 9 months to complete based on our estimate. And because of our current limited staff capacity, we will likely only be able to start that this summer and continue the study into 2023. Next slide, please. This option is to look at an RV safe parking program, which is to provide a site for temporary RV parking as an alternate to on-street parking. So similar to a navigation center, a maximum 6-month stay is typical. Case management and wraparound support services are also provided to help transition the participants to transitional housing or permanent housing. RV safe parking programs have allowed for overnight parking only, or you can allow for 24-hour parking. That's one of the considerations as well. A half-acre site can accommodate about 15 RVs, depending on the size of the vehicles, with allowance for on-site facilities, vehicle separation, and emergency access. Council could also consider a safe parking program that accommodates both RVs and passenger vehicles. Site preparation cost would depend on the selected site. An operating cost for about 15 RV could be $300,000 or more per year, depending on the scope of the services and the type of assistance offered. And for a feasibility study, staff estimates the cost to be about $50,000 to $75,000. And this would include assessing potential sites, preparing for a site conceptual site plan, and the cost estimates for a preferred site. Next slide, please. Now, this option is to explore a tiny home village, which is another rapid rehousing model for the unhoused population. It will also include case management and wraparound services to help transition the participants to transitional housing or permanent housing. The program objective is pretty similar to a navigation center with the purpose of transitioning the participants from homelessness into transitional or permanent housing. The length of occupancy is also set at 6 months maximum, but that could be extended for certain clients. Tiny home villages offer smaller or individual modular living units, which allow for more privacy and secure accommodations. And this could be more attractive for families with children or women. However, for facilities such as cooking and sanitation facilities, those are typically shared as the common space, just like in a navigation center. Site preparation and capital improvement costs could really vary depending on the selected site. Program operating costs will be similar to a navigation center at approximately $1 to $1.2 million. And as for a feasibility study, staff estimates that to cost approximately $100,000 for a separate study, but if it's incorporated together with the navigation center, the combined study, we estimate that to cost about $150,000. Now I'm going to hand the presentation over to Ashwini. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So now that Sharon has walked the council through the different potential program areas, we'll move to some of the considerations. If we could go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So we wanted to just outline some things for council to consider while deciding on any next steps. And so some of the things looking at kind of the unhoused population service needs. So here's some areas we wanted to lay out, looking at the scale of the program. So looking at really what is the need in the city. When we looked at some of the programs that Sharon just discussed and what they were doing in other cities, some of the unhoused population in those cities was much larger. The last point in time homeless count in 2018 that was done in Milpitas showed we had 125 unhoused individuals. And you can see that the range is pretty large for Fremont, Mountain View, and Hayward, some of the places we looked at for some of these different program examples. Depending on what you want to move forward with, you may want to look at where is the largest need based on recent Santa Clara County data. It looks like it's really single adults, which represent 94% of the unhoused population. Council has also expressed interest in maybe a special group within the unhoused or at risk of being unhoused, like the McKinney-Vento households that Sharon talked about. Looking at balancing short-term versus long-term programs and projects. So although we can address public health and sanitation services maybe relatively easily and provide an immediate response, they do not really transition individuals out of homelessness. And so looking at how much effort you want to put into the short-term versus long-term. Navigation centers and tiny home villages obviously require clients to agree to accept the case management services, which requires a lot of outreach to even get participation. And then even identifying the location for a lot of these is going to be a big part of the initial work. Day worker help centers really serve lower income clients and they connect them to job opportunities, but they are not really targeting services for the unhoused population per se. And then finally, looking at RV safe parking sites, these may not really be cost effective if it's a low number of individuals that live in RVs in Milpitas, and maybe looking at partnerships on private property with faith-based organizations may be a better option. So just some things for council to consider as you look at different programs. If we can go to the next slide, please. So looking at funding opportunities. So in general, you kind of have to look at a lot of multiple funding sources to fund projects or programs related to these services. In terms of city funding, we do have the Housing Authority funds, so which we can spend up to $250,000 per fiscal year. So that could be a funding source. And we do have a couple of other sources of the Affordable Housing Unrestricted Fund. The general fund obviously could be used, but it's not something we would want to tap or recommend using because it's used for so many of the other essential services and programs provided by the city. Looking at county, state, federal grants and appropriations, as we noted in the staff report, we have already applied for a grant, $150,000 grant. We've also submitted a request to Assemblymember Lee's office for $1.5 million related to housing services, and we'll be applying for a home grant later this year. So we're looking for every opportunity we can. Then, of course, looking at faith-based and charitable organizations, other nonprofit foundations, as well as private and corporate donors. And if we could go on to the next slide, please. Looking at kind of the timeline. So if there is funding identified for a couple of the programs, those could be done fairly quickly, like expanding the shower and laundry services, since that's an existing program, just going from once a week to twice a week, may be fairly easy and can be done expeditiously. And then trash collection services will need some coordination, but those could be implemented relatively quickly. However, looking at something like a navigation center, a day worker help center, tiny home village, or RV safe parking, for any of these, we would recommend doing a feasibility study first. And we've laid out for maybe one study, it would take about 6 to 9 months that we could begin this summer. If we were looking at multiple feasibility studies, obviously we would need an extended timeline. And then service providers, this is a really key part as we looked at different programs in other cities, finding service providers, because this is not something that the city is going to be able to do. So finding service providers with expertise in homelessness is really necessary for a lot of these programs to move forward. We will, as we've mentioned, require additional staff capacity. The housing team is very small with a lot of kind of programs and federal and state mandates that they have to carry out. And so without additional staffing, it's going to be hard to get started on any of this work. Next slide, please. And so again, there's no fiscal impact associated with receiving the report. However, based on council direction, as we noted, each of the program options would require additional funding, which the council may wish to consider as part of the proposed budget development, or again, we can continue to look for other funding opportunities. Next slide, please. And then our recommendation is really to receive the report and provide direction to staff on next steps. And with that, we're ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, as well as our Building Safety and Housing Director, Sharon Goey. Thank you so much. I think we have a guest here. Is Hanson, are you?
Yes,
part of the Brady Bunch.
Mayor Hanson
Yes.
Home has been really great with a couple of our housing programs. He brings a lot of great experience and helped us with a lot of research for this item. So.
Okay, great. You're welcome. I see you as a part of the Brady Bunch here on my Zoom, so I want to welcome you. I hate to, we always acknowledge folks when they come in the room, so Welcome
you,
to the
Mayor.
Zoom. Yes, welcome to the Zoom. All right, so I want to ask my colleagues to provide maybe 2 to 3 minutes of their opinions on all the options that we have before us. I ask you because we have so many options, and we could talk about each option for just indefinitely. But so I want to ask if each person can provide their input and feedback overall over 2 or 3 minutes. State your opinion as you're entitled. And that way we can wrap it up after maybe 15 minutes about, and then I'd like to go down the dais one option at a time to see what support there is. What I will say is, as a former social work practitioner, you know, I want to say that we're not going to be able to help everybody. If we gave our whole budget general fund to the issue, we're still not able to solve the issue. And so I'll be really quick here for my 2 or 3 minutes. We'll go down to my right. Everybody will have the opportunity to provide their input. The showers, I'm not looking to support anymore. I just think that there's other alternatives in the community. I go to 24-hour fitness, and you know, showers there are hotter than that I have at my own home. And you know, they have a really low monthly rate. And just looking at the cost per shower, I'll be happy to share that with the media, Milpitas Beat, anybody that wants to look at it. It's pretty expensive each shower. And I think we could take those funds, reinvest it into other homelessness solutions. And so obviously I'm not trying to get rid of the money. I'm trying to put it somewhere where it's more impactful, where the value is higher. Trash collection, I'm not in favor. My neighbors will drive down there and throw their couch in the dumpster, and then what? And so I know some residents here in town, they're just going to drive on over and throw their stuff in the dumpster wherever we put it. So the Day Worker Help Center, I'm in support of that. The Navigation Center, I'm opposed due to the high cost. The RV safe parking, along with the tiny home village, I want to recommend to our city council as well as our city staff. Let's explore some of the real estate options we have here in Milpitas. The light rail parking lot, the BART parking lot. There's actually media articles out there. Anybody can Google it right now, where they're setting up sort of RV safe parking in tiny home villages at the parking lots, at BART, at light rail. I think Santa Teresa light rail, South San Jose light rail, they got one of these homelessness communities there. I think it's a tiny home village or RV, one of the two. I think it's RV, and so that's a model that's already implemented. We could take a look at. I love taking best practices from across America and the world and bringing them to Milpitas if they're the best practices. I read up in BART. Where was it? East Bay. They set up the tiny homes, and they put a little patio in between the structures, and there's an umbrella and, you know, kind of patio furniture. I'm not saying do all that, but I just think at the basic tiny homes, and really these are the partnerships we're looking for with BART or with the county, even the sheriff. I think we got a new sheriff coming in. Love to give him a call, perhaps post June. There's some public property that we could utilize as well. I'm just looking to cut the cost, folks. So biggest impact, lower the costs, share the responsibilities. I like that. So I hope that's something that could be possible. It's been proven other places. So last thing I'll say is the RV safe parking and tiny home village public safety, not just police, but fire. I do follow a lot of the encampments in the Bay Area. We had just a tragedy, unfortunate. I think it was the RV safe parking up in Oakland under, I think, the 80 interchange with 580 or something like that. I could be wrong. We'll look it up later. But they had a crazy fire, and it swept from one RV to the other. I'm not going to speculate on the injuries or what not have you. So, but I know that watching the news every single day, you see the thing burned to a crisp. And so public safety is going to have to be key. I'm sure they did that in Oakland, but you know, these RVs are like matchboxes, and we can't have that here in Milpitas no matter what. So that's something to really, that may be something that can help or hurt the cause of RV parking or tiny homes. And then for the tiny home villages, I lied. That wasn't the last thing I was going to say. But the tiny home villages, I'm only in support of that for women and children. I'm only in support of that for women and children. Maybe fit like 4 people in a tiny home, location to be determined. But I'm only in support of that for women and children. And that's it. Let's go down the line here. I hope I didn't take too long. Vice Mayor Montano, I'm calling on you.
Mayor, thank you. Can you put the list back up, please, staff? Sharon? Can you put the list
Yeah, I
back
think
up?
I'm working on it here. And I just want to do a time check, folks.
So-
We have a lot to cover. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank the Housing Task Force for all the work that they did. Okay,
You might
so
want to move to the slide with the table that shows all of the options.
yes, the one that you had earlier.
No, it's earlier. Can you scroll up?
Yeah, the navigation center. Well, I guess this one will be okay. But that's not the really.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this.
That's where you can see all of them.
Yeah, thank you so much. Out of all of these, I would, in my opinion, the day worker program is probably the most effective because it provides the most bang for your buck. For example, the day worker program also has showers, and that's because Conexión and the one in Mountain View, they provide showers for the folks that go over there. They also provide vouchers. They also they help people find jobs. And it's not only for the unhoused, but you have a lot of workers like at Home Depot, the men that are out there looking for work. They can be helped also with this. And the day worker program is to help people get off their, to get back on their feet, really. So this is an opportunity to help themselves. So I'm really pushing for this day worker program. And you have a proven track record with Conexión and the Mountain View day worker program. And like I said, the bottom line is to help them to get back on their feet and help themselves. And we can do that. They provide numerous services there. So that's what I'm pushing for. The tiny home village, that's just, you're talking about millions. And I think we could probably find some other alternative. The RV, you made some good points, Mayor. So probably going to go away from that. And RV and navigation is kind of almost the same. But for me, the day worker program is probably the best option that we can really help our homeless community. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being mindful of the time. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Having talked to several unhoused residents, they have relayed that the services that would be useful to them, most helpful to them, they've mentioned of this list, they've mentioned the expanded showers. It's really a basic living condition, a basic form of human decency that they're asking for. They have relayed hygiene as a top concern, and the trash, having just trash bins, not necessarily even anything beyond that, would go a long way. Those are what I have heard in my brief conversations with some of the folks. But I'm certain that all of these services would be helpful. So I would support all of the task force recommendations we'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you very much. And there are some financial considerations as well, if you add up everything. But next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Where do we start? So I want to share a couple of things that have transpired. Many of you know that when we started this conversation, I am definitely a council member that tries to take out the bureaucracy at City Hall as much as I can. And while we are over here spending time on task forces, talking about what is best and what is not, and figuring the money, I'll be very honest, I started moving with the county. I am very excited to share, and it's new news. We've been, I know that as one council member, I have been attending the County Board of Supervisor meetings at least once a month. I've been writing letters of support in order to get the nonprofit Amigos de Guadalupe into the city of Milpitas. Amigos de Guadalupe is a nonprofit that has shown and has a track record to help with our in-house, in particularly our women and families. Because of those efforts and the efforts of the advocates in our community, we have been successful. And that program has been welcomed to the city of Milpitas and was welcomed 4 weeks ago. So the tiny home idea for families, women and children is already happening. So for me, that is not something that I want to spend time on anymore because it's already happening. And while we were over here sitting with task forces on this council, there was a group of us that said, we're not waiting anymore, and we didn't. So I want to thank the County of Santa Clara for their efforts, as well as the nonprofit Amigos de Guadalupe, and welcome them to the city of Milpitas. With that said, I've been extremely active, and honestly, that's probably why I'm a little short on my own notes. This week, in the last 3 weeks, we have been extremely active with individuals and the families who have moved into shelter from and are transitioning from the streets in Milpitas to this particular area where they are receiving wraparound services and they're getting themselves together. The top issues that we are experiencing, including myself, literally 20 minutes ago, I got a text, is a way for them to get assistance here in Milpitas. They don't know, while they're still here and they've been here and they're chronically homeless in the city of Milpitas, they don't know where even the second harvest distribution sites are at. They don't know where the pantry is at. And even when they do know, they don't have reliable transportation, or they're taking the bus with their infants. So it's incredibly hard for them to get the dispensary. Because of the experiences that I have had in the last 3 to 4 weeks with these individuals who are individuals and families, I would highly encourage an expanded shower and laundry service. It's just something that they need when they are not in transitional housing or permanent housing. I mean, have you ever gone 2 days without a shower? There's a lot of things that happen psychologically to an individual that doesn't allow them and literally freezes them and doesn't allow them to move into the next step in order to move their needs forward. Trash collection service is a need that the city of Milpitas, Milpitians in general, non-housed and housed, homeless, non-homeless, have been advocating for. And so those are quick. The way that I see is tax efficient. What are we going to get the most for the funding that we're going to invest in these services? And how fast are we going to get them? Because I honestly am tired of waiting. I'm just tired. I'm tired of waiting to the point I'm doing the work myself. And we're being successful. And so I think that if I look at a day worker help center, I want to be fact-driven and make decisions on facts. The fact is that that doesn't help our in-house at all. It's shown in the staff report and in the PowerPoint, and data shows that a navigation center does not help. But that's not what we need here in the city of Milpitas. Conexión is an organization in the city of San Jose, right off Happy Hollow Park. If you guys are familiar with this area, is very chronic homelessness, very different than Milpitas. And that's why it's successful at Conexión. It is not Milpitas at all. And so I do not want to do a pilot program based on the needs of a different city. In this case, it's the city of San Jose, because we're not the city of San Jose. We're the city of Milpitas, and we have our own unique challenges. And so if I look at this list, tangible, which is something that could happen quickly, expanded showers and laundry services is one, trash collection service is the other. If we can't do a navigation center, I am honestly at the point where could we at least do a 1-800 number? I mean, I'm thinking of even a Google number that if somebody calls, it's going to reroute them to a 311, which is a resource line, which the county already has, and it's operable, and they're able to just call. I think we need a local number where individuals could just call and they're rerouted to somebody. 311 is not, you know, when I asked Howells, why don't they call 311, which is the catch-all resource line? They just say they forget, they don't know. So I think if we're able to somehow do a number where somebody's just answering the phone and redirecting individuals to 311, we wouldn't need a navigation center right now. I do think that's something that would be nice to have, but I am looking at short-term immediate needs because it's been 3 years, folks. It's been 3 years, way too long, non-acceptable in my book. I'll be honest, the rest of them, I'm not going to, I talked about staff capacity and burnout. I am very, very serious about it. And I'm not going to be pushing extra work on staff. We got 2 members. So until we increase that department, I'm going to take on the duties myself as a council member. So I will work on the navigation center and making sure that we bring the different non-providers together. I will work on that. I will work on bringing families food and connecting them. So we're already doing that. So I don't mind doing that, continuing that work. If there's any other council members that want to join the efforts, please let me know. We could always use your help. And I want to give a shout out to Hope for the Unhoused because they're doing an amazing job. While we were sitting looking at task forces, they were out there doing the work. So today, those are the recommendations that I'm putting forward is supporting, which is the showers and the laundry services and the trash collection because it's short-term, impactful, and it can happen fast. So, and it's also the least expensive. So thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
We do a point of information to our city manager. The Councilmember Dominguez stated that we have a nonprofit that's here in Milpitas providing tiny home village services. Can you provide us information on that? Your knowledge of that nonprofit providing the tiny homes in Milpitas right now? Okay, can you repeat that for the microphone, please?
Absolutely. So you said that you wanted to support the tiny homes idea to shelter families and kids. That's already happening. So right now, this nonprofit is sheltering families and kids. So the need for tiny homes is not needed because they are being provided shelter. And so that's already happening.
Point of information or point of inquiry. Is it, are they being housed in tiny homes or where are they being housed?
I am not disclosing the location in order to keep the confidentiality of our clients, but they're here and it's a county program. So if you would like, you could ask the county for a report and I'm sure that they'll be happy to give it to you. If you attended the meetings, you would be able to follow that this information has been happening and has been in conversation for the last year.
I just want to do a point of inquiry. Is it single family homes or hotels or is it?
I am not going to share that information to help the confidentiality of the clients. Again, if you would like that information, the County Board of Supervisor meetings are open to all of us. And I'm sure as the mayor, you could go ahead and get a report from them.
Okay, no problem. Just a point of information for the record. Can you share with us that nonprofit again so our city clerk can document that in our minutes?
Sure. The nonprofit is called Amigos de Guadalupe.
And where are they located?
I'm sure that they could give you that information.
Okay, great. Well, I support Councilmember Dominguez's effort to bring a navigation center to our city. And how will you fund that, Councilmember Dominguez?
So at this time, what I would recommend is to, I know that we have written a letter to Assemblymember Alex Lee, who has been a tirelessly advocate for us at the state level. I have been having conversations with him. And so I know that he's been open to that. So what I would suggest is that the local level focuses on the local level jurisdiction on things that they could do. So I would suggest to focus on items that are going to maximize the taxpayer's dollar and that are going to have a fast turnaround. That way we don't have to worry about the navigation and the big stuff. Let the state figure that one out because they have the money, and that's the realistic part. There is about 1.5 to 2.5 million, I believe, that might be available for our assembly district. And so with the help of our assembly member, I am almost certain that he would advocate for it. But again, I'm not the mayor of the city, and therefore that's not my conversation to have. So I trust in you that you will have that conversation and that you'll make sure that that money comes to Milpitas.
But you said you wanted to lead the effort, though. Why are you asking me to do it?
Because unfortunately, I'm not the mayor of the city.
I think we're all equal. There's nothing stopping you from making a call.
Oh, no, I've already made a letter and it's actually in the public. And if the public wants it, I could give you a copy. I've been making letters for over 3 years. The problem is that for the community to know is that I'm not the mayor of the city and the title matters. So because I'm not the mayor of the city, those are the conversations that the mayor should be having and should have been having with the state assembly member. So I will continue to have those conversations with Assemblymember Alex Lee, just like I have. And many of our community members know I also met with the governor of California. And so I've been having those meetings, but I think that the conversations with the city manager and yourself, Mayor, have to happen at your capacity because you are the elected member who has the title. And unfortunately, that does matter. And so what I would hope is that maybe we could do it together if you would like. If you want to bring me to those meetings, if you want to come, I'm more than happy to do it with you. If that's something that you are interested in, I think that together we're stronger, and I would definitely be open to forming a partnership in order so we could tackle this issue together. If that's something that you would be interested in.
I appreciate that very much, very much. Just moments ago, you stated that you were going to lead the navigation center idea project. You were going to lead it and you were going to take care of it. And so now are you asking me to do it?
Mayor, I am more than happy. So what I'm going to be doing as a council member is I'm going to lead the efforts of triaging the services as a navigation center, and I will take on that responsibility. In the meantime, what I would hope to see is conversations with the state assembly member, with Alex Lee, to try to get that funding to Milpitas. That's where I think that we're stronger together. You are the mayor of the city and hold that title. And so therefore that conversation it's unfortunately how this works, but you need the mayor of the city to really lead these conversations and form those partnerships. I am more than happy to be in the room with you and help and figure it out together. In the meantime, if that's not something that you would like to do, I will continue the efforts on my own, just like I have been doing in the last 3 years.
Very well understood. I just want to give you an idea that the way our city works is the city council makes decision as kind of a whole. We vote on things, and a majority of this council really provides the direction. And so for the homelessness task force proposals and all the projects, including the navigation center tonight, we are sitting here together as a collective council making the decision together. So I don't think it would be effective if you as a council member made this all under your myself, or if I, as a mayor, made this under myself, which I'm not looking to do, we have this agendized tonight so that we all can make a decision on it through a democratic vote. So I can't do anything by myself, nor with one other member, perhaps you, Councilmember Dominguez. The decision will have to be made by a whole council. And that's why if you look around, we're here, all of us, all 5 of us as a city council. So I would defer the decision-making to this whole city council, because I, even as the mayor, and you, even as a council member, cannot make any decisions for anything. So just to bring the discussion up here to the dais, this is how we're going to make decisions as a council together. So
yeah, thank you for your opinion.
Mhm. Okay.
Thank you for your opinion. And for point of clarification to other council members, one of the things is the decision-making is definitely for all 5 of us. The work could be done by any of us. And so I have decided to step up to the plate and not wait anymore. When I have a 26-year-old with a 4-month-old telling me that they don't have food, I'm not going to wait for the decision and the policymaking and the bureaucracy in this building to continue. For me, it's not about politics. It's not about one-upping. It's not about getting that, oh, look what I did under my name. It's not about that. It's about the work. And the work could be done by every single one of us because we are elected as one council member. I represent the city of Milpitas. That's not saying that the collective work could be done by myself. What that is saying is that I'm going to do whatever I can to do the work. I know how to do it. So I'm not, with all due respect, Mayor, thank you for your opinion, but I am a working class member that knows the work has to happen. And I am not going to put this responsibility on our staff because our staff are working so hard. And it's not their fault that our agendas are compacted with items and we don't finish them and we're all here stuck until midnight. So my commitment is I am going to do what I can as one council member to do the work. I will absolutely respect the decision-making, but I'm just not going to sit there and not do anything about it. So thank you. We have differences of opinion.
Great, thank you. Let's do something about it. Councilmember Chua, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I'm going to be brief because of time. As we all know, homelessness is a big complex issue. So I want to focus on the major goal of what we're trying to do tonight, and that is to house the unhoused. That being said, I will support to explore Tiny Home Village, which is another rapid rehousing model for the unhoused population with case management and wraparound services to transition participants to transitional or permanent housing. That's where I'm coming from. So that's my highest priority. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you so much. Time management, appreciate you. Okay, we've received staff report on the homeless task force recommendations. We've provided the direction one by one. Perhaps we may not need to go to any voter poll unless staff would like us to. We can just put a hand up or say aye or whatever for each of the projects. I'm fine either way. Just want to get this done, provide direction, move on to the next item. Steve, what do you think?
Well, if you did do that, that would give us more clarity.
All
I
right,
did
let's
take
do it.
notes on each item, but
Let's
some of
do
the
it.
items were silent.
Yeah,
So,
let's do it. Let's do it. All right. If I'm not supporting something, it doesn't mean I don't support it. I just think the money needs to go to the really more impactful things. I am supportive of providing subsidy to folks who need a gym membership for a shower. That way they can have showers every day rather than just twice a month or whatever it is, right? How often those showers go out there? Twice a month? Let's get them twice a week. You know, what about every day? You know, get them 24-hour fitness subsidy. Get folks in there every day from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. They take 2 showers a day. Okay, you know, I got to put public comment. Public comment. Mr. Montano, come on up.
Very quickly, this is a very big topic, and the public want to listen about. Oh, by the way, did we vote for item 17? There was a motion and then seconded. Forget that. I like you guys. You talk to the concerned people, and they are very knowledgeable. I learned data from them, and they're friendly. Most of them are very friendly, and some are noisy somewhere in the corners, around the stores, and in front of worship places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, public comments, go to the Zoom virtual comment. Folks here on the Zoom, come on, folks. Anybody for the Zoom? No virtual raise hands. That's public comment. Great. All right, so we'll go to the, I'll run down the list of projects. Put your hand up if you support it. I believe our city clerk has the visibility to see support. Again, I'm not supporting everything. I'm only supporting what's, I think, most effective in my opinion. So I respect everybody else. All right. If you are in support of the showers, raise your hand. Okay, no majority. Moving on to trash collection, raise your hand. Okay, no majority. We have it on video too. It'll help out with the notes. Next up, the Day Worker Help Center, raise your hand. Okay, no majority. Moving on here to the Navigation Center study. One hand, no majority. Moving on to the RV safe parking, raise your hand. RV safe parking. Okay, moving on to Tiny Home Village, raise your hand. Yes, at the appropriate places. Okay, we have four. We have four in support today. So, okay, so it looks like we just have the tiny home villages moving forward, which is pretty major. So that's the direction we have to staff. Hold on. The tiny home, yeah, we're looking to partner. I'm only supportive if it's over at the BART or light rail. So yes, partnerships. We want to mitigate the cost. Absolutely. Maybe the sheriff can help security and things. So Steve, yes.
Just to clarify, I believe I recall staff referring to studying. So we're studying.
Tiny home village study.
Yeah, study.
Everything's a study first. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. So let me ask staff, maybe you could bring back the voting system that we did last time. That way we can, see if there's more support. I don't know. That seemed like a good process, but that's it for tonight. Okay, great. Moving forward with the tiny home villages study, included in there, if we can contact our county supervisor. I remember speaking to him about a partnership. He also has some hotel voucher ideas he shared. So if our city can reach out to our county supervisor, perhaps the next sheriff past June, that would help. Okay, great. All right, we took public comment. That's item number 18. Thank you very much, folks. We'll revisit it soon. Moving on to item number 19. Receive a report on recommended changes to the municipal code to remove and prohibit property in public and provide direction to staff. And we'll go to our city attorney tonight. Looks like we got Martin. De Los Angeles.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. For this item, we will be providing the council a report on recommended changes to the municipal code to remove and prohibit property in public. Next slide, please. So as a bit of background, at the March 15, 2022 City Council meeting, the council directed staff to return with recommendations regarding proposed amendments to the Milpitas Municipal Code to address homelessness encampment cleanups in the city. Per council direction, staff has looked at efforts by other local jurisdictions to further define criteria surrounding lawful and unlawful camping. These include restrictions on time, place, and manner to better protect those that are experiencing homelessness, as well as the community at large, which are further described in this presentation. Next slide, please. So as an initial matter, municipalities such as the city are obligated to follow federal and state law, which define the parameters of what can and cannot be done when addressing the impacts of homelessness. As it relates to public camping and storage of personal property on public property, the limitations currently facing the city's ability to respond include the Ninth Circuit case Martin versus City of Boise. So in this case, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals held that local governments are prohibited from criminalizing homelessness and that cities must allow individuals to sleep on public property when there is no shelter available to them. In other words, so long as there is a greater number of homeless individuals in a jurisdiction than the number of available beds and shelters, the jurisdiction cannot criminally prosecute homeless individuals for involuntary sitting, lying, and sleeping in public. Importantly, however, there were some limitations outlined in this court ruling, including that the ruling would not apply to individuals who can pay for temporary shelter and choose not to, or to individuals who have realistic access to free shelter and choose not to use it. Also, the court noted that a jurisdiction may, in certain circumstances, criminalize the act of sleeping outside, for example, at particular times or in particular locations. Next slide. Another legal consideration was found in Lambert versus City of Los Angeles. In that case, the court held that there is a constitutionally protected right, property right to leave possessions unattended on public sidewalks. In that case, the City of Los Angeles had a practice of immediately destroying possessions of homeless persons left in public. The court found that the city's practice violated due process rights. And as a follow-up in Garcia versus City of Los Angeles, the court extended its holding in the Lavin case, finding that municipalities may not seize and destroy bulky items of personal property left on city property. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, staff has reviewed recent efforts by other cities to address homeless encampment issues, in particular the cities of Los Angeles and Oakland. So referring first to the City of Los Angeles, in 2021, the city modified its existing anti-camping law to prohibit sitting, sleeping, lying, storing personal property, or otherwise obstructing the public right-of-way in certain areas of the city in a manner that interferes with any activity for which the city has issued a permit or restricts accessible passage as required by the ADA, that's the Americans with Disabilities Act, or anywhere within a street, including bike paths. So the city's ordinance specifies prohibitions within 500 feet of a sensitive facility, which is defined to include schools, daycare facilities, parks, and libraries. Under that ordinance, the city must pass a resolution to designate a specific area for enforcement, post signage, and give notice of the date that the ordinance will be enforced for the area. The ordinance also allows the city to prohibit encampments for a period of no longer than 1 year in areas designated by resolution to be an ongoing threat to either public health or safety, repeated serious or violent crimes or threats of serious or violent crimes, or the occurrence of fires that result in a fire department response to the location. In addition to this code provision, the city also adopted provisions regarding the removal and storage of personal property in response to the Lavin case. These include 72-hour pre-removal notice, storage of property for 90 days, and no notice removal and destruction of contraband or anything that constitutes an immediate threat to the health or safety. Next slide, please. And another example that reviewed by staff is from the City of Oakland, which in their case adopted an encampment management policy that assesses encampments on a case-by-case basis, prioritizes encampments for intervention based on their health, safety, and location impacts, and targets limited resources to the highest priority encampments. So similar to the City of Los Angeles, the policy designates high and low sensitivity areas with respect to presumed health and safety concerns related to encampments. So the policy identifies high sensitivity areas. Initially, they first must be designated by the City Council. And so in the case of Oakland, they've designated the following as high sensitivity areas. And these include all vehicular traffic lanes, bike lanes, and sidewalks. And those must comply with ADA requirements. Locations designated as high fire severity zones. Anything within 150 feet of elementary, middle, preschool, or childcare centers, within 50 feet of a residence, within 50 feet of a retail business, and within 50 feet of a city park or other public land that has a children's playground or recreation center. Next slide, please. And under the policy, low sensitivity areas are all areas that are not considered high sensitivity areas. And those also include certain requirements, including that the encampment not impede vehicle, bike, or pedestrian traffic, not impede ADA access points, not impede emergency routes, and that they comply with all applicable state codes and local ordinances. And finally, the policy also specifies that the city will respect and protect individuals' rights to their property, including reasonable methods of safe, secure property storage. Next slide, please. And so for staff's recommendation at this point is that the council receive this report on recommended changes to the municipal code to remove and prohibit property in public and provide direction to staff. Next slide, please. So this would include updates to Milpitas Municipal Code Chapter 10, Title 10, to include time, place, and manner restrictions to identify allowable places, times, and manners for involuntary camping, as well as amendments concerning removal and storage of personal property, consistent with the cases Boise, Levin, and Garcia, as well as due process requirements. So based on council direction, staff, along with the city attorney's office, will work on code updates as directed by the council that reflect these recommended changes. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our city attorney of the night, Martin de Los Angeles. Certainly happy that this came back here in the month of April as it was initially proposed right after the new year. So a lot of folks have been paying attention to this agenda item per the Mercury News and Milpitas Post, as there was a lengthy write-up to my proposal here tonight. I certainly believe our community as a whole are looking for more safety and cleanliness, beautification. Shout out Beautify Milpitas. And it's just really about things like on the sidewalk. There's been cases in other cities, Los Angeles, where the sidewalk was obstructed by a shopping cart or this or that, and a pedestrian had to walk around the sidewalk into the street where they're struck by a vehicle down in LA. And so I believe that these recommended changes to the municipal code will also provide folks a fair opportunity for their belongings. Perhaps we have a storage place somewhere here in the city, maybe public works yard in the corner, parking space or something. I don't know. But we want to respect folks' belongings. I would hate if someone took my things and I didn't have an opportunity to go to the lost and found or what have you. So I will go to my colleagues, but I'll go ahead and make the motion to direct our city attorney to make the recommended changes on the presentation and as agendized on our agenda tonight. Let's go next to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for bringing this item up. I have a lot of experience as not only a council member, but in other hats. And so one of the things that I always look at and the community knows is, are we doing something because it's going to say to the public and give a fake perception, a false perception, excuse me, of something that could happen? And that's not the government elected official that I am at all. And so when we talk about items like this, there's a couple of things that come to my mind. One is, what would happen if the person didn't move? So let's say that we did have the city code and they didn't do it. they just didn't move. At this time, I would like to call up the chief to see if he could give me some light on what would happen if this city policy was pushed. Then what happens? Does he get arrested?
Perhaps we get the city attorney in as well for the expertise.
Sorry, chief, to put you on the spot, but I appreciate your intellectual knowledge around this.
No worries, but can I have the question again, please?
Yes, so let's say they're like any other muni code, if somebody doesn't follow it. So we said, okay, it's unlawful for you to put a tent up on the sidewalk, and someone called PD, because that's probably who they're going to call to enforce. Would you be able to enforce anything?
So if there's a valid municipal code, typically we'll enforce penal codes, welfare and institution codes, health and safety codes. And yes, we do also enforce municipal codes.
Help me understand what enforcement means.
It could mean a variety of things. It could be a citation. There's certain things that go along with crimes. So infractions, for example, would be a citation. There are arrestable infractions, but there's very few of them. Misdemeanors and felonies are arrestable, but typically we try to handle it at the lowest level. We have a lot of success in communicating with people and using enforcement as the last resort.
Thank you. Chief, could you tell me a little bit about the trespassing code from the state of California? Because I just want to try to understand how would that be different from this? Because we currently have a state code that says in terms of trespassing, right? If there is a private residence or a private area and somebody is has an encampment there, are we able as an agency, as a police department agency, able to enforce any trespassing California laws?
So for trespassing codes, typically it is generated by the person that owns the property and they call us. I can't think of a situation where we generated a trespassing enforcement action as a result of our own intuition or our own.
Yes, and that's where I was going to. I wanted to ask if in terms of the public domain, it's public. So for the private folks, that would happen. Any private citizen that owns an area could call right now and use a trespassing code in order to help move the individual out of this premises, correct?
Correct.
Now, I asked that question because in terms when I'm talking about building policy, I guess my question would just be, one, I'm hearing it would probably be a citation because only felonies and other minor are arrestable. This is not an arrestable, it sounds like, violation. It probably can't afford the citation, so it just probably would go unpaid. What would happen at some point? If a citation goes unpaid, who prosecutes that, or what's the next step?
For municipal codes, it would go through our city attorney's office.
To the what?
For the municipal codes, I believe it would go through our city attorney's office.
All right, so thank you so much, Chief. That's all I need. So then with our city attorneys, so after, I'm gonna move it to our city attorney now. When somebody gets a citation and it's not paid, and that's probably what would happen if we pass this. City attorney, have we ever gone after a citizen for not paying a citation of any type? Not sure. Who can answer?
I can't speak to instances where we have gone after that. I believe our code enforcement attorneys have assisted city staff with pursuing unpaid citations. Normally, it'll be an escalating fine, and then if the fine is not paid, then there are other remedies, civil remedies that that the city can pursue. So those could include injunctions or other mechanisms, depending on the violation that's being addressed.
And I could also assume that it's depending on the amount, right? Because someone that's homeless and gets a citation for 60, 70 bucks, I mean, regardless, I just can't imagine us spending, I mean, just the city attorney alone is going to cost, their time is going to cost so much. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, what is the goal? The goal is to take people out of encamping in public areas. But with that goal, what does the enforcement look like? Oh, the reality is that there really isn't any. And I know that because that's the issue that other cities are running into. And as one council member, I am not going to pass any type of policy just to make it seem like we're doing something about something, but we're not. This is not enforceable. It criminalizes homelessness, and it gives a false perception that we're doing something where we're moving people out. Now, for folks that are chronically homeless and are have extent issues where maybe they are committing criminal acts, I am very hopeful on Laura's Law, which is something that is a new program that's kicking in through the County of Santa Clara. And thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Fan and others on this dais, is something that we have already endorsed. And I think that that might be a little bit more useful in helping folks and get off of building a tent on a public domain area and also keeping our community safe. I would rather spend staff time investing in that program that is actually a program that's enforceable, that is going to provide results, and that it's something that we could do. I do not want to spend PD time on extra citations, extra calls of service that could take time away from real emergencies here in the city of Milpitas, frankly, for the sake of passing a policy that's political. If you look at all, I'm gonna close with this. If you look at all of the publications out there where individuals, politicians criminalize homelessness, it's done for political reasons because it's election season. It's not done to solve the issue because, as we have heard, the only thing that will happen is a citation. And if an unhoused member doesn't pay the citation, nothing happens. So with that, I am very hesitant to support this because it's not going to provide anything. It's just going to provide extra work. I rather focus on things that have worked. I rather focus on prevention and intervention. And I rather focus on Laura's Law to take chronically mentally ill homeless people off the streets, because that is why they're camping out. They need support. They don't have a home. They need other wraparound services. And those that are facing mental health crisis, we need to focus on how are we going to get those people off the streets into the support that they need. And so with that, I am going to be abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with my colleague. I do believe this policy to not only be cruel, but unjust at the end of the day. What kind of message are we trying to send? Are we trying to criminalize homelessness by prosecuting poor people? If they're fined, they don't have the resources to pay off the fine. If they're arrested, they'll likely get released. And then the vicious cycle of inequality continues. And that's something that I can't morally support. I question the direction of policymaking going forward if this is how we're going to do things. At the end of the day, we want to lead with compassion. Sometimes folks need resources. They may need services. They may need help, but the last thing that they need is to be criminalized. It's not a crime. It shouldn't be a crime to be unhoused. So I won't be supporting this.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to go back to the agenda. It's recommended changes to the Muni Code to remove and prohibit property in public. That's what it says on the agenda. Just want to bring it back a little bit. I do have a heart for people struggling. I think we've all been there or know somebody that's been there, and everybody's got a story, and I respect that. But this is a town of families, 10,000 students in the district. You got parents, you got family neighborhoods. I think Milpitas, as long as I've been alive, has been about families, and tonight's agenda item really focuses on the areas around the schools, daycares, libraries, family places. So other major cities have the policies that we're looking at, and I think there are some pretty decent cities that care about people too. So I think we're just adding changes to the code that we already have. And excuse me, one person at a time. One person at a time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And some of these changes that are recommended are actually updating our municipal code to those court cases. So I think that would be a benefit to our city. So yeah, so that's the direction. Staff recommendation changes. That's my direction for our staff. And can I get a second? We'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Mayor, so I'd like to defer this until we can look at it more, to tweak it. Because I didn't see in there about sanitation, and which I feel is a health issue. So I'd like to bring this back.
What sanitation? Or, I mean, can you share? Let me get your microphone.
Well, one of the problems that we encounter, and I get complaints from, is that people urinating on the street and defecating. So that's a health issue. That's a health problem. So that's why I didn't see this in this ordinance. So I'd like to bring it back.
Okay, I think that's already urinating in public is already a part of our municipal code. What would you like to see? Okay.
I like to defer it. And
for what reason? We need a reason for. There's already a motion on the floor. Excuse me. What is the reason?
I already told you. It's just
Okay.
I think that we should.
I just want a reason.
That way, because I didn't see in there about health hazards.
This is for
I know
property. It's not.
I
for-
know. Well, when someone is in on the right of way, I mean, in public property, and they're defecating and urinating, to me, I know it's not in there. So I don't know why I didn't see
It's already a code.
Okay, well.
It's already. I don't want to call the city attorney or the chief even. I'm gonna save him the steps, but yeah, it's in the agenda report, but it's already. You can't do that. You can't do that anyways. So it's already in the books. I would like a second to move this direction to staff. Oh, I gotta go public comment. Public comment. I'm moving too fast here. Mr. Montemiro, come on up.
Yeah, we're all in between. We have hearts. That's allowing why vague word for me. And then there's when in public, there's a sore eye sometimes too. If long occupying may not be good to see. So in other words, we're in between. We care for everybody. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I got a motion to provide direction to approve the recommended changes to the municipal code as the agenda stated. And we have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Okay, you seconded it. No, is that, did you hear a second? Okay. Okay, well, I need a second. Okay, so we have a second from the vice mayor. We'll go to the vote. All in favor, item number 19 as presented. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Any abstained? Okay, Councilmember Chua, I got to check in with you. I'm not sure if we recorded your vote. But we'll go to your microphone. Yes.
I would like to defer this to be,
We've already gone to the vote. I think staff's going to bring this back, or I don't think is this the final? Yeah, we're going to have it come back so we have another opportunity. I'm just looking to move it forward. Yeah, just direction tonight. This is not the final.
direction tonight?
Yeah, this is not the final, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that case, the direction is to bring it back.
Yes.
Okay,
With the
in that
direction.
case, I will, yes.
Thank you so much. All right, that's a 3-2 direction to bring the recommended changes to the municipal code back. The motion is carried in terms of the direction, at least. Thank you so much. Yeah, I encourage folks to get out in the community and talk to folks and get more input, and you can make your decisions. So nice to see this move forward. Thank you very much. Moving on, item number 22, and then we're going to go to 21. Number 20 will be deferred. And so item number 22, per Mayor Tran, discuss the California Statewide Communities Development Authority program for the Eleanor project to provide middle income workforce housing. And this is the second iteration of the CSCDA here in Milpitas. We recently supported the middle income missing middle housing for the Turing building. And now we are looking at the Eleanor building. And so we want to do a time check. We have 2 items left tonight, and we're going to get out of here by midnight. And take it away, staff. How many slides do we have here?
Actually, Mayor, these were just going to be backup slides, so I'm happy to just take questions.
Great, yeah.
Yeah.
Widely discussed program during this housing crisis. So we have the project applicant here, Brad Griggs. Brad, why don't you come on up? And I think you brought some slides and things, so let's take a look.
Yeah, we can stop sharing the slide deck.
Okay, great. Brett, did you bring slides? Or?
I did. Okay. I have about 7 slides.
Okay, great. We want to welcome Brad Griggs from Opportunity Housing. Maybe you can introduce yourself while we get the slides going.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff for this opportunity to be here tonight. We're very excited to be able to come tonight. We've been here waiting for a long time, following the touring here since about June of last year. So we're excited to be able to have this opportunity. Thank you. I'd like to be able to just produce, and I guess this work here, I can just actually use this to turn the slides myself. Okay, let's try it here. There we go. Okay. So let me introduce who I am and a little bit about our team. I'm a managing partner in a company called Opportunity Housing Group. We are a sponsor working with CSCDA in providing workforce housing around the state of California. We're locally based. We're here in Danville. Our backgrounds are in development and acquisitions and asset management. We've been doing this business next year, my 40th year in terms of working in this industry. We have a very strong team, both in Northern California and Southern California. Last year alone, we closed almost $1 billion in bonds for the program and almost 1,600 units under the program. We work with Citi Group as our underwriter and Greystar as our property management company. Go to the next slide. Yeah. Basically, we're in a housing crisis, and this is something that we all know about. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I don't want to. You guys have had 8 months of this in terms of working with the touring and with the Waterford team. So I'm going to try to keep my comments pretty short. But the essence of this is that 30% of California's workforce fall into the middle income housing levels between 80 and 120% of AMI. And approximately 37% of those folks are rent burdened, pay over 40% of their income as rent. And these are folks that our teachers, construction workers, government employees, first responders, nurses, and others. This has a huge impact on families, communities, employers, environment. We all know what that means. We've been through this. So I think you guys all understand exactly the impacts and how it really hurts the sense of livelihood for these folks. The upshot of it is that new construction is really not keeping up with demand. We have a development company and we build housing for new apartments. Today, housing costs are approaching $700,000 a unit to build, if you can believe that. It's just gone through the roof. That means that in order for a renter to rent a new house, a new apartment, they have to be paying about $4,500 a unit in rent just to be able to get the return the investors need, which is really crazy. So we've been looking for a program to find a way to help the middle income. Unfortunately, the tax credits programs don't work for the middle income. They only service the low income. You guys were fortunate tonight to be able to approve one of those properties and projects, and that's very exciting for the city. But there's a missing middle here. So as I mentioned, I've been doing this business for a long, long time. The first project I started in the early 80s, I built apartments. It was basically $40,000 a unit to build it. Today, $700,000 a unit, just gone through the roof. Incomes do not keep up with those kinds of cost inflators. And so there's been no program out there that I've been able to find except for this program, which is just, it's a beautiful program. And I would say tonight, in all honesty, it's probably one of the bigger decisions you guys would make tonight in terms of being able to support this program and support the Eleanor to move forward. Let me go to the next slide if I could. Guess I pushed the button. There we go. In Milpitas, if you take it down to Milpitas, 24% of the renters, or 1,900 families, are what we call extremely rent burdened. They pay greater than 40% of their income in rent. Last year, it's just getting worse. Last year, Milpitas rents went up 14%, or 14%. This year, they're projected to go up at 9.5%, and then the following year, 6.6%. That's nearly 30% rent increases in these three-year period. So just think about that in terms of what the renters are facing here in Milpitas. Let's go to the next slide, if you don't mind. So here's the opportunity. We currently are working with the seller of the Eleanor. It's a brand new Class A asset, 333 market rate units. We're looking to move this property forward under the same terms and conditions as the touring, and essentially follow along here with this property to become part of the program you guys approved last month. 40% of the units will be considered low, 20% middle, and 40% moderate income housing. In the case of this particular property, the initial rent savings per year is $1.8 million, which is an average of $5,500 per unit per year. Which, if you think about that, that's nearly 5% of the median income here in Milpitas. Think about what $5,500 will do for folks, in terms of being able to provide for the needs for the families. And the other thing that happens is that future rent increases are capped at no more than 4%. The other factoid I wanted to point out to you that this is an important one is that 78% of the current renters that are currently at the property will qualify for the program. So there's a little bit of displacement. And just think about what that rent savings is going to mean to those folks that are there. Secondly, the project is revenue neutral for the city. Obviously, with the city host charge that was put in place with the touring, it's the same thing here, follow along right with that, along with all the other requirements you asked of the touring will be adhered to with this program as well. There's no liability for the city, no administration requirements, and I can explain that further if you'd like. Under the public benefit agreement, the real benefit for the city is that because CSCDA will own the property as a governmental agency, they cannot take the income from the property in terms of the net proceeds. So at the end of the day, over time, as the debt is paid off, the city will end up with a very large amount of money potentially that could come to the city, which would really be helpful to possibly pay off some of the liabilities that they have, for potential pension plans and CalPERS requirements and those sorts of things. So there's a real opportunity here to take advantage of the investment opportunity in this asset, quote unquote, that the city, will be the beneficiary. Finally, there was an article today of all things that came out in the Times, the East Bay Times, on the front page about the need for teacher housing. And we've been hearing a lot about that here in Milpitas and other places. And one of the things that we can offer here to you is to actually set up a renter preference program for this asset, particularly where we can offer teachers in the Milpitas Unified School District, other facilities you might have around Milpitas, to give them the opportunity to rent here and to be first in line to rent in this brand new asset. So let's go to the next page, if I could. Thank you. So this is really actually a pretty simple process. We've done this before and gone into cities where we've actually got a property approved. We came back and had a second property approved. And the good news is that you've already approved, you already done the heavy lifting. You've gone through, you've already reviewed the program inside and out. You guys have spent months on this. You've had a lot of analysis being done. So the good news is that you now have the program in place. So there really is no further action or review required. What's required next is really for you to look at the Eleanor on its own and to understand what it means in terms of how it will benefit the city and how it looks from an underwriting perspective. Some cities have just said, look, we understand the program, we'll take on the next project. We don't necessarily need to look at the underwriting, we'll just adopt it and move forward with the next one. Some cities have done that in the past. We understand the city, through the city management, would like to take a look at the underwriting through a third-party consultant. We're okay with that, that's fine, not a problem. But I can tell you that we're under very strong time constraint to be able to get this reviewed. And normally when we do get it reviewed by a third party and they look at just the underwriting of the asset, in the case of what we're trying to do here, it can take a week or two from the consultant perspective just to go through the underwriting and produce a quick report. So it's a very quick turnaround. And the staff report is normally just a quick overview of the underwriting and then presented it to council for adoption. So it's a very simple resolution. It has to be adopted along with the execution of the public benefit agreement that's already been negotiated and worked out with touring. So let's go to the next page. So in summary, I had a very good conversation with city manager and deputy city manager, and we both agreed that at this point that there's a little bit of disconnect between what the staff would like to see and would like to have seen on touring in terms of what was put forth and what was actually approved by council. And I think that what we both agreed to was to make sure we get directionally from you tonight a very clear understanding that from our perspective, the only way this works for us and we have the same joint powers authority with CSCDA, is that we need to be in alignment with you and with the city staff that we would be in agreement to either move forward with the Eleanor in the same current terms and conditions as what was approved for the touring, and that there were goals and performance measures in the touring staff report that were waived, and for reasons that we don't really want to have to go back and rehash those, but for the reasons that you guys went through, we would have to go through the same review and process as the touring. So one of the things we'd like to ask for is that there's clarity for the benefit of us and for staff that we're moving forward with the same baseline as the touring, or we're not. And we need to make that decision because we don't want to waste your time or our time in terms of being able to move through this. If we agree that we can move through with the touring staff report and everything's the same, this can go very quickly, very, very, very quickly. Secondly, we would like to be able to ask you to work with your staff to help prioritize this review. Really what it'll be is simply for you to initiate a reimbursement agreement with us. We put forth the money to reimburse your city time and consultant time to review the Eleanor. We're happy to pay overtime to get that done. staff would simply go back to KMA or another advisor and essentially say, take a look at the Eleanor, give us your review of it, bring it back. And we actually have done this in the past. We can help produce a staff report if you'd like, in terms of going through it, draft it, give it to your staff, save time for you, you can go through and polish it up, and then ultimately bring it back to the city council for review. And that process can really, we've done this as fast as 3 weeks. So I think, from our perspective, we're shooting for the last meeting in May to come back to you. And we'd like for you guys to be very succinct in terms of giving us and the city staff, the direction we need to get this done. So again, I want to thank you all for the time you've given me tonight. And I'm going to stop here. I can answer any questions you have forward.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it very much. We're going to go to public comment here. So we'll go to public comment. Mr. Montemayor, would you like to comment? Okay. Welcome
here before.
Yeah, you can stick around. Yeah, it's good to be back. Huh? Okay.
Win-win situation. I think their best and our best will meet for the 40 and 20 and 40. I think his offering is best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. That was the quickest public comment you've ever given. 9 seconds. Okay, great. We'll go to the Zoom for any virtual raised hands. Public comment for item number 22 related to housing. Okay, no virtual raised hands. I just want to thank you for the presentation and your effort to bring in the middle income housing program. You've been following our city council. This is a completely new group than the last one, but it's the same issue of advocating for the working class. When I think of the CSCDA program, it's a young family, a couple, each making 80 grand. Their total income is 150 to 200, which is kind of healthy, but still in the middle. And maybe they have a child or two. And so this is the program I think about. Based on your presentation, you said 78% of the current residents would fall into this program. We've discussed the pros and cons and the costs and the benefits and the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to this program. I don't need to really touch on all the issues. Now, it's interesting tonight because item number 16 was about affordable housing, and it's a lot of the same parameters. You have these bonds that are tax-free, that are funded by financial institutions, folks over in Wall Street. And it's a lot of the same parameters. A lot of the questions I think that we went through with the touring building, I felt like we should have took a moment to reflect, okay, what if the situation happened for 100% affordable? What would happen? Your questions like, oh, what if the rents aren't controlled? Well, what if the rents aren't controlled at the affordable housing 100% building? I think there's the same controls and parameters there to really address some of the concerns that folks have. Same thing with any type of legal risk we talked about with the turning. Well, what if it was 100% affordable over at single court? What about those legal risks? I think it's the same controls and parameters that we're going to see with this Eleanor. I think tonight this council has the opportunity to make a decision if you're going to stand with this program respectfully. I am going to support the Eleanor opportunity here, like I supported the turning very objectively. This is a great program. It's just not called affordable housing. If it's called affordable housing, everybody's for it. But this is middle income housing, and it does provide lower rents that did not exist in the transit area specific plan. We keep saying the task was created, but there was 0 units affordable. And so now this is not affordable, but it's middle income affordable. I think what's interesting about this program is we have all the stipulations in place as the Turing, all the requests, the backfill of property taxes, the language for the refinancing, and we have the same framework and this is another opportunity for us in 15 years to possibly sell the building. I know we need fire station 3 and 4. I know we need the police station. I know folks on this council are concerned about the unfunded pension liabilities. I know folks want to pay for all these social services for folks in the community. It is just something I think in 15 years, when the time really arrives, I'll be probably 52 years of age at the time, and I would love to see some equity come out of this investment. And so that's unique in that affordable housing, we're not going to really get anything after 40 years, whatever the HUD contract is. This is like unique, like, and we get money. And so definitely you want to ask folks to, as we make a decision tonight, to, really look at this as a new opportunity. And it is a different group than the Turing. So if there's any questions, I think Brad will be happy to answer it for you. But I think with that being said, let me go to our city manager here. As the agenda items listed, what options do we have tonight?
I think it's not just as it's listed, as it's identified in the staff report about how much the resources we have to do what would be needed. We don't agree on what it would take to get this done in the time frame that's requested. So that's probably one of the biggest sticking points. If this was to move forward, staff would need to make all the arrangements for the consultants as well as staff to be able to work on this. So we do not agree that this could be brought back in May for approval.
Okay. With all resources by the project applicant, hypothetically speaking.
It's not a function of them funding, it's a function of us finding the staff to do the work. Best guess would be later in the year.
Okay, we can't hire anybody to do the work, and
it's going to take time. We've checked into it. We don't have people, we don't have the staff qualified. We don't have consultants, qualified consultants available at this time. So we'd have to do some real heavy legwork on finding someone to bring them on board to do the work. So it isn't like there's lots of people available to help us right on the spot.
What about the project applicant? And what if they're able to find somebody?
Well, they could help us. They could certainly help us, but we wouldn't want them, bringing them on. We would certainly vet that. Right?
Can you repeat that? I'm not hearing.
I think what I'd say is, sure, anybody could point qualified applicants to us, and we can vet that.
Okay, so it's a possibility.
Yeah, we wouldn't say no to that.
Okay. So I'll keep that in mind. I think the project applicant can hire an entire firm and then they can work 24/7 to bring back information. Would that, for this case, be a possibility?
It would, but it would not replace our due diligence in terms of peer reviewing that work. So we would still have to have the right staff on board to manage and peer review the work that they brought forward to us from their consultants.
Okay. And so what timeline, in the event that the consultant gets the work done as fast as they can our city bring this back? It being considerate to May.
There's virtually no possibility there is no possibility that we could bring this back to you for approval in May.
Okay.
From the research we've done.
When's the next date?
Later in the year, after July.
Okay.
Probably September, October is what I would estimate.
Okay.
And this is from staff looking into this. We did look at this. We gave this consideration, of course, or we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't waste our time. So
yeah, I'm just receiving. Okay. So that's it.
It doesn't work for us. Yeah. Because we have, let me just be very transparent. The owner of the property currently, owns the property. They have a business objectives to move and sell the property. And they've been patient working with us through the process. They're not going to give us that kind of time. And, right now, I think the latest I can go is probably the first meeting in June, to get that done. There's another 3 weeks. So, I mean, it really, if I could find, we have other resources that have worked with us before, we could maybe try to pull that together the next couple of days and see if that would work. But it sounds like you don't think we can get your staff, even if we got the report done in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we had a chance to debrief with you on the findings with the consultants and then essentially have you guys peer review it, as you say. You would not be in a position to bring it back in early June.
I think staff has done the work and that's in this, that's in our
Okay.
report.
Yeah, city manager says he can't do it, so he says he can't do it. We'll go next to Councilmember Fan.
I think what Brad said earlier, timing is critical, and the input that you have here tonight from staff, I very much value the input. At the end of the day, it's very similar to the input that we had with the previous applicant, that the resources are not necessarily here, and that the timing issue would not work out. Well, with the last project, we took our time. We went through several public hearings. We got it done and approved, but because we dragged our feet for so long, a lot of you might not know this, but the project is not moving forward because during that period of time in between, the interest rates changed and it no longer penciled out for that applicant. But we put in all of that work. And I am so appreciative of staff for their diligence on making sure that we have one of the most robust processes, one of the most robust standards of workforce housing, of middle income housing in the state, if not the most robust. And that program didn't even come to fruition. But at the end of the day, we have a chance to rectify that with an almost identical project, with more units, with an opportunity to address the disconnects of the previous applicant. And we're not going to move forward with that. I would hate to explain that all of that work that we put, all of that effort was done for nothing. I don't think it is. I think there's still an opportunity there. We are already a member of the JPA. What is being asked is not for us to create another process. We already have a process in place. What is asked is for the adoption of a resolution. And of course, we are going to hold the applicant to high standards as we have in the past. And I would expect us to do the due diligence as well, to do the peer review. I have complete confidence in our staff. We have been able to accomplish a lot in the past. And at the end of the day, you've heard over and over throughout this meeting how important housing is, how much of that priority is for us. And that deserves a chance. At the end of the day, what I am asking my colleagues here tonight is to give the program a chance, not necessarily to approve it. You can deliberate that, and I will respect your judgment at the end of the day, on the day that it is brought forward, but I am asking you to give the program a chance tonight so that it can move forward with the timeline and not die. This is an opportunity to really address the housing affordability. It's an opportunity to give folks who are the missing middle a fighting chance And so I am pleading with my colleagues, even if you have concerns with the program, to just at the very least give the direction tonight to give this program a chance so that it can come back, and then you can deliberate afterwards.
No, thank you very much, Councilor Fan. I really like the program. Obviously, it's per my request. Always nice to see it on the agenda, but city manager says it ain't happening. So regardless if we support or oppose the item tonight, the city manager says it can't happen. So not in the time frame until later months from now. So the July recess, all that. And so I'm ready to move forward. But Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. You know, first and foremost, as I said, I went pretty hard last time for the project, and it really makes me incredibly sad that bureaucracy at City Hall got in the way of an amazing project. We missed the mark. And I do try to, like I said, come into middle ground and what we're gonna do and how to make projects successful, even when we don't know the entire outcome. But there's one difference that did not exist back then when I felt extremely strongly in support of this project from the beginning. Things have changed at City Hall. And one is the transition in staff. That's probably gonna change. And I just can't do that to my staff. I can't. My staff is the lifeline of the City Hall. I have to have their back. And when I'm hearing our city manager say that he just does not have the capacity, and I'm seeing the housing needs that the housing department, which is composed of a minimum amount of staff, that's the lifeline. I will not cut that lifeline because we have other issues and challenges in our city, and I hope you understand where I'm coming from. For me, I need to protect the foundation of this place. And we're going to go through some transitions. And that's the difference between last time and this time. And I am incredibly saddened that the bureaucracy of how long it took to take a decision last time got in the way and killed that project. Because I think it was an amazing thing we were about to do. And I am just now sad that the circumstances stand. As the mayor mentioned earlier, I'm only one council member and I'm one vote. And as one vote, I could only protect the lifeline of City Hall. And I have my staff's back, and I only got two. And unfortunately, I may not be able to do much for one. You best believe I'm going to do everything for the other. So I will not be supporting this.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, ready to move on. We don't have city managers saying it can't happen. So even if we support it or oppose it, they're saying we can't get it done. So we're stuck by our gears. We just don't have it. So Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor John. I support the city manager's timeline. We are in the process of a budget, and the budget is our foundation for the next year and 5 years. Out of the budget comes the project plan. And these are the projects that are dictated to us, as council members, to do for the citizens of this city. And I cannot, just like Councilmember Dominguez said, I cannot take away the focus of our team, of our staff. And we have a very good, we have a very solid staff now after our experience from the last project. They know what they're doing. They're now expertise. Other cities are calling them. So I rely on them. So I support the city manager's timeline. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, you're welcome. So that's our timeline. The city manager has stated, if that's something you're interested in, I know it's beyond you, but city manager said he can't do it. So he can't do it. Yeah, in that timeline.
Okay, well, I want to thank you all for your consideration of the opportunity here. It is too bad. It is a very simple process in my mind, and having gone through it a number of times,
Mhm.
But I understand your constraints, and we will hopefully be back here and maybe with another property for you at some point in the future. But thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. All right, moving on here to item number, I'm gonna move it around a little bit. Let's go to item number 21, unless there's any objections. Hearing no objections. Item number 21, approve employment agreement with and appoint Michael Mutali Posse to serve as the city attorney here in the land of cornfields. On the agenda, we have Janine Sayer. Janine, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As you stated, this item is to approve the contract for the city attorney and to appoint Michael Mutalapasi to the position. I believe that Michael was in the audience. I don't know if he is still there. The terms of the contract are set forth in the documentation, and in the interest of time, I won't go through all of them, but for the record, we need to announce that the salary is $225,000 a year. And in summary, the benefits package is similar to the benefits package for other unrepresented executive management. So with that, I will just turn it over to the council unless you have any other questions, or I can't see if Michael is in the audience, if he's still made it there this long, but if I don't know if he wants to say anything at this time.
Hey, come on up, Michael Mutali Posse, for the first time here in our council chambers. And I must ask you a question. How do you feel?
I feel fine. I feel great. I'm very, very excited to join you guys. I think this is a wonderful community from everything I know about it. I've been very impressed by the executive staff that I've met so far. And I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief because it's fairly late. But if anyone has any questions for me, please let me know. My goal would be to meet with each of you as soon as I've started so that I can better understand what each of you want me to bring to the table for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mayor,
Yeah.
if I can just pipe in, I did the wrong salary. It's late. It's 215,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I want to make
All
sure
right.
the record reflects correctly.
Okay. All right. Understood. Great. Attorney, if you could step here to that podium, we'll have public comment for item number 21. Public comment, Mr. Montemayor, come on up. This is our commissioner, Voltaire Montemayor, a longtime resident of Milpitas, always here with us. Welcome.
Oh, for the one to be replaced is good too, but we were designing this way, so you guys are doing great always. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll go to the Zoom for any Zoom public comment, virtual raised hands. Seeing none. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll keep it brief here. This is really something that we must do. But I want to add some really heart to it. Really looking forward. Speaking for myself, really looking forward to you joining our city, folks. Watching at home, Mr. Multipassi is coming from the city of Salinas. And if anybody wants to see him, he's on the YouTube channel. You just gotta, search for Michael, and you can see a lot of great attorney work. And so we want to welcome you to our beautiful community. And I just want to state that getting an in-house, full-time, in-house, solely dedicated city attorney has been a goal of mine for some time now. And you standing here in our chamber is a realization of a lot of work, hope, and a vision. And so very happy to have you here, and welcome to the Milpitas family. We'll go to my colleagues here for comment. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So this conversation was frankly behind closed session. So I kind of want to just ask a couple of questions from staff so the public could have access to how we got to this decision. First and foremost, the goal was to save money. Staff, could you tell me, if the decision today moves forward to move with an in-house attorney, would we still have to get a third-party services, or is this like a one package, he knows it all? Or are we gonna have to maybe get some help? Because I know you're amazing, but not everybody knows everything in terms of legalities. So I'm just wondering, staff, could you shine some light on so the public could know if we move in-house, would we still have to contract out services for specialty items?
Yes, Councilmember Dominguez. It would be kind of a combination of in-house staff, city attorney staff, and supplemental specialized services, legal services.
Okay, and then how much, just to clarify, how much do we currently pay for the contract with BBK?
This year's budget is about $1.1 million.
Okay, and then by contracting, we are able to get pretty much a whole entire firm that specializes in everything and anything that we need.
The current contract?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So could you tell me about this particular office a little? So right now, what does it look like in staffing once we move into an in-house? And does the 215 include that cost of staff?
The 215 is the salary for the city attorney. The city attorney will have to kind of evaluate the needs internally and then talk to the city council about what kind of staffing structure he would need in-house, and then supplement it accordingly with specialized services depending on his expertise and anybody else he may get on. So it's going to be a combination of the two, like I said.
What's the approximate cost about? Or is that something that we're going to have to, I'm not too sure.
We're working on that through the proposed budget. So since the attorney is not yet on, that's something we're going to be working, and he'll be working with the council on.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand if this is so I was doing some work, some homework, and something that I have found thanks to the Historical Society of Milpitas is a history of, I'm just going to be very frank, of how political the city manager position and the city attorney position is in a city. And that's frankly because when the mayor hears no, they try to get people on their team. I'll be just frank. That's just what this is about. This has nothing to do with cost savings. This has nothing to do with transparency. This has nothing to do with anything. What this has to do is setting up your team for the next person in line. Milpitas, I'm just calling it what it is. My threshold for politics is at capacity today. So this is the most heartbreaking thing that I've ever had to do. Just watch and see how politics takes over City Hall once again. The cobwebs are still here, Milpitas. We got to get them out. And unfortunately, the majority is using that power to continue the cobwebs here at City Hall for whatever happens. So for me, as one council member, it's incredibly disgusting to witness this. This is not what leadership is. We have somebody in a firm that has given exceptional services. And if you look at the history, this isn't new. When the position prior to this staff, could you help me? Have we had an in-house attorney in the history of Milpitas before? And if so, when was the last time we had that?
Councilmember Dominguez, yes, we had an in-house attorney. I would have to look at the exact year. It was, I know BBK came on in 2015. There was another firm before that, so maybe around 2012.
Right, and so there is an article for those who want to see it. It's available online. I found it, and this was a very troublesome article because the same excuse was used to change the format and the structure of City Hall, which was to save money. So both arguments have been made that an in-house saves money and moving the position out saves money. Staff, did we do any factual factual numbers that we were able to compare to see? Because what I'm hearing you say is that we are still debating on the budget of the entire office. So was there any comparables done to how much in the past, because we've had this position in-house. Do you guys have that cost of when it was in-house? How much was it?
Yes, we do, Councilmember Dominguez. There were a couple of different models. So again, it'll depend on what the new city attorney agrees to with the council. At one point, we had a city attorney, assistant city attorney, and a deputy city attorney with admin support. It could end up being just one. So that'll kind of depend on the discussion with the council.
Okay. So community, what I want you to know is that these discussions happen behind closed doors. That means I can't even tell you what happened behind closed doors because it's not allowed. There is an option that the council majority could report out more than just the vote in closed session if they choose to. Unfortunately, the majority did not move in that direction. So now you are stuck not knowing the entire story, and I'm stuck not being able to tell you the entire story because legally I can't. You ask yourself, is that a fair system and the system that you want for your city? For me, no. So I want to thank Chris for his work. He's been incredibly professional throughout this whole thing. I can't even imagine what it would feel like trying to find your own replacement. And knowing that you have done exceptional work and have always been there for any one of us, even if we called in the middle of the night. Politics is ugly, folks. All I'm asking Milpitas is to wake up because the cobwebs are still here. And unfortunately, there's not much we're going to be able to do today because of the majority. I could just be honest with the people that I serve. And if it didn't come out as it should or what you expected, I apologize for that. All I could do is do this work with honesty, especially after a father was here in this building and asked us to do that. So for me, I believe that people who have the skill set should stay in their jobs. I believe that as leaders of the city, politics should be behind, that we should put people before politics. And I believe that as a council, we should have our city staffs back because it does influence the entire institution and they see it. And all I could say is, I have your back as much as I could, but I need Milpitas to have mine. So with that, welcome. I'm sure it's going to be a long ride and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to be mindful of time, do a time check here. I will be calling the question before midnight. Let's provide folks an opportunity. I want to hear from everybody, but definitely try and get out of here before midnight. Please be mindful of the time. Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I want to begin by commending the bravery of the candidate for applying to Milpitas. It's not an easy city to work in. Considering how, the pendulum of politics swings back and forth, elections come and go, majorities can change, and here we are. To do this kind of job, you got to have a thick skin. So I hope you don't take this personal. I have serious concerns about the integrity of the process. I have serious concerns about the applicant. Out of courtesy and due to legal reasons, I won't be discussing these concerns tonight. But at the end of the day, I fundamentally can say that I fundamentally oppose the structure of an in-house city attorney. I won't be supporting this item tonight and I'll continue to oppose this structure.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. I just want to lighten up the mood here in the chamber. We're just doing city business like any other city in California. It's a part of local government, democracy. That's closed sessions happen in every city. I'm sorry, folks. That's over 500 cities in California. And there are city attorney transitions. The city's been around 68 years. I'm pretty sure that we've had a number of city attorneys. I think we're on our 8th police chief. Sorry, chief. I think we're on our 8th police chief. So I question what number are you? We'll find out. We want to know in the history of our city, which city attorney are you? But I just want to lighten the mood. We are a tremendous community. I know I'm very excited. I want to go to Councilmember Chua here. I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Attorney Michael, if that's okay with you. I call you Mutali Posse. How's that? Is that better?
That's correct.
Thank you, and welcome to Milpitas, and thank you for taking on this challenge with us. And I have great confidence in you with your experience, with your education, with your decision-making based on our getting to know you during the process. And I would really want to thank you, and I'm looking forward working with you, and I'm here to support you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Always, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to say, welcome you to our beautiful city. I've been here in Milpitas since 1964, 3 generations here. But I was here when we did have a full-time city attorney. And the way things happened, I think, unfortunately, we got a temporary one. Well, not a temporary, a part-time. And I always found that full-time is a lot better because the full-time one is accessible to everyone, not only the city manager, city council members, but departments, So that's why I really feel that the city is growing, and I think we deserve a full-time city attorney. That's the bottom line. And I think you're qualified, and you're exemplary, and I know that you'll serve all of the city and the council, have a good relationship with the council members. So welcome.
Wonderful, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate you. But I do want to add, you're going to fall in love with Milpitas and your family as well. I believe we have an incredible city hall. Our organization is top notch. On the 3rd floor, your office is next to mine. You're going to have tons of support. We really do believe that this is a place where you can come in, excel, become better at your craft. And then, if our city manager gets hired away for twice the amount of money, then we got to let him go. I can't afford him anymore. But this is a place where we want to foster everybody's leadership and career. We want you to be the best city attorney in the whole county here in Silicon Valley. If some other city hires you away, we can't match it. We did our job. We're going to send you to, professional conferences. We're going to put you, I think, in the best positions. I know for me, let's not talk about me, but again, our commissioners here, our city commissioners are wonderful. Our community groups, our residents, our families, you'll see as you use your magic legal powers as an attorney in terms of public not so much management policy. And, we're going to do tremendous. You see an agenda item tonight, we're doing policy work. And we want to be cutting edge with policy. Why should I go to Oakland or LA to get these policies? We can craft something up right here in this building and change the world. And so that's the extent of the public service that we have here. Like, we really do believe the sky's the limit. We're a small city with big dreams. So, and I tell every department director, department managers, employees, like, we're here to support your career. This is a fun place you can come to work. I know I made sure that when I first started, I put my whole life into making sure folks in this building were treated right. We're treating others how we want to be treated, that our city employees are healthy and happy. And this organization right now, in my 6th year, it really is amazing. And our council is amazing. I'm so thankful for everybody. You saw tonight a demonstration of how fast we can move the agenda and how fast and efficient we can operate. We haven't gone past 12 p.m. at all this year and 4 months. We could have got out here a little earlier, but yeah, special meeting and things. But we've been moving like a high-powered engine. I'm so proud of our city. Looking at other 14 cities here in this county, I really do believe that we're super efficient and everybody has a heart for the community. And we're all out every night pitching our ideas for the council to make a direction to make something happen in the community. So I couldn't ask for a better environment here in my 6th year. And we have a lot of longtime residents here on the council. And we're really tight with the community. And so all the combination of things are here. And we're so excited to have you here with us Monday through Friday, maybe Saturday. But, there's a lot of things I've been waiting on to meet with the city attorney. I love policy, and I'm really looking forward to doing all the policy actions we can in the city to make it a better place and for our families. Thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the employment agreement and appoint Michael Mutalipasi to serve as the city attorney. Need a second. We have a second from the vice mayor.
Second.
We have a second from the vice mayor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is carried. Welcome, Michael, to our city.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Take care. All right, folks, that's item number 21. I apologize to Renee. We do have the proposed street item, and hopefully we'll get to that at the next meeting. Great meeting tonight, everybody, and I'll see you next time. This meeting is adjourned.